Good morning, everyone.
And we are ready to go today. I hope you are. What a great day yesterday. If you missed it, man, you missed out. We had a great time. But today...
No sound. You're on. You're on. Are you muted?
No?
You're on. It's just...
Can
you got sound. You're good. Okay.
All right. My guys are telling me I don't have sound, so y'all can hear me?
You got it now. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, hope that y'all didn't miss yesterday. It was a great day, but we have a great day lined up for you today. We have 2 educational sessions. We also have a lot of great demonstrations today on machines, and we got some great specials. We had a ton of you called in yesterday at the call center and ordered product. And we thank y'all for that. We had some great specials going, and they're going to be all this week. So I hope that y'all will stick around for the whole week and see what we got. But before we get too deep into the show this morning, I want to say a shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching today. Hey, we have Ralphie Nix over in South Carolina watching. So good morning, Ralphie. We have Cindy King in Odessa, Texas. We have Cheryl Knapp in Western Colorado. We have Salty Dog. Oh, Salty Dog, he's over in Suffolk County, Long Island, New York. And how do you pronounce that?
Toucan Sand.
Toucan Sand?
Mm-hmm.
Toucan Sand?
From Florida.
That's pretty good. From Florida. I was watching. We have Kathy Lindsay. She's over in northern Alabama. She said rural Alabama. So, Kathy, tell us where the town, because I bet you I may have heard of it. Because I've been all over Alabama. So anyway, we have Maggie Russell in Spokane, Washington. Marcy Fesser in, she said, Chili Spring, Texas. So it's cold in Texas this morning, I guess. We have Carol Vernay in Idaho. We have Sewing Bev in North Carolina. We have Victoria Moore in Alabama. We have Monique Kahn in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Kathy, was that Keith?
Yeah, Keith.
In North Carolina. We have Nancy Rash in Texas. We have Jody Cohen in Central Texas. Chris Yost in Northern California. We have, and that's it for our shout outs this morning. That was a lot of them.
Hello, everybody.
So, and want to say congratulations to our, our Monday first finalist. We picked our first finalist yesterday for the Dream Studio giveaway. That was Bonnie Spicer. So congratulations to Bonnie. And y'all are probably wondering, if you just joined in it today, how do you get into the Dream Studio giveaway? Well, it's a $25,000 Dream Studio. Can we show that real quick to everybody? We have a ton of machines that we're giving away. And look at that. There's a Dream Studio worth over $25,000 of product. And you see all the things. You see the Butler Robotics, the Aero cabinets. You see the Laura Star ironing system. All the machines you see there, embroidery machines, sewing machines, quilting machines. And we're going to set your studio up. And yesterday we drew our first finalist was Bonnie Spicer. Today, at the end of the day, we'll draw our second finalist. And on Friday, each day we're going to draw a finalist. And on Friday, we're going to put all 5 names in the hat. And I'm going to pull them out live on air. And you'll get to see the winner in live. So of the 5 finalists. So it's going to be pretty cool. But other than that, we're going to give products away throughout the day. I think we gave 2 sewing machines away yesterday. So we gave some stuff away yesterday. And then also we have a quilt contest going on right now. And the voting is open. You can go vote on your favorite one. And it's basically the People's Choice Award. You're going to get, whoever wins it gets a golden scissors trophy and a big fair ribbon to put on your quilt. And then we have the Judge's Choice. And we're going to give the first 3 places of that ribbons, plus the first place gets a golden scissors trophy. And then each one of them get a prize package. So it's going to be pretty cool. We got a nice prize package put together for that. And so everybody, they won't go home empty-handed. And then the Dream Studio, Roger, you know what's really cool about the Dream Studio?
What's that one?
Even if you become a runner-up, you get minimum of a sewing machine.
Ooh, that's good.
So if you don't win it, you don't win the $25,000, you still get a sewing machine.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool. So anyway, hey, this wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for our sponsors. And so I want to kind of give a big shout out to our sponsors out there that help us out. And, all these educators you see that come on the show, they help us with some of the giveaways. So we couldn't do this without them. Our platinum sponsor for Quilt Fest this year was Baby Lock is Baby Lock. Our gold sponsors are Handi Quilter, Genomi, Brother, Husqvarna, Viking. We have Butler Robotics, the Grace Company, Pfaff, King Quilter, and Juki. Our silver sponsors are Cutterpillar, Aero Cabinets, and then our bronze sponsors are Laura Star. I thought we had another one. R&K.
Okay.
Yeah, R&K is a bronze sponsor, and Laura Star. So that is it for our sponsors, and we sure do appreciate all their partnership and help with this. We couldn't do it without them, and so it makes it such a good event, and that's what's so great about it. But speaking of an event, we've got to bring our next guest in, our co-host.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, she's only a 3-time Emmy Award winner.
Yes, she is.
She is a professional TV personality.
Yes, she is.
She's a radio personality.
Mm-hmm.
She is a crafter. She's a sewer. She's a brother ambassador. I mean, this lady does it all.
She's one and only.
Y'all make a huge S&P welcome to Jane Klaus.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, she is. Hey, Blaine. Hey, guys. Hey.
Well, hey, Jane.
What's up? How are you?
Hey, I'm raring to go. Day 2 of Quilt Fest. And
Me too.
it's kind of, we started off so good yesterday. It's kind of hard to top it, but there's a possibility we could today, because I tell you what, we have such great content today, 2 great educational sessions,
Yeah.
and then great product demonstrations all day.
I was looking at the roster, the lineup of folks that I get to introduce and talk to. It's Valerie Scott, it's Sarah Vetzer, it's Carly Bell, it's Melinda Stevenson, Shauna Westergaard. Like, I was like, oh, and Jack from Cutterpillar. I'm like, oh my gosh, all my favorite people. Like, this is amazing. So I'm really excited for today. I do have to tell you, yesterday was such a grand slam. It wiped me out. I was like crashed. I went to bed early. And this morning, my husband said to me, he said, Jane, were you dreaming last night? And I said, what are you talking about? He's like, you were talking in your sleep. Were you dreaming about something? I said, well, what was I saying? I'm like, what did I say? And he said, you kept saying sewing studio, sewing grand prize sewing studio. I'm like, what? And he said that I was talking about this massive sewing studio. He's like, is there a sewing studio like on your brain? I go, yeah. So we're at Quilt Fest. We're giving one away.
That's awesome.
And that's
So
a true
I
story.
wonder if anybody else out there is dreaming about it.
Some people are, I'm sure. And somebody I saw said I only would like a quarter of that because that's all I could fit into
Bonnie
my room.
Spicer may have had a dream about it last night too.
Yes, she did. It's super funny because I was thinking about how awesome that is. And I know you just showed the photo. Our friends Janine Miller and Laura McCormick Clark are curious how they can enter to win.
You know what? It's really easy, everybody. So if you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like it right now. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe to it. And then all throughout this week, just make comments, ask questions, and that'll get you entered to win. And here's the great thing about it, Jane. Each day stands on its own. So we picked a winner yesterday. Whoever's chatting and doing things today, we'll pick a finalist today to be in the Dream Studio giveaway. But we're giving away a sewing machine today. We're giving away a Brother P-Touch today, sewing mats, gift certificates. So we're giving a lot of things away. And all you have to do is just chat, ask questions. That's it.
Just chat. And I'm reading all the chats as they go by. I love it. I feel like I'm hanging out with you guys all day. It makes my day so much more fun. I mean, it's always fun, but I feel like I'm with a room full of thousands of people and we're just hanging out.
So the education today, we have Carly Bell, correct?
That's right. We got Carly Bell and we got Melinda Stevenson.
Melinda Stevenson. So I know Carly is talking about, she's going to show you how to do applique in quilt blocks.
That's right.
And then what's Melinda doing?
Melinda's doing in the hoop quilting.
There we go. Two great subjects. And I think everybody's going to be pretty pumped to see those. And then we just got a great lineup today of just education. I'm pretty super excited about today just because of some of the products that we're going to have. But, you know, that's what people have asked me too, is like, how do you decide the products that you're going to be on the show? And a lot of that is, you know, it kind of goes down to availability to a lot of products, and then also the manufacturers. You know, some manufacturers, you know, like for instance, if they have a brand new product, they always want to try to highlight that product if it's on the show. And then sometimes it's just, you know, they have a particular product they're wanting to highlight. So we kind of work with them to kind of pick out which ones. But Jane, what a lot of people don't know is, you know, we only have so many slots, right?
Yeah.
So I think for the whole show, there's like 42 slots or something like that available. So, but we have more than 42 products that are on special. So just because you don't see it on the show doesn't mean you can't get it. So you have to call in and ask.
So that's what I love. So while you're watching and you're listening and you're learning, you could go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and look through all of the other products. If you don't see it on the list, you know, because you know you have the event page and you show everybody what's happening, like the rundown for the day, which is super cool. But if you're like, oh, and you're searching around, chances are Blaine is doing something for you. So I'd give a call anyway, you know, just to check it out. Because you said there's only so many spaces to fill and there's so many amazing products out there. Like I say, more is more and less is a bore. So get it all this week.
Yeah. And, you know, we have over 40,000 products on our website.
Wow. 40,000?
There's a lot of products on our website. So, you know, you have to give them a call to see if something you're interested in is on the special. And, you know, and Jane too, what's so great about Quilt Fest is, you know, everybody gets to participate. So, you know, even if if you were a brand new person, you could have made a quilt and entered it. And then also everybody can go vote. So if you want to go vote, you can actually just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, our website. And at the very top of the page, there's a little tab that says events and classes. You can click on that. It'll take you to a landing page that has a bunch of different events. you'll see the Quilt Fest banner, a little, block. Click on that. That takes you to the Quilt Fest page, and you can read all about it. At the top, across the page, it has all the navigation, and it'll have a gallery. You can actually go view all the quilts that were entered, and then you can vote on 2. So you can do 2 quilts. You can vote on 2 quilts per day, and that's it. And so pretty simple.
It's really simple and super easy. And by the way, vote early and vote often. That's what we say in Chicago.
Yeah, well,
You get 2 votes.
You get 2 votes, so you can vote on 2 quilts per day.
Yeah.
And so that's pretty awesome. And we're going to have the voting open.
The quilts are just amazing.
Yeah, we're going to keep the voting open all the way until Thursday night, and then we shut her down at Thursday night, and then that way we can get all the votes tallied for Friday.
That's right.
And we'll announce the winners on Friday afternoon of the quilt contest. We'll also announce the winner of the Dream Studio giveaway. We're going to draw it out live on TV.
Live on TV. It's hard to choose your quilts, so that's why every day you could pick 2 new ones if there are some that you're like teetering between, because you could pick 2, but you could vote every day. So that's awesome. Right. There's so many amazing quilts, so many talented quilters out there.
We have 3 judges that are going to do the judges' choice, and I'm the tiebreaker. So I've never this is our 5th Quilt Fest, I think it is, or 6th. I've never had to do the tie breaking. It's amazing that these professional quilters, they always pick the same quilts. Like, there might be one lady will pick it first place and the other one picks it second, but it's so weird. We do a point system.
It's cool.
So, first place gets like 10 points, second gets 8, and third place gets 6. So we tally the points up, and whoever has the most points out of those 3 judges' votes, they win the first place.
They're so skilled in what they do, and they're professional. They have an eye for it, and that's probably why everybody. It's subjective to sort of what you like, but also they're looking at skill and talent, and putting things together. All the other criteria that they look at, and they're trained to look at, and because they're so skilled, and because it's such an expertise, that's why they always probably come up with similar scores. With the similar quilts that they're choosing.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I know. I'm glad it's not up to me. Oh.
Speaking of talented people, I think we need to kick this thing off this morning. I hope that everybody out there is ready to go, because we are ready. And let's kick this thing off, Jane, and let's do our first demonstration. And I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, here we go. Our first presenters of the day, Quilt Fest Day 2. I'm super excited to welcome back to the show our friends from Arrow Furniture. We are talking about Valerie Tribble and Scott Ehart. So let's start with Scott. He's the director of sales for Arrow Sewing, and he has a team of crafting, quilting, and garment making people. And he manages the day-to-day sales operations to spread sewing in comfort. That is amazing. He has been working at Arrow Furniture for quite a while, and he's completed 1 queen-size quilt with a few more in the process. And when he's not looking through bolts of fabric, he spends his time in his backyard with his wife, his kids, and his dog. And of course, working on that never-ending honey-do list. Thank you for doing all of that, Scott. Valerie is amazing. She is the account manager at Arrow Furniture for the West Coast and e-commerce sales. And she works directly with the dealers and consumers across to help educate them that sewing and comfort can let you sew longer. Valerie grew up on a dairy farm, and she worked really hard there. She works really hard for Arrow, and I'm super excited because we're going to make her work hard for the next 30 minutes. Say hi to Valerie and Scott.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Great job with the last name.
I'll never forget Ehart. Like my favorite last name now ever. Like, just let me ask you about your last name at some point, and I'll never forget it, and I will love it. So there you go.
Perfect.
I'm excited because you guys always have a very entertaining show, and we're here for it. But you have so many products, so I can't wait to see what you're going to show us today.
Yeah, absolutely. We have some more great great promotions going on. Show promotions. God, I have not had my second cup of coffee yet, and I am exhausted today.
Well, get her some coffee.
I need more coffee. Yes,
I'll run it over.
So we have some great cabinets here that are on sale for the Quilt Fest, as well as we're going to show the chairs again today too. So,
well, I mean, gotta show the chairs.
We have to show the chairs. So
we have the continuation of our free Kiwi.
Yes,
promotion.
absolutely. So free kiwi, this is a great little companion piece to go right next to, like we showed you yesterday, the kangaroo and Joey. Today we have the wallaby cabinet.
There's a song about wallaby.
Oh, geez.
Wallaby, wallaby, will.
I just think of the wallaby licorice.
Yeah, for anyone in Wisconsin, there's Quick Trip that sells wallaby licorice.
Yes.
Anyway.
Quick Trips are all over.
So I got you way off track.
Fine.
So wallaby cabinet is part 2 of our best-selling cabinets. Let me scoot this over because we're missing the thread storage. And yesterday we got to show the kangaroo and Joey, and that is the stationary cabinet. It's a sewing cabinet.
Yes.
Wallaby, you don't know it's a sewing cabinet when it's
because
closed.
Once we close it all up, it just looks like another piece of furniture in your dining room if
Yeah.
you don't have a dedicated sewing space inside your home. So as you can see here, it has this really large, expansive quilt leaf here that comes up on the back, as well as this extension here on the left. So with this extension here, you can also use a serger up here on top. You can store a small to mid-sized serger or an iron down below here. And there is a drawer here for extra storage. Because one thing I always hear from sewers is when I'm at shows is we never have enough storage.
Never have enough drawers.
So I would love to see a lot of people's in what their homes look like, their sewing spaces. We should do a contest of send in what your sewing room looks like.
Who has the most organized, and then you'll see mine and Janet's.
And whose is
It's
the most
a disaster.
disorganized. Yes.
Actually,
No.
Janet's side's really organized, and mine is the disaster.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I bet that happens.
Yes.
I cannot have an unfinished project. So I just started quilting and I finished 3 quilts already
Show
just
off.
because I cannot have a project sit out there that is not completed. It drives me absolutely bonkers.
I can. I have a closet full.
I don't. Nope. So with the wallaby here, you've got the right leaf there on the side. Like Scott showed you, there is 33 thread holders there. So you can have your beautiful array of colors right there at your fingertips.
That's a lot of thread.
It is a lot of thread. And you've got all the cubby right there. You can put in your rotary cutters. You can put in your fat quarters, your jelly rolls.
Who's hiding?
And you also have pockets in there as well. So wallaby cabinet is available in 2 colors. So our white finish that you saw yesterday on our kangaroo and Joey, if you were watching, and our teak here, which is more of your wood toned.
Yep,
color.
our wood grain.
So
both the cabinets, the one we saw yesterday, the kangaroo and Joey with the free kiwi, and our wallaby with the free kiwi, they do have a lifetime warranty.
They're on heavy duty locking casters. So the only time on our kangaroo cabinets are you going to see the plastic casters on like the sewing cabinets are going to be on like the doors or the gate legs to hold up the quilt leaves in the back. Otherwise, on the bottom of the actual cabinet are a heavy duty metal with a rubber base, I guess you want to call it.
Yeah.
So it's not going to mar up any kind of flooring that you have, like your vinyl or anything like that. No, it's not going to leave any sort of scratches. But with this one here, and we had a lot of people yesterday that were asking about a cabinet that had a larger opening to accommodate those larger machines. This one again is not. This one is going to be our standard size, our 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. So I know we had a few people watching yesterday that had the M7 or the Stellaire. Anybody with like the Luminaire or the new Avenir or Radiance is not going to fit in here, but we do have options, and you can reach out to Sewing Machines Plus to see what those options are for you.
But outside of those, that small amount of large ones, this cabinet, just like yesterday, will do 95% of the machines on the market. And Vale's going to demonstrate how that hydraulic assist lift works, because it just makes it so easy.
And when
to be
you
up
are
and sewing.
measuring your machine, you want to make sure you're accommodating any sort of knobs and your cords that come in here. And if you have like a cord for your foot or for the pedal. So as you can see, it's got that 3-position hydraulic lift, just like we had yesterday. I'm going to push these up, so our fabric, so that they can see. Again, making sure ordering that acrylic insert, it is a game changer. And then you can push all the way down into storage. I'm moving my cover.
It's behind you.
Oh, it's behind me. All right. And it comes with a cover here. So you can still sit here and look at this workspace. If you put your sewing machine down, you can still sit here and you can still piece, or you can cut, or you can turn it into a desk.
Absolutely.
We've actually had a few people that purchased this and use it as their office desk. also as their dining room table in the back here, because they're very limited on space and like smaller studio apartments.
Before we take it all the way down, how big is it when it's all the way open?
When it's all the way open, is 6 feet by 5 feet.
Golly, that's taller than I am.
That is taller than you.
Man.
You're a little shorty.
Man, I'm on the short end of things. So then when we fold this up,
I'm just going to put this insert. So again, getting this insert,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm going to show you how easy this comes up. The lift does all of the work for you, especially when you have the machine on there. It's just super easy. But we're going to do this, and we're going to close it up and show how small and compact this cabinet actually gets.
so
And the nice
left
thing
side
about
flips
it too,
over, right side flips up. And then Val, you're saying the nice thing
is it locks. So if you have company that is coming over and you don't want them to get into your sewing machine, or the grandkids are visiting and they got little sneaky fingers and they want to get into everything, you can lock this up. It just looks like a little buffet table in your dining room that you can just have set there. So very small and compact, but don't forget, you get that free kiwi that comes with it to match it in either white or teak. So this one, we've got the 4 drawers in the front.
Can we get a wide shot, Ethan?
Yeah.
All right, so there it is. And then you also have, the pressing mat and the cutting mat. You want to open up that side there, Scott? And you can just easily take this right across. And it comes with that pressing mat and the cutting mat. So you have an easy, way to just sit and cut and press and sew. But again, it also comes with 2 removable thread holders. So you can take these out. You can have them set right next to you while you're working. Or like Scott does, he takes and makes L brackets.
So
I'll take the second one.
I don't make Home Depot makes the L bracket.
Well, yeah, I know. Well, hey, take the credit. You make the L brackets, right?
We talked about this yesterday, and I always like to talk about this because I need storage. Like we talked about earlier, we always need storage.
Everybody needs more storage.
And having the dedicated drawers for thread storage is great. What I actually did with our Kiwi at home is I took our thread storage out and got little L brackets from Home Depot to make a floating shelf. And then you just, put a spare piece of fabric over it so the thread doesn't get, dusty. And then I've got my drawers. So then I have more
Scraps.
drawers to put more things.
You put your scraps in the bottom one. I know that.
Yeah.
This
one we show
is
is
drawer here.
That's choose your own adventure.
And then as you can see, there is a nice little, a small serger in here. You can put an iron. Scott always loves to talk about all his scraps and stuff. I am sorry, but I am not a scrap keeper.
Yeah, but you just never know when you're just going to need that one piece in that right shape.
I haven't gotten into fabric. So maybe, Friday, maybe I'll bring in my quilts and show you guys what I did. So mine are out of denim. So I'm not keeping denim pieces that are little scraps. Those are a little bit hard. But with the purchase of that Wallaby cabinet, you are going to get this matching companion of the Kiwi cabinet. And I did see somebody ask about the Jazz 2. The Jazz 2 does fit in the opening of the Wallaby, the Kangaroo, and Joey. You are just going to be able, when you get an insert, you're going to have 2 pieces. Just because it's a little bit tighter. But it does still fit in there. So
before we move on to the next, let's just show this real quick, open back up, and how they can put this right next to the Wallaby and have that nice U shape.
I am going to go this way. If you go that way. Oh, I got to unlock it. There we go. Come on. So as you can see, you have a great workspace here to be able to sit and sew.
And so now we've got, on our right-hand side, we have drawer storage, our thread storage, our cubby, but we can go from cutting, pressing, and turning right to sewing all in one spot. And then, like Val said earlier, on that left-hand side, whether you're using that extension piece to hold your project, holding another machine, and then pushing everything back onto that large quilt leaf, it's like
amazing.
Magic.
Again, it's so compact, but opens up to have so much workspace for you. So, and if you don't have the area to have this quilt leaf, it's on those heavy duty locking casters, very easy to pull away from the wall to open it up for when you do need it.
So when she was closed up.
When she's closed up, it is only 3.5 by 1.5.
So it
very
folds
small.
in half.
Yeah, it folds in half.
Folds in half. How great is that? It folds in half. I use my scraps for hand sewing and paper piecing. See, Annie gets it.
I know. But I'm new.
When
just
you get
starting.
into fabric, then
when I
you'll
get to
get
fabric, I'll get it, but not with denim. I'm not going to keep that. So we are going to turn this back to you, Jane. If you can put up the pricing and talk about this cabinet for the viewers, and then we'll get the next cabinet out for you.
I mean, Valerie, I will take your scraps. Send me the denim. I love scraps. Save your scraps. It's so awesome. Okay, they're gone. I'm going to tell you how to get your hands on the Wallaby sewing cabinet. It's super awesome. Again, and you're getting that free Kiwi caddy to go along with it. I love that free Kiwi caddy. So there you go. Your Wallaby cabinet. You see your Quilt Fest pricing, $1,699. But go ahead and there's a call-in special. And don't forget, you're getting the Kiwi with when you buy the Wallaby for free, because it is a free Kiwi special. Now, I know somebody was writing by, or I was looking at the comments, they said, hey, listen, I would like just to buy the Kiwi. I have a small place. You can buy the Kiwi. If you're thinking, oh, that Kiwi is great, and they just sold me on that, call 800-401-8151. If that's what you want today, you got the Wallaby with the free Kiwi. It's really amazing. It's got huge 6 foot by 5 foot, all the way open, hydraulic lift. You got the thread storage. It's really fantastic with that expansion side and the large extension quilt leaf. So again, that is your Wallaby cabinet, and you're getting the free Kiwi. 800-401-8151 for your call in special. That's a great price. That is a great cabinet right there, guys.
We are ready.
I have a question. There was a question, and that was, does the thread area in the Wallaby hold serger size thread? But if you're getting the free Kiwi, you can put the size larger thread in the Kiwi.
You can put it in the bottom drawer. Serger size threads are a little bit taller cones. So no, it would not on the Wallaby on the door. You would not have that space,
right? Because it's small.
Cones, but
you could put it in the other drawers on the Kiwi.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or in the bottom drawer.
In the bottom drawer.
With exactly what I was thinking.
In the Wallaby, that you can put those in the cubby too.
Yeah.
Lots of places.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. I'll let you take it away.
All right. Thank you, Jane. So we did see earlier a few comments, assembly.
Right.
So all of our cabinets do come ready to assemble. Yes. So they are going to come flat packed in boxes. FedEx Ground is going to bring these up to your door. We have top-notch assembly manuals.
Oh, and check out Renee's comment.
Where's
Arrow
Renee?
Customer service is top-notch. I love my cabinet.
Yes.
Thank you, Renee.
Thanks, Renee. You are correct. Our customer service team is absolutely amazing. I could not do my job on a regular basis without their support. They are here not only for you guys as customers, but they are here for us as employees, as well as, working for our local stores and helping them out as well. So, shipping is pretty quick. We're in Wisconsin, so everything does ship fairly quick to assemble. Yeah. If something does come damaged, you just call up customer service. They'll send you replacement parts, pieces,
right out directly
whatever
to you.
You need. We also have a whole YouTube video channel that you guys can go in and watch.
The master behind us right now, Mr. Ethan and team, they have put an entire YouTube channel of just assembly of our cabinets together that you can reference, as well as our instructions. Those are all done by us.
Those are done by us.
In English, with the corresponding instructions,
details and
pictures, diagrams.
That's the word I was looking for.
So Phillips head screwdriver. That's all you need to put the cabinets together. So we make it very, very simple for you.
Well, you'll also need a hammer and a drill.
Well, okay. Yeah.
You'll need a hammer and drill, but it's super easy to put together. So what do we have here? So let's get on to the next one.
Muscle it.
I don't. I don't have strength in my hands anymore.
So we have the Krista
cabinet. So very similar, but a very toned down cabinet, I guess, that we showed you from the Kangaroo and Joey yesterday. So very similar in looks. It does have, it doesn't come with that Joey caddy, but a lot of people don't need space for that. So this has like a little drawer here.
And it's a soft closing drawer, just like the Kangaroo.
It is a soft closing drawer. And then it's got the drawer cover just like the Kangaroo and Joey. So it's just giving you this workspace here on the left. Now this does have a magnet in the front, so that catches in there. Has the right quilt leaf on the right-hand side. And it also has that quilt leaf in the back that has the 2 support legs to hold up another machine or sewing area, or, put your quilt across the top. The only difference is it's got the same size opening, so that 23 3/4 by 12 1/2 opening, but it doesn't go down into storage. That is as far down as it will go.
This is dedicated sewing and quilting cabinet.
Correct. Yes.
This is that dedicated space.
Want to have a great quality cabinet, you're not going to ever put your sewing machine away. It just has a manual lift, but you do have to take your machine off of the lift. And Scott is going to show that he's got a better angle than I do. So you're going to lift your machine up off of the platform. And then there is a lever underneath, and you are just going to grab this and snap it in. So Ethan, do we have a different camera view?
There
we go.
Perfect.
So you can see the platform is up. So there's just a lever right here that you just let go. And then when you want to bring it back up. But again, making sure you're taking your sewing machine off of the actual platform when you are going to be moving it between positions.
Darlene, great question. I agree. It is a wonderful table. It was actually designed, we did this in partnership with Krista Watson. The Baby Lock Radiance. So this is the same opening that we've seen on the Kangaroo and Joey and the Wallaby. So your Radiance, you're going to want to look at, reach out to SMP's team, and you're going to want to ask about our Sydney and our Sydney Light, which is very similar to this setup. The Kangaroo and Joey was the inspiration for that cabinet. That has the larger opening for your Radiance. So great question.
Did you see Helen's comment? That customer service and shipping is the best. I couldn't agree more with you, Helen. Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Thank you so much. All right. So this one only comes in white.
Yes.
This is part of our Arrow line. So this does not have a lifetime warranty just because, again, it is a very basic.
The streamlined.
Yes. You know,
streamlined
cabinet of the Kangaroo and Joey. So 10-year warranty on this. Marcy, yes, the Jazz 2 will fit in this opening. It will be a tighter squeeze for you, and you will get a 2-piece insert as opposed to a 1-piece that we've been showing you here. So instead of the one piece, I don't know, can you?
Oh, we had a glare.
We had a glare. Can you kind of see it?
Right there.
So it would come into 2 pieces and just go around the front and the back of the sewing machine. So yes, the Jazz 2 does fit in this opening. If you want to be a little bit more comfortable, look at the Sydney Light. And the folks at S&P would be able to definitely
they've got all of
help you with that. So anything that we missed on this Krista?
Just one question that I do get, is this platform, where it drops, is that adjustable? Yes, that is adjustable on all the cabinets we looked at. So we saw the Kangaroo and Joey, we saw the Wallaby with the hydraulic lift. That stop point is adjustable. And then the Krista with the manual lift, this is adjustable too. So that way you're going to be able to accommodate the different deck height of your machine to make sure you're truly getting that flush work surface.
And again, that opening of that is 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. When this said cabinet is completely open, it is 6 feet by 3.5 feet.
So much space.
And then when it's closed down, it is 4.5 feet by 2 feet. So again, you don't necessarily need to have the quilt leaf open in the back. And that's one thing I love about our cabinets is that you don't necessarily have to have it open all the time.
No.
And with the Krista and the Wallaby, because with the Kangaroo and Joey, there's not a door to close it up where you have to have it open then to be able to use it. With the Krista cabinet and the Kangaroo and Joey, you're able to just come right up and start sewing because your machine is always right there.
Yeah.
So again,
up and sewing in under a minute.
Yeah. This is our white cabinet here, only in white, our Krista cabinet, and we have such a great deal for that. So Lady Fair, you can talk to the folks at Sewing Machines Plus about adding a electric lift version. We do on all the cabinets that we have showed you, well, the one we showed you yesterday, the Kangaroo and Joey, the Wallaby that we showed you today, and then the cabinet we're going to show you on Friday, you do have that option to get it in electric. And the folks at Sewing Machines Plus will be able to help you. And those do come unassembled as well.
But when you ask questions about it, you have to do the dance. It's electric. Electric.
No, you don't. Yeah, so that is actually a new thing for us. That is, a new thing for the S&P world out there.
Oh, they have access to the electric
our
lifts.
Kangaroo and Joey and our Wallaby and our Aussie our Sydney and Sydney Light, as well as our mods. Those now come with that electric lift, and you can assemble them yourselves. And it's very same setup as
exact same process.
Same process as like the Wallaby and the Kangaroo and Joey for putting your lifts in. So yes, electric lifts, super easy. None of us are getting any younger.
Which I'm finding out.
Talking about this morning about his vision. He's like, I don't want to admit that I'm getting older, but I'm like, your vision changes as you get older. So
40's hitting hard.
Yes, 40 does hit hard. Mine was my 30s. So, but yes, electric lift is absolutely amazing, and the folks at S&P do have all the pricing on that for you, because it is a little bit different than what we are showing you here today, that Jane has been giving out. So, Jane, we're going to pass it back to you if you want to go over the great pricing that we have here on the Krista cabinet, and we are going to bring in our favorite things here to wrap up the show.
You got it, guys. Go set it up, and I'll tell everybody how to get their hands on the Krista cabinet. Such a great cabinet and great explanation and answering all those questions, Valerie and Scott. All right, we're talking about the Krista cabinet, and there you go. You're seeing it, the screen right there at smplive.tv or SewingMachinesPlus.com. You've got that right quilt leaf. You also got that drawer. Thank you for getting me off the screen. You also have the soft closing drawer and the drawer cover, and you've got the quilt leaf in the back. It is a dedicated sewing and quilting cabinet, and it is a 23 3/4 by 12.5 fit for the machine. And then when it's wide open, it's 6 feet by 3.5 feet open. That is a really big space for you to work on. Again, this is your Krista cabinet. You can see it right there online. Call for more information. You're seeing the price there, $99.99. $999. Thank you. But call 800-401-8151 if you have any more questions or you're more interested in this dedicated sewing and quilting cabinet. This is a great cabinet for you if you want to leave this open in your space and you have the space to do that, because it does open so awesome. I love our next product from these guys, and it is the chairs, and there are so many to choose from. There they are, Scott and Valerie, relaxing in their old age. They need to sit.
Hey now. I am not feeling that old as compared to some others, but yes, so we have our amazing hydraulic chairs here. For people that have back issues, for people that, they want that support in their lower back, these chairs are absolutely amazing.
Just magic.
They have this great lumbar support here that just cradles the small of your back. And it hits you right where you need it. And then, it's adjustable in height from 18 to 22 inches. So that's 18 to 22, and 22 is to the top of the chair seat pad, and then down to 18 inches. The key point,
all the way up.
Yeah,
my feet don't touch.
He's got little T-Rex legs.
I got my little legs.
His little legs. So the key point is making sure that your legs are at a 90-degree angle, so it's going to hit you. If it's not hitting you just right, you need to adjust the chair height itself. The back does not move. It comes in all these fun colors. It's got that nice swivel, so you can easily go from your kiwi, from cutting to pressing to sewing, and you can just move right along within your workspace here. So
we're doing all the dances. I got the robot.
You're doing all the dances. And don't forget, the fun thing is it's got storage underneath the seat here. We don't have anything in here. I'm really sorry, Blaine, but every time we put candy or something in here,
Blaine, it's my fault.
Scott
they put
comes
Reese's
in here and
I mean,
if
you notice,
so
I eat the Reese's.
So they do have that storage underneath. Great for, like Jane said yesterday, your sewing machine manuals. This is a great place to put it, because where else are you going to want to have your sewing machine manual
it's right
when
there
you're
when you
sitting
need it.
right next to your sewing machine? And you don't have to worry about just having one. You can have these in multiple spaces if you have multiple sewing areas. And also for your husbands, instead of, them stealing your chair, buy them one. Father's Day is coming up.
It is.
But we do have, let's go over, we only have a
couple seconds
couple
left.
seconds
We're going to do patterns.
We're going to do the patterns here. I know you've been working very hard. You need to sit down. It's okay.
It's a sky in my left eye. That's what it is.
All right. So I'm going to start here with our print colors here. So we have our bright buttons. We have our good dog here for all you dog lovers. Our black sewing notions. Our number one seller here is our So Wow, So Now. Such beautiful prints, very whimsical. My favorite. I'm not a cat person, but I actually really like this one. The cats have all these fun different designs inside them. So that's our Cat's Meow. And Scott, I'm going to have you do the solids.
We're starting off with my favorite solid, Princess Hazel. Everyone says it's tan, but it's not. You have to look at it up close. In between the tweed, there is these beautiful reds and blues and purples.
And
it
greens,
just pops.
It pops, yes.
This is our, what do we call this one? Madam Scarlet.
Madam Scarlet.
Lady Gray. We have Duchess Blue, Baroness Black, and last but certainly not least, Royal Purple.
Royal Purple.
We did it.
So these are the chairs. And again, if you have one, get another one. If you have two, get another one.
It's the original sewing chair. It's the number one selling sewing chair in North America.
Yes, it has a 3-year warranty on them.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
new for us.
That is new for us as well. So a 3-year warranty on our chair.
We want you to use our products.
If cylinder or any of the casters or anything like that happen, you call up our amazing customer service and they are happy to help you.
And we're getting you taken care of.
Yeah, get whatever you need, they'll send it to you. So, oh, Santa, please. It's a little bit, maybe Easter Bunny. Let's do Easter Bunny.
Easter Bunny.
Easter Bunny's right around the corner.
There we go.
So all of these great chairs here on sale. I'm sure S&P has a great call-in special, and Jane is going to go over all of these with you.
E-heart, I heart those chairs. They are awesome. More is more, less is a bore. Get one, get two, get three, get one for everyone in your family. Yeah, put them in the Easter baskets. That's what I'm talking about. But let's talk about how you can get your hands on all of this amazing furniture and products from our friends at Arrow. There you go. You see the chair right there. All of those colors to choose from. And it's I can't even see, $329 is what it says on the screen. But go ahead and call in for a call-in special, 800-401-8151. You got that underseat storage. The height is variable, 18 inches to 22. You've got all of those colors. I love the colors. You can get multiple chairs from multiple spaces, even for your desk area as well. And they all fit with the cabinets that they showed us. And we're talking about the Krista cabinet and also the Wallaby cabinet. Scott and Valerie went through those. So call in with your special pricing, 800-401-8151. I know that Blaine is working all the deals for you during Quilt Fest and day 2. So we love having Valerie and Scott on the show. But let's keep things moving along. Our next presenter is Sarah Vetzer. She's here to talk to us about the Brother PrintModa. Oh boy, do I love this machine. Sarah is a Brother ambassador and an educator, and she also creates content for all of the social media channels out there. She has an amazing online presence and brand awareness, and she specializes in incorporating sustainable sewing and quilting by using recycled materials in her brand, SAVNYC. It is always wonderful to see my friend, Sarah Vetzer. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Jane. Great to see you.
I'm not lying. It's always great to see you. I was super excited to have you on the show today. You and I need to catch up at some point, but I'm excited. I love the Brother PrintModa. Now, it's been out for a while, but there's so many ways to use this amazing printer.
Absolutely. And especially for quilters. So I'm glad that Blaine has me here today for Quilt Fest. And I am going to show everyone what they can do with one of these and quilting.
I think it's great. So I'm going to let you take it away because I want you to have the most time possible so you can teach us everything, Sarah. Go ahead.
Thank you. See you soon. Hi, everyone. As Jane said, I'm Sarah. I'm a Brother educator. And I'm here today to tell you all about Brother's PrintModa Studio. That's this lovely printer I have right behind me. So Brother is a leader in the sewing and embroidery industry, as we well know. They're also a leader in the printing industry. And so they've combined their two worlds of sewing, embroidery, crafting, and printing. And they've given us PrintModa Studio, which is actually an inkjet ink printer, but it prints on a roll of fabric. So it is pretty similar to a printer you might have at home, a color inkjet ink printer, right? We have our inks right in here. It's cartridges. So I can pull these out, CMYK. This probably looks familiar. This one's almost empty because I print a lot of stuff in pink. So you have your standard CMYK inkjet ink cartridges that you can buy absolutely from S&P. They can order them for you for the PrintModa. You can also buy these at office supply stores. And this printer will print on paper. It'll print on Brother's photo paper. It'll print on plain paper. It prints beautifully on cardstock, something I do very, very often. So I like to tell people that this is an all-in-one fun machine. Get rid of the printer you have at home. Replace it with the PrintModa Studio because you can do all of your office printing. You can print beautiful glossy photos at home. And with tray number 2, you can print directly onto a roll of cotton fabric. So this is the magic of the PrintModa Studio. This tray right here holds our roll of fabric. So it was modified from a standard printer tray that holds paper to hold this roll of fabric here. So a roll of fabric, it has 5 yards on the roll, 100% cotton. You can see it is white fabric. That's the only color available. You don't need any other color for your fabric roll because you can print any color that you want. And I have lots of samples and example prints to show you so you can see how beautiful and vibrant the prints come out. So any print that you can imagine, you can print your own photos. You can print yardage on here, and any color that you want, it will print it for you. So all you need is this beautiful white base. 100% cotton. I'm saying that again because it is so impressive to me. We have sublimation printers out there. Brother has a great sublimation printer. Sublimation primarily is done on polyester. So that's how these two printers are set apart. I talk about the sublimation printer a lot too. I like to make that to tell you how different they are because it's a big difference to print on 100% cotton with the PrintModa Studio versus sublimation would be polyester. All right, this roll also has a backing here. You can see the shiny plastic backing. So that is on there to allow your fabric to feed through the printer nice and smooth. You won't get any bumps or wrinkles in your print when you're printing on your fabric. It pulls away once it's done printing. It doesn't leave any sticky residue, and you are left with a nice quilting cotton. So this is most similar to a quilting cotton weight. You can kind of see the drape going on there. A little bit on the stiffer side, which makes it so versatile for tons and tons of different projects. All right, I want to show you too how easy it is to load your fabric into the printer here. So I have my fabric tray. I do this one-handed. So if I can do it one-handed, you could do it at home two-handed. So easy. You're going to put it fabric side down, and you're just going to roll. You can see it kind of scooching up there until it hits the back of the tray. The back of the tray has some teeth that are going to just pull the fabric in when you're ready to print. So you load this back into your printer. I have a really small little screen here, not much to see on there, so I didn't set up a close-up camera, but basically it's just asking me to confirm that there is a fabric roll in that tray. So I'm going to press OK. So with the ability to print on paper and fabric, you're ready to go at any time with these two trays. I keep my paper in the top tray. Let's see what I have in here today. I have my computer paper ready to go in the top tray here. You can see it's adjustable, so you could do different sizes. And then I have my fabric in the bottom tray, which I just showed you. So at any moment, I am ready to print paper, cardstock, photo paper, or 100% cotton. The beauty of the fabric coming on a roll, there are consumables out there. You can buy 8.5 by 11 sheets of fabric to print at home in your inkjet ink printer. That's all great. But when you upgrade to the PrintModa Studio and you're printing on a roll, you can print up to 3 yards at a time. 3 yards at once without stopping, without cutting the fabric. So that means you can print yardage, like I already mentioned. You can print banners. Just keeps going. Oh, look at that. This printed from my PrintModa studio. You can see those gorgeous colors. I went ahead, I left the plastic backing on here. You can see it's still shining. Gives it a little extra rigidity for hanging up. You know, it's a banner, it's decorative. And then I also embroidered some eyelets in the corner, right through all that material. I added a little bit of stabilizer on the back, embroidered the eyelet. So now I can hang this up when I'm ready for Ethan's birthday party. I don't know anyone named Ethan. This is just a sample. And this printer works, it's designed to work with Brothers Art Spira app. So this banner is actually a template in the Brother Art Spira app. You can go into their editor and you can change the name to your own name, hopefully someone you know, and you don't have to use the word Ethan, the name Ethan. You could change the fonts, you could change the colors of the lettering, and it takes 2 minutes. And then it takes about 2 minutes to print out this whole banner too. I mean, I was blown away when I first printed this, and it just shot out of the printer. It is so quick. So 2 minutes to edit, 2 minutes to print. You have a gorgeous birthday banner. Didn't have to go to the store, and you can reuse it year after year. If you add those little eyelets, it allows you to string it up. It's so much fun. So 3 yards at once, you can print yardage. All right. What else do I want to, I mean, there's so many things I want to say. I want to show you guys some of the patterns that are built into the Art Spira app. I will show you the app in a moment. First, I just want to show you these prints, how vibrant they are. Look at the color range here. We have oranges and yellows, blues, greens, pinks, all these colors. I have little cherries here. Beautiful range of colors here. Very bright, very vibrant. So if you're working on a quilting project, if you're working on a sewing project and you just need a little something extra, maybe you can't find exactly what you're looking for in the store, you can draw, maybe you design your own fabrics. You can design your own fabrics. You can print them out right at home with the PrintModa on 100% cotton. You can use it in your quilting projects, in your sewing projects, in your home decor, in accessories. You can applique it onto some clothing. It's, I mean, the possibilities are nearly endless. You can print wall art. This is another one of the templates in the Art Spira app. How cute is that? You just drop in your own photo in the frame here, and you have a beautiful wall hanging, right? So that scale, also imagine this as a quilt panel. You can get rid of the frame. You can fill this whole piece with one of your own photos, and you have a huge, beautiful quilt panel, family photo, grandkids, kids, whatever, pets, of course, can't forget the fur babies. You can print it super big on this cotton fabric and just incorporate it into your quilts without ever having to leave your sewing studio. We love it. We love it. This is another one of the samples that I have using a template from the Art Spira app. So all of these little color shapes and colors and stuff, they were in there already. You don't have to be a designer to get these really beautiful projects, because with the Brother Art Spira app, you can use all the templates that are already in there, and all you have to do is swap out the photo for your own. There's a really great feature in the app called geometric patterns, and it uses either one of the built-in fabric patterns or one of your own photos, and it creates kind of a kaleidoscope effect using whatever print or photo you choose. And then you get these beautiful designs that are super unique. No one could ever recreate this. If you look really closely, you can see that it is my photo that I used for this pillow in a kaleidoscope arrangement there. So, especially for quilters, I love showing the combination of these two, right? So say you print out this cute little guy, You want to use it in your quilt, and then you need a little border fabric. Well, you can make a border fabric that looks, you know, from afar, it matches, right? Because it's all the same colors that are in your photo. But you can't quite tell what it is until you look up close and you see it's the same photo. Such a cool effect. Imagine, I mean, it's just so impressive to be able to print it yourself, design it yourself, print it yourself, then quilt it yourself into your own quilt. We're really elevating the quilting game here. Here's another example of that. This is one of the built-in fabric patterns that are in the app. I believe this one is free to use. I call this Sweet Treats. I made that up. No one else calls it that, but that's what it is, right? Cute little treats. I threw that pattern into Geometric Patterns feature, and you get all the tiny little treats in there. So again, oop, I dropped it. Again, you have, I dropped it again. We're good. Okay. You have two matching fabrics here, the main and then a coordinating one with all the mini sweet treats. Love it. You can't go to the store and get a fabric with a matching one that's the same but looks different. You can't. So you can print it at home though with the PrintModa Studio. There are also templates for quilt labels. So you can print your own quilt labels. Again, this, you don't have to be a designer. This is already in there for you with the textures, the colors, the border, the scissors, the fonts. You can play around and change the fonts, change the colors, change the name, of course. Write a message in there. Lots of flexibility. And then I'll just show you how the backing peels away on this one. So also, the fabric is pre-treated to accept the inkjet inks. So all that you have to do, there's no pre-treating the fabric. You don't have to put any chemicals on it or anything. You print it out. You let it dry for 15 minutes. Those inks are going to lock in. They're going to set. And then you peel away the backing. And you're ready to sew. Ready to sew it into your project, add it to your quilt. Here's a great quilt sample. I had a lot of fun making this. Use some photos, and everyone always asks me, can you wash the fabrics? Absolutely. I've washed this several times. I put it through the dryer. I've ironed it. I've steamed it. You can see my images are still really vibrant in there. And I quilted all around it with my Luminaire. Fun. And this is just a little sample. So imagine this in a full-size quilt. I've loved seeing what people have created as far as quilting with the PrintModa Studio. I had someone talk about how they purchased a quilt panel that had a fireplace scene with a couch, and it was like cozy winter type of vibe. And then they printed out photos of their family pets and their family members and incorporated it using the PrintModa Studio into the fireplace scene. And I just think that's so cute. It's like collaging with fabric. And you can do it from your phone or your tablet, connected to the Art Spirit app. It prints right to the PrintModa Studio. Here's another fun quilting one. And then I have to show you guys, I want to print something out with you so you can see it in action. So this is another quilting one I love to show. I personally am not much of a quilter. I like to do cut and sew projects, but I wanted to test out printing something with the PrintModa Studio and quilting over it, right? So the quilt sampler that I showed, there's no quilting on top of these photos. I quilted around them, which looks great. I love how that turned out. But I also wanted to quilt directly on top of this photo. So you guys saw the fabric roll is pure white. I printed this with the PrintModa Studio, so it's really heavy with colors and inks. Lots of ink on there. And then I quilted right on top of the whole thing. I wanted to see if there would be any cracks, any white spots, and you can see there is nothing. It looks gorgeous. And I have my cute pet photo quilted all over, it did great. So I'm always putting these machines to the test, seeing what we can do with them. I have done craft projects with the PrintModa fabric, putting glue on top of it on the bottom. The ink doesn't smudge, washing, wearing. I've used it in embroidery with some applique. I put it to the test for you. So I can stand here and honestly say that it's a great product, a great fabric that comes out of the printer there. So one of the other things that Blaine and I have talked about several times when I've been on showing the PrintModa Studio is if you guys have a quilt that's been passed down in your family, or it could be a more recent one too. Let's say you have a quilt, there's a hole in the corner, you want to fix it, but you can't find that fabric anywhere. You want to replace that square, you can't find it anywhere. Well, with the PrintModa Studio and the ArtSpira app, how about taking a photo of the fabric and printing a new piece to use in your project? All right. I picked this fabric from my personal stash. I love this print here. Super cute. So let's say that I wanted to make, I don't know, something small. Let's say I wanted to make a tote bag and I needed about 2 more squares of this fabric, but I ran out. Okay. So let me pull up, I have the ArtSpira app right here to show you guys. And all I did, this is on my phone, right? So you guys are seeing the screen, what I'm doing on my phone. All I did was I took a photo using my phone. Now in the ArtSpira app, I'm going to go to New, Printing, Design Editor. I'm going to choose the size that I want to print. So underneath Fabric Roll, I'm going to choose letter size. The minimum amount that you can print is 8.3. I think it's 8.23 inches. So it's basically a letter size sheet is the minimum you can print. Remember, the maximum is 3 yards. So I'm choosing letter, and then I'm going to press the plus key. I'm going to add directly from my device's camera roll. So this is accessing the photos on my phone. Here's that photo of the fabric that I took. Now, just a couple of tips. If you're taking a picture of a fabric that you want to print, try and press out all the wrinkles first. You don't want, because if there's wrinkles in the photo, it's going to print out on your fabric from the PrintModa Studio. So you want to try to press it out. And then if you want to try to get that to scale, right, because this looks a little small on screen. I don't want the printed fabric to be much smaller than the actual fabric. I just went ahead and I measured how big this piece is. It's about 5 inches in height. So I know that I want this photo to be about 5 inches in height. If I tap it, I get all my editing tools at the bottom. I'm going to go to layout, and it's showing me exactly how big this image is. So right at the bottom, we have height and width. This is about 2.8 inches right now. So I know I want it to be bigger. I'm just pinching with my fingers to make it bigger. I'm going to get it to about 5 inches. Done. I know that it's to scale. I'm going to press OK. Done. You can save it if you'd like. I'm not going to. I have my printer selected. I'm going to press print. It comes up reminding me how much fabric I need to have in my machine, which is helpful because right now I'm only printing 8.5 inches. So you guys saw my fabric roll. I definitely have 8.5 inches on there still. But if I was printing a big banner, you wouldn't want, I think they're about 116 inches. You wouldn't want 100 inches of the banner to print and then for your fabric to run out. So this is a helpful little tip that the app does. It's just pause. Do you have enough fabric? Yes. All right, keep going. So I'm going to say, okay. It's transferring over. Transfer is complete. The machine does have a built-in trimmer as well. So it is going to trim the fabric once it's done printing to 8.5 inches for me. nice and quiet. And then once it's done, you might hear some clicking. Hopefully my microphone picked that up. If not, trust me. So that clicking noise was the trimmer working. So it trimmed my fabric for me. And there is my printout. There's my original fabric. I mean, come on. That's so cool. So here's my original fabric. Here is the printout that I took from my phone, just a picture with my phone, printed on PrintModa Studio. And now I have some extra fabric to play with if I want to sew a project, but I ran out. If you want to replace a square of a quilt, maybe it's an heirloom quilt and that fabric isn't available anymore. I mean, it doesn't get better than this, right? Printed right at home. So now what we'll do is we'll let this dry for 15 minutes. Those inks are going to set in. I have one that I tested out earlier, so this is already dry. I'm just going to peel off the plastic backing. And then I can go ahead and cut all the white area away, but it's ready to go. I have my 100% cotton printed out. Here's my original again. Come on, that's cool, guys, right? I love it. I can't believe, you know, this is the first time I'm demoing that on S&P. Like I said, Blaine and I have talked about it, and we've showed, I know, it's perfect. Quilt repair. We've discussed it before, but I'm really glad that I showed this to you guys because I think it just doesn't get better than this. I mean, if this is not a reason, if you're a quilter, having this machine, such a great companion. So let's see, do we have any questions? I see best thing I ever bought. How long before you can wash it? Yep, so we're setting it for 15 minutes. We're just letting it dry for 15 minutes. And then you can start sewing with it, washing it, wearing it, whatever you need to do. And that's it. It's as easy as that. You don't have to treat it yourself. The fabric is pre-treated. It's backed already with the plastic backing. So it's just ready to load into the machine and print, print, print. And I have printed a lot with it. Can you make the print shorter so you don't use as much of the roll? So the shortest that you can print out would be about letter size. It's about 8.3 inches, I think, is technically the shortest. And actually the app will tell you. So I'll bring my app up here. So if you want to print, I'm just going to go back to my sizing. You can always put in a custom size. So if you want to print yardage, you would put in 36 inches, however many yards you wanted. So the width is standard, right? Because the machine is only so wide, we can't make the machine wider. So the width is standard at 11.69 inches. And then the height, so if I put in 8 inches, I know it has to be more than that. And now the app is yelling at me, not yelling at me, but it is telling me in red. It has to be 8.27 is the minimum that you can print. So that's why I usually pick letter size, because it's 8.5. It's basically the same thing. All right, so that is the minimum you could print, and then the maximum would be 106 inches. Any other questions? Is the printer easy to clean or fix? Paper jams. So I've been using this for years. I have never had a paper jam. I've definitely never had a fabric jam. And if you leave it plugged in, it uses very little electricity, but it will self-clean. So that is a really important thing with inkjet ink printers. The ink tubes that transfer the ink onto your fabric or your paper, they can get dried out and they can kind of back up your machine. And so what you want to do is just leave it plugged in at all times. It goes into sleep mode. Just as we were standing here, it went into sleep mode. So really quickly, we'll go into like sleep power saver mode, but it will consistently clean itself, which ultimately uses less ink. If you were to leave it unplugged and plug it in after a year of not using it, then it would have to clean out all those ink tubes and it would waste quite a bit of ink. Before I pass it back to Jane, I also wanted to mention, because I get this question a lot, how much can you print with one set of inkjet ink? Well, you can print 7 rolls of fabric. That's 35 yards of fabric. And the techs at Brother who developed this machine, I got this information straight from them. And they told me that the way that they calculated that, right? A lot of people were like, okay, well, you can print 35 yards if you're printing a polka dot with tiny little dots of color. Nope, they printed this image over and over and over until they ran out of ink. And it was 35 yards from one set of standard ink. So that ink goes a long way. And like I said, I've been using it for years now, and I only just replaced my magenta because it ran out. So it is really impressive. A lot of bang for your buck, and you can see how much you can create with it. So Jane, you gotta let them know. How can they get one of these?
Wow, Sarah, everybody needs to have this. Like, what an amazing addition to your sewing room, because the possibilities are really endless.
I mean, it's so much fun. And I focus really on the quilting stuff, but there's even more stuff that I've played with and created outside of quilting too. So it's really
that's what you do. And I love that you tested it with the quilt that you did over that really dark animal print with the dog. So there's no cracking. The other thing, like for quilters, what about creating a custom panel for the inside of one of your quilts? Like, that's super cool too. I was thinking about that when you showed us the banner. Just flip it this way and make a panel. I mean,
yes,
amazing. Brother has just so many toys for us to play with, Sarah. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Great demonstration, great explanation. Really and truly, you hit all the questions. So let me tell everybody how to get their hands on the PrintModa Studio. All right, everybody. That was Sarah Betzer. She's awesome. Let's give her a big, huge thank you. And let me tell you how you can get this PrintModa Studio into your home today. That is a direct to fabric printer. It is an amazing machine, a great add to all of your creativity. You see the Quilt Fest pricing there, $7.99. That's an amazing price. But guess what? Call for more information. Again, 800-401-8151. I don't know how much more Sarah could tell you about how awesome this machine is. Again, you're going to get a free fabric roll when you order your PrintModa Studio today. Great pricing already for your Quilt Fest. But again, call 800-401-8151. That makes me so happy and so excited, Blaine. I don't even know what to say about how awesome that printer is. Like, the possibilities. You know, I get excited about things.
I know, it's pretty awesome, and Sarah's right. We had talked about this a long time ago. I think we were at a convention a couple of years ago when this thing came out, and I said, this is something that people, if they had an old quilt that they couldn't find the fabric anymore,
yeah,
that solves all your problems. And I'm so glad that Sarah demonstrated that today, because I mean, look at that. You could not tell the difference. Once you cut that out and used it, you would not be able to. It would be seamless.
It would be seamless. Yeah. And I do it a lot with the sublimation printer. You're picking a fabric or a piece, or you take a picture of it and you put it into Artspira. The ability to do that, fix the old quilt with the PrintModa Studio, come up with your own designs, and then turn them into something tangible, product, with fabric. It's really, truly amazing. I love the other thing I didn't even get to mention, the labels that she showed us that Artspira has, that you can print on that PrintModa. If you're doing your own designs, your own quilts, your own cut and sew, if you're doing garments, like, how great would it be just to put that label on there?
Oh, it'd be great. It'd be awesome. So, all right. Well, hey, we're going to keep moving on. And Jane, thank you. We'll see you back here in about an hour. Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. All right, guys. Great presentation by Sarah Betzer. But hey, we're going to move on. We are going to bring our good friend Karen Charles back in. Now, Karen, she's a national event specialist, and she's renowned for not only her expansive knowledge of Husqvarna, Viking, and Pfaff machines, but her enthusiasm in sharing the knowledge with others. Her teaching methods make even the most complicated task very, very easy. And we're going to talk all about that Pfaff machine today. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Karen Charles. Hey, Karen.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you.
Well, good having you back. I know we have you here. You're doing double duty. We got you here all week. We're going to be showing Viking and Pfaff machines all week. So I know we're going to be showing a Pfaff right now. So we're going to let you get going. And I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Thanks a lot. Hey, if you have any questions, make sure to write them down, and I'll try and answer the questions at the end. And if I see them, I'll even answer them as we're going. Today, we're sitting at the Quilt Expression 720. It's our fabulous Pfaff. What I love about the Quilt Expression 720 is it is a perfect machine for quilters because it has everything that a quilter would want. It has a hand-look quilt stitch. It's got, I'm going to pull up the camera here a little bit and just show you the screen and switch over. And then I'm going to come back and show you some things that I've done with my machine. So when I'm looking at the screen, this is 3.5 inches for the screen. This is showing you the needle position, and there's 37 needle positions. So you can move the needle left or right in 37 different positions. This is your stitch length, and then this is your tension. Everything you need is right here on the screen. If you want to go to free motion, you can go to free motion. And one of the things that I love about the Quilt Expression 720 is there are many options for doing free motion, including a special setting for our Pfaff ruler foot. And you can do ruler work with the Quilt Expression 720. So that is wonderful. And to go and select your stitches, you're going to go here. Now, there's a lot of amazing stitches. There's 728 stitches. There are 10 buttonholes, 4 fonts. And these stitches, when you're looking at these menu of stitches, for example, I'm going to go here to the Maxi Art. These stitches, this particular one, I've got a little stitch out. I'll show you what that looks like. That is 36 millimeters wide. So look at what that looks like when you're seeing that stitch. Do you see how beautiful, how big that stitch is? I'll show you my finger so it gives you an idea. So the Quilt Expression 720 has the ability to sew sideways and backwards. It's got an 8-way stitching, and that's why you can do so many extremely large stitches. Some of the stitches are well over 2 inches wide. And so you can also adjust the width and the length, and you can make all of your changes here if you want to. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of an idea what the screen looks like. And I do have some stitches here. Here's another one. When you're looking at, that was the stitch I showed you, done now and variegated. You can see some of these beautiful decorative stitches. Here's some more on this side. It has most of the exclusive stitches like the double ribbon stitch, the single ribbon stitch, the triple ribbon stitch. But isn't it amazing when you're looking at these stitches, how beautiful they are and how wide they are? The machine that is the Quilt Expression 710 only does 9 millimeters. So that's a big jump when you go up into the 720. There's an awful lot of other features that are on here too. Let me just show you a couple. And I'm going to actually, I've got a trick. I'm going to show you how you can do a free motion quilting with some yarn. So I'll set that up and show you in a minute. But let's look at some of the stitches. Here are what the single ribbon stitches look like. These are Pfaff exclusive stitches. And this is the first machine in the line that actually has the ability to do these ribbon stitches. And I do have an example of the stacking stitches. Here's some stacking stitches. Look at how beautiful they are. And you can see them over here, some others. And we have the floating stitches. If you caught me the other day or yesterday, I showed you how to do the floating stitches. And those are stitches that are on all of the machines from this point up into the line. And even something like working with a twin needle. Have you ever thought about working with a twin needle? Look at those stitches, how beautiful they are. These are all stitches that you'll find on your Pfaff Quilt Expression 720. They're beautiful, and when you use them with a twin needle, they really do have a very, very different look. I want you especially to look at this one right here, because that stitch is beautiful, and it can be used in a lot of different ways. I've got an example of, this is a dress that I made. Look at the bodice. You see that stitch, how I've used that? And I've stitched it on the front and I've stitched it on the back. And those stitches can look either very heirloomy or they can look very modern and different. And there's just something about the off stitches that you'll see that are just absolutely gorgeous. Here's another one down here. Look at the skirt. Do you see the skirt with that? Oh, maybe if I put the lining here, you'll be able to see it a little bit better. There is a decorative stitch, and then I used a ribbon stitch right next to it, right there. And that was all stitched on the 720. So incredible stitches that we have. We're really, really lucky to be able to do that. Here is what the hand look quilt stitch looks like, and you can find that in menu 2. And there's many other hand stitches that are in there also. So those are all built in to our Quilt Expression 720. I'm going to go back to the screen, and we're going to look at some of the options for doing free motion, because I wanted to show you how to do this. There is a Pfaff ruler foot that you can, it's an additional accessory, but with the Quilt Expression 720, there's actually a bonus set of 5 feet that come with the Quilt Expression 720. So this is really amazing. You're going to get the invisible zipper foot, the narrow edge foot, the open toe foot, the couching and braiding foot, and also the piping foot. And if you have older Pfaff machines, those feet will work. We really try and make sure that you can move from one machine to another, and it's very easy for you to trade up if you decided you want to do that. So if I was going to choose a different stitch, I'm just going to go back to my main menu, and I'm going to choose a straight stitch. Now I've got my straight stitch selected. If I want to go into free motion, when I select my free motion icon, there is a Sensormatic free motion foot that comes with your Quilt Expression 720. There's also the dynamic spring foot, a regular open toe spring foot, and a ruler foot that's in your settings there. But right now, I have it set up for free motion, and look at what I did. This is just a little bit of playing, but I've actually stitched with some yarn, and I can really do some fun things when it comes into free motion. And I've lifted up. I'm going to come down here and just show you here. This is my IDT. That is my built-in walking foot to give you perfectly even feeding all the time. When you're using free motion, what you would do is just lift that up, and now it's out of the way. So you don't have to take off. If you've never had a Pfaff experience before, most of our machines have this built-in walking foot, and it's just that easy to get perfect even feeding. And then when you're not using it, you just pull down and it'll lift up. So I'm going to put on this yarn. This is a yarn couching foot. It is an optional foot that you can purchase, but I wanted to show you how fun it is to be able to do free motion with all kinds of different feet. And the Quilt Expression 720 is just made for this experience, to be able to have a lot of fun and playing with your machine. Okay, so I've done everything I need to start. If I wanted to bring up the bobbin thread, I can tap my needle and tap it again, and it'll bring up my bobbin thread. And now I'm just going to start. Now, when you're doing free motion on the Quilt Expression 720, I didn't have to go and drop my feed teeth. It automatically happened that the feed dogs dropped. As soon as I selected free motion, it automatically pulled them down and will keep them below the surface, so I'm ready to go. And since it's free motion, I'm the one that's going to have to move. So I usually will do a couple of stitches like this. And I'm going to go and trim my thread that I have coming up like this. All right, and now I'm ready to just start playing and having fun. You can do this for quilting, you can do it for thread painting. Look at how easy that is. Isn't that amazing? Now we do have a start-stop button that's on the front of our Quilt Expression 720. And if I want to be able to get a little bit better control, or maybe I'm just a beginner free motion quilter, I can adjust the speed and change the speed to anything I want. And then if I want to use the start stop button, what happens is there's something actually magical with all of our Pfaff machines is we can use both the start and stop button and our foot control at the same time. So when I want to stop, I don't have to take my hands off of my fabric. I can tap my foot pedal and I will be able to stop. So I'm just going to do it so you see how that works, okay? Now, see, I stopped, I tap my foot pedal, the machine stopped. fun way to do free motion? Oops, you don't even think you saw that. I'm sorry about that. You didn't see it. So let me do it again. All right, I'm going to touch the start button. That's the end of my yarn. So I tap my foot pedal to be able to stop. There's certain things about the Quilt Expression 720 that are really set up perfectly for a quilter. And if you haven't had a chance of being able to play with free motion, oftentimes we kind of get into a little bit of a rut. We feel like everything's got to be perfect, but it is fun to play. I love to do thread painting. I love to do a lot of free motion. And I really love the ability to be able to work with all kinds of different yarns and fibers to be doing my free motion work. So I'm going to touch the scissors here and cut, and then we're going to talk about some other things. This is a vest that I've done, and it's kind of like a collage. This is another fun way to start playing with your free motion. And I cut out some fabrics and laid them down, and then I just like free motioned around the raw edges. What a lot of fun this was. And it's a really creative way to kind of get past that feeling like everything has got to be set up, perfectly. Sometimes we get a little bit intimidated by the idea of doing free motion. And I think the Quilt Expression 720 is the perfect machine to kind of get playing with. The other thing I like about it is we've got a full 10 inches. Let me move this out of the way here. We've got a full 10 inches between the needle and the tower. So it's a great machine to be able to you can fit a whole queen size quilt or king size quilt in here. But also it's a nice machine. If you have, maybe you have a Pfaff Icon or Icon 2 or Performance Icon, but you'd like a smaller machine to take to class with you or going to quilt retreats, it's giving you all the space that you need to be able to be piecing your quilt and quilting your quilts. It's also got the knee lift here, although quite frankly, usually when I'm working, because we have that automatic lift, did you notice when I stopped, the foot automatically lifted up when I cut the thread and the needle went up? And that automatic lift kind of does away with the need for a knee lift. But some of you, especially if you own another brand, you might be used to the knee lift, so they made sure to include that with the Quilt Expression 720. The other thing, there are so many people on here that may be from different brands. Did you know that Pfaff, our Pfaff machines, none of them need to be oiled. There are still machines on the market that need to be oiled all the time. So that's something that I really love to think about when I'm sewing and embroidering with any of my Pfaff machines, because that is a really nice feature that we don't always think about. So just keep that in mind. Now let's just see, is there anybody that has any questions? I'm not sure if I'm seeing any, but I'm going to keep going here. So let's see how much time we've got. Oh, we've got plenty of time. So here was an example of one of the floating stitches. And you can see when I did this, I chose a color that was kind of just blended in. And the way you stitch that is you just, like you're piecing. You use 2 pieces of fabric, you put the right sides together, and then after, when you open them up, that'll give you that ability to see the decorative stitch. And it's really kind of subtle because I use a color that's the same. Here on this table runner, you can see I used a variegated thread instead, and sewing 3 pieces of fabric never looks so good when you can see that you can do taking that just simple pieces of fabric and then sewing them together like a traditional seam, and you get that decorative look on the outside is really kind of nice, and it gives you a really fun way of putting some things together and getting that decorative look all at one time. Now, if it was something I want to show you, going back onto your screen here, I'm going to pull the camera up. One of the things that you can do that is very, very easy is I can take a single stitch and turn it into a triple stitch, or I can create my own stitches in Stitch Creator. So this is Stitch Creator down here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to touch Stitch Creator, and I'm going to delete everything that I see here, so the trash can is right here. All right, and let's say I wanted to make my own stitches. I can select the stitch. This, I'm literally making my own stitch, and that is a stitch point that I can take and I can move and drag it anywhere I want. And I'll add another stitch, and I can drag that. And you can see you can also move it from here using these arrows like that. Okay. and we'll add another stitch. So it's just really fun to be able to play and make your own stitches. I once was at a quilt show where somebody was showing me a stitch, and it was a hand stitch that they really loved, and they didn't think it was on the machine. And I said, well, no, it's not on the machine, but we can make it. And it was really this easy that I was able to create that stitch. Now, right now, I've added that one little leaf that's in here. So I'm going to select all. Wait a second here. I'm going to select all. That is not. All right, wait a second here. I just created it. Move my stitch there, and see how you can move that point, so you can take it anywhere you want to. And then we're going to, let's see what we're going to do here. We can move it, and we can drag it. We can add other stitches to it, and we can really play around with anything we want to do. And if you wanted to duplicate a stitch, this is duplicate, and then you can take it and drag it anywhere you want. Let me see if I come back here. And this, you can move your stitch up and down and go to a specific stitch that you want. This is telling you you've got 10 stitches in here. And then when you're done, if you wanted to stitch it out, you can just say, okay, and I've created another stitch, a brand new stitch that didn't exist. Or I could go back in and change it up, and I better turn off my free motion here, I realize that. And so your ability to go and play and make your own stitches are really pretty phenomenal. But I'm going to come back in, and I'm going to just touch my trash and get rid of all of these stitches here, okay? And I'm going to bring in a stitch that already exists. So to go to my stitch menu, because I can take any of these stitches and change them in any way I want. That's a single stitch, and I'm going to show you what that looks like by sewing, and I'm going to have to change my foot here for a second. Let me change up my foot, and I'm going to just put on this foot right here. All right, so right now that stitch, if I wanted to start sewing, is just it's a utility stitch. It's nothing fancy, all right? And you can see what it looks like. It comes up with a width of 6 millimeters. I can change it because I have a 9 millimeter opening in my stitch plate to 9 millimeter. And now you can see what it's going to look like. And I'll stop in a second. All right, so you see the stitch? It's a stitch. It's kind of nice, but it's a little bit bland. I want to make it a little more exciting looking, so that's where I'm going to go back to my stitch creator, and this time I'm going to say I want it to be a heavier stitch, so I'm going to select 3x, and now it changed it from a single stitch to a triple stitch. I'm going to make it wider. I can make it longer and bolder, and now wait till you see the difference it's going to make. I'm going to use the start stop button. So, and I have my speed down so we can turn our speed back up. Well, I guess I have to stop to do that. Let me turn my speed back up. Wait till you see the difference in what this stitch looks like. All right, I think that's enough for you to be able to get to see. Look at that. Isn't that amazing how that stitch changed? This was the original stitch, and look at how much nicer and bigger and wider it is. So it's going everywhere 3 times instead of just the single stitch that it did. So we can play with all of our stitches. We can create brand new stitches that never existed before, which I think is really pretty amazing. The other kinds of features you can get when you go into the settings is, let's say if I wanted to see what a stitch would look like with a twin needle, I can come into my settings and I can go to my machine, where my stitches are, and tell the machine what size twin needle I want to use. So if I say 3 millimeters, then when I close this down, I will see what the stitch looks like. And let me go and change the camera. All right. And that is what the stitch looks like if I was using a twin needle. If I go and select another stitch, like the, let's see if I come in here and I'll go into one of my favorite stitches here in the maxi art. I love that stitch. So that is, if you look at right here, that's what that stitch looks like with a twin needle. Do you see there's a turquoise thread and the purple thread? So every time you select it, you see on the screen what it's going to look like, and then you know before you start stitching what it's going to look like. Now the cool thing is, if I was to select a satin stitch on a 3mm, that's what I would get. I would get one row of satin stitch in the purple and one row in the green, and it would give me 2 parallel rows of the satin stitch like that. So you really can get some incredible looks to what you're doing with your decorative stitching. And I love the fact that we can go into our settings and turn that on and know exactly what it's going to look like before we start stitching. Let's see, is there any questions? All right. Now, when it comes to what's coming with your machine, you've got an owner's manual that is coming with it, and you have lots of feet. You've got the ability to be 10 presser feet come with it, and then plus you've got your 5 bonus feet that are included with it also. And this color, if you're looking at the Quilt Expression 720, this is a special edition one. The first one that came out was like a deeper navy blue color, and this one is like a sage green. I'm not sure if the color really comes through on the screen, but this is a beautiful sage green color, and I love the look of it. And I have the one that was the original color at home, but this is a beautiful, beautiful color. And I love the way that the front has got this pattern on it. If you haven't seen this, let me just show you over here like that. The beautiful front, it's all textured. So it's got a beautiful look to this. And they've really done a nice job switching over to be able to give this special edition quilt design. If anybody has any questions, let me know. And the last thing that I want to tell you is, and I think this is really special, in the 720, we can taper any stitch we want to. So if we were pulling up a decorative stitch and we wanted to have a really special look to it, maybe we want to turn a corner and make a right angle and go. Anytime I was going to select a stitch, and let me go and choose a different stitch. Alrighty, I'm going to just choose my stylus here, and wait till you see how fun this is. All right, so I'm going to go to my stitches, and let's say I'm going to just choose, oh, I know, I'm going to go to this one right here. I think this has got some fun stitches to it. I'm going to look here, and I'm looking for one that's got a little bit more of an angle to it where you might see something kind of interesting with it. Well, let's choose this one. I've never done that one before. And so if I wanted to taper that stitch, all right, and I think you guys can see this pretty good here. If I touch the taper button, it will taper the beginning, and then I can taper the end, and I can change the angle. I don't have to stay with a 45 degree. So now the beginning is going to look like this, and then I'll keep sewing, and when I stop, it's going to come and taper that corner like that. So let me just show you what that's going to look like, and then I'm going to pass it back to Blaine. So see, it's going to start. Let me put it in here. It's going to start. And I can sew until I want to stop, and I touch the reverse button when I want to come stop and turn the corner. It'll keep going, and then it will, sorry, pull my foot pedal here a little bit. And now I'm going to touch the reverse button. It'll come down to the point and taper the bottom. Oh, I think I goofed up here. I made a mistake. I had the wrong selected. So that doesn't make a very good demo, but I'll show you how the beginning taper looks. There. See how it tapered the beginning here? And so then when I stop and I touch the reverse button, it'll go back down to the corner. And I think I'm out of time, so I'd love to show you more, but I need to pass it back to Blaine. And I hope you've enjoyed the Quilt Expression 720, because it is absolutely a perfect machine if you're a quilter and you want to get moving with some free motion, some playing, and absolutely fabulous decorative stitches. You won't be disappointed, because I just love the Quilt Expression 720. So I hope you get a chance to try it out. And Blaine, I'm passing it back to you.
Well, hey, Karen, before you go real quick, do you know what the difference of the standard 720 versus the limited edition?
The body is exactly the same, and the stitches that come with it are exactly the same. They've changed. Are you talking about the body of the machine? Or
Well, just I think it's a difference in color, and then
yeah, it
does
is
it
a
have
difference in color, right?
does it
This
have
one,
accessory pack that comes with it? It's a little different.
there was no accessory pack. This is a special 5-foot presser. It's a special edition. It only comes with a special edition. It didn't come with the original. And the original one was a dark, like navy blue. So it was all very dark here. And it didn't have this patterned effect on it. This one is really beautiful. It's got such a nice texture on it and colors. And they've thrown in the 5 feet as with the special edition that did not come with the
That's what I
original.
was thinking. It had
really,
some extra feet. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually a really amazing bonus. That 5 feet, you all know how much a single foot can cost. So that's a really nice little bonus package that they put in there with the special edition.
All right. Well, fantastic. Well, thank you, Karen. We'll see you this afternoon a little later.
All right. Thanks a lot. It was nice to see all of you. Bye.
Okay, everybody, let's tell you how you can get this. Now, this is the Pfaff Expressions 720 Special Edition. And again, like Karen was talking about, this one, if it has that textured green cover, it looks really good in person. And it also is going to come with those extra feet versus the standard. Then you also get a $300 free gift card with purchase. Now, this machine weighs about 20 pounds. It is a perfect machine for traveling and taking it with you. And again, it has that center LCD screen right in the center of it. Makes it easy to see while you're sewing. Again, Quilt Fest pricing, $34.99. We do have a call-in special on this. We have some special financing, and naturally, we're going to ship this free nationwide. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, and if you want to get yours. All right, guys, we are going to move on, and next up, we have got Melinda Stevenson. She is a Baby Lock national educator, and we love having Melinda on. This is a extremely talented lady, guys. She can do it all: embroidery, quilting, serging. I think y'all have seen her many, many times on our shows, and we always love having her on because she's so talented. But throughout her time at Baby Lock, Melinda's made an important discovery. She says, I've learned that people who sew tend to be smart, creative, and determined. These are the people who make the world a better place. They are givers. The majority of their sewing tends to be for other people. That generous spirit is contagious and brings me so much joy, she says. And connecting with those people is her favorite part of teaching. And we are super happy that she does that because she is here with us today. So y'all make a big S&P welcome to Melinda Stevenson.
Thank you so much, Blaine. I so appreciate you having me. And I'm so excited to be here because I love connecting with all the wonderful sewists out there. And
well,
today
you're going to talk about the chorus, but we're going to have you back in 30 minutes after your demonstration and to do one of our educational sessions in the hoop quilting.
That's
so
right.
This is going to be awesome today. So I'm going to let you take it away. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Thank you so much, Blaine. And you guys, I just want you to know that the Baby Lock Chorus is my go-to sewing machine. Now, I love my Solaris, but I'm going to tell you, my Solaris is usually embroidering. And so I need a machine that is just as good as my Solaris on the sewing side. And that's what the Chorus is. So I'm going to change my camera now, and I'm going to start talking about the Baby Lock Chorus. Okay, so here you see the Baby Lock Chorus. It's a nice size machine. It's a heavy sewing machine in the best possible way. I use this machine for sewing everything. I sew leather on it. I sew quilts on it. And because it has an automatic sensor and it measures the thickness of the fabric, I don't ever have to change any settings. All I have to do is just run my fabric through and the machine realizes the thickness of the fabric. Now I'm going to flip a light off so that you can see the screen a little bit better. Okay, so here we go. All right, so I'm going to start out right here. Let me pop this down so I can see what I'm doing. And let me get my camera closer so that that screen is bright enough to see and read. All right, I might have to, there you go, I think. It's a really beautiful day today in Panama City, Florida. We haven't had a pretty day in a while. We've had a lot of rain here. Okay, there we go. All right, so let me go back to my opening screen. I was just playing with some settings here. I was saying with my brightness. And this right here is going to show you how many different stitches that we have on this machine. As a matter of fact, there are 770 stitches on this machine. It is a mega machine. The large workspace right here, so you can see right here, you've got 11.25 inches of workspace to the right of the needle. This handles my really big quilts really nicely. It gives you just a lot of room for doing all that. We have our normal never miss needle threader here. It's so easy to thread a needle, and I'll unthread it so you can see how easy it is. So I'm going to raise my presser foot here. I'm going to put my thread, let's get it a little bit closer so that you can see this a little bit better. I've got sorry guys. There we go. Okay. All right, so all you have to do is just get your thread through here, right? And you can see that right there. And then there's a button that you push up here. It's our never miss needle threader. And you're going to push this button over here, and then your needle's threaded, okay? So if you're having a little trouble seeing things, this machine is the machine for you. And you can see that it gives you all sorts of guides. The bobbin is super easy. It's a drop-in bobbin. You know, you just pop this open and you can get your bobbin up and out and in. There you go, goes in super easy. You've got all sorts of guides on here that tell you exactly how many quarters of an inch or 5/8 of an inch or whatever you're stitching on. This is super helpful whenever you're stitching both quilts and also whenever you're stitching any other garments, especially. And I love to garment sew on this machine. The machine comes with all sorts of it. It comes with a great package. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the package that comes with it. But one of the things that quilters love is, you can see this right here. This is not a walking foot, okay? This is a compact digital dual speed foot. And what this foot does is it runs along the top of your fabric, matching what your feed dogs are doing, okay? And so that makes sure that you can put your two pieces in together, and those two pieces do not separate, all right? And I've stitched all sorts of different things, from fur to lightweight, really lightweight silky fabrics, and then, you know, just simply piecing quilts. This machine also has a straight stitch needle plate for those of you who love to do the straight stitching when you're quilting. It's very accurate, and it comes, of course, with a straight stitch foot, but it also comes with free motion quilting, and you can free motion quilt using the straight stitch foot and using that straight stitch seam guide, okay? And you can also, you've got an open toe foot that comes with the machine for free motion quilting. And you also have the Echo quilting foot. Okay, so those are just a few of the feet that come with the machine. The machine also comes with many other feet. So you've got your buttonhole foot, of course. You have your in foot, which is your embroidery, your beautiful decorative embroidery stitches. You have also a 1/4 inch seam foot. You have your buttonhole foot, and I love this buttonhole. I'm sorry, not this buttonhole foot, but this how to sew buttons on with your machine. You just pop your button right under here, and it will stitch you. There's no need for hand sewing buttons anymore. And I love this one because it gives you a choice of whether you want your, oh shoot, you can't see that, sorry guys. This one right here gives you a choice of whether you want to do just like a little baby's button or whether you want to do a coat button. And it really actually puts this little piece over it so that the thread sews a really big sort of gap so that those big coat buttons will not come undone, okay? So of course you just have your other standard feet down here. You also have a nice place to store your feet. There are other feet that come with the machine. I'm not showing you all the feet today, but you can see that it comes with everything that you could possibly need for sewing. And I really love the way this sits in here. The machine also comes with a ton of bobbins, the beautiful sort of blue bobbins, the baby lock bobbins, and you can see those. These are a high quality bobbin. A lot of people use the pre-wound bobbins, and of course you can use the pre-wound bobbins in this machine, but to get your actually best sewing, you want to use these baby lock bobbins because they are really high quality bobbins. You can tell a difference in your sewing. Okay, so that's just kind of like the normal stuff, right, that most sewing machines come with. But what I really want to talk to you a little bit about right now is the precision and accuracy that you can get from this machine, because we have a couple of really wonderful qualities in the machine. We have something called a sensor pin, and we also have a guide beam, okay? And I'll tell you, I don't know about you, but I love making half triangles. Sorry, there we go. And in order to create your half square triangles, we have this really cool little guide beam that enables you to do this so easily. So I'm just going to show you. I'm going to pop my guide beam on, and I'm going to show you how you can change that guide beam to a left-right shift. And I'm going to move that guide beam over to my 1/4 inch mark. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use that guide beam, and I'm going to go straight down the center. So you no longer actually have to draw a line down your fabric, because you can simply use this. All right, and here we go, straight down. Whoops, I didn't get that together very well. So let me pull that together just a little bit better. Whoop. All right, there we go. Now I'm going to go straight down. And you can see how that guide beam is showing me exactly where to go. Okay, and then I'm going to do that again down the other side, and then I'm going to show you what a perfect half square triangle that I end up with. So here goes my guide beam. I'm going to get it right to the center of my fabric. Here we go. All righty, centering down the center, and here we go. Let me start over here, up here. There we go. All right. Right down the center. Okay. And so now you can see that if I cut right down the center of this, I'm going to have a perfect half square triangle. So let's see how it looks. I promise you, when you do this at home, you won't make these wiggly lines. When you do it at home, you'll be able to make a straight line. But you get the point, and it just makes these half square triangles so easy. All right, there you go. You end up with your perfect half square triangle right there. All right. All right, so that guide beam, I use this guide beam a lot whenever like last night I was making belt loops. I'm sorry, I was making handles for a purse. And so it was like a really long handle. And I was using this guide beam to make sure that my stitches stayed on the side where I wanted it to be. All right. Okay, so I'm going to raise my presser foot here. Okay, so now I want to show you a couple of other things. This sensor pin, a lot of people are always asking about what this sensor pin does and how, what makes it effective and efficient. And I just want to show you one of the fun things that this sensor pin does. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over here to let's get right up here. I'm going to go over here to my screen. Okay, get it centered on here so that you can see all of the different things on here. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose this straight stitch again. And let's say that I was trying to stitch, this is really good for crazy quilting, okay? Because I want a beginning and an end point. And I want to make sure that I stop right at the end where I want to stop, okay? So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to touch my sensor pin, and it gives me a few choices, okay? One of the choices it gives me is, where do I want my beam to go? Another choice it gives me is, do I want to move my guide beam to the right or to the left? But another choice it gives me is this choice right here, okay? And what that does is it allows me to determine where the end point of my sewing needs to be, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch the ending point that I want my sewing, and I'm going to mark this so that you can kind of see where it might be. Okay, I need to move my guide beam over just a little bit more. So let me go back. Let me cancel that and get my guide beam moved over. So I've got my guide beam. I'm going to move it back to my center position. And you can do this either with a sensor pen or you can do it with your screen. Okay, so let's go back now. Let's go to my sensor pen, my endpoint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a pin right here where I want my stitching to end. Okay. All right, so I'm going to touch my end point now. All right, and here's my end point. Okay, I'm going to touch OK. All right, and now I'm going to start stitching. Okay, so here goes. Now what it's going to do is it's going to stop in the middle and it's going to ask me where I want that endpoint, just to make sure that we have the right endpoint. Okay, and you can see, because if you have a long piece, then when it stops in the middle, it's going to it will enable you to stitch just about as far as you want to. So there's my endpoint. I'm going to touch OK, and then here I go. I'm going to stop stitch, and it's stopping right there, that endpoint. You see that? Okay, so that is like, I absolutely love that. I think that is just remarkable. Okay, that is, and that's really fun when you're doing decorative stitches, so that you can begin and end your stitches exactly where you need them to be. All right, so let me show you another one of my favorite things about this machine. And that is that we have this fabulous multifunction presser foot. Okay, so here's my multifunction presser foot. So let me back up just a little bit so that you can see that. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so the cool thing about this is I can make it do several different things. All right, so I have many choices. So for example, this is just, this just makes the machine go. So when I press on this forward, the machine is going to go. But if I hit my heel right here, right now I have my heel set that it will make this machine stitch backwards, okay? But I can also set it so that it raises my needle. I can set it so that it stitches forward, that it cuts the fabric. I can make it do several different things, and that's all in my settings menu. So I'm going to show you the settings menu that enables you to do those several things. Okay, so let me get the camera over here. Let me turn the light off here. All right. Okay, so this is just convenient sewing. This is so that as I'm stitching a garment, and I just don't want to have to put my hands, I want to hold on to my garment. I don't want it to move for me. And so what this does is this enables me to do everything with my feet. Now I also have I can do a presser foot lift with my knee, because I have one of those, a presser foot lifter. And I'll show you that in just a second. That comes with the quilting, big quilting table. But anyway, so right here, you can see that I can do right here, there's my heel. Okay, it's showing me that I can do this with my heel, and I can do the reverse stitch. I can do a single stitch. I can do a needle position up or down, and I can use it for thread cutting, or I can just, not use it in case, if I don't want to. So the presser foot up and down, I like to use it for a reverse stitch. Okay, so I'm going to keep it right there. Now, this little foot on the right-hand side, right? So we've got 2 feet. Okay, so there's my foot on the right-hand side. And that foot, I can do the same thing with. I can set it up for thread cutting. I can set it up for a needle position up or down. I can set it up for a single stitch. I can set it up for a reverse stitch. Okay, so now I like to set it up for thread cutting. All right, so that's what I have this extra foot for. So that just makes my sewing so much easier, and you guys can understand why this is my go-to sewing machine, because it pretty much it just handles things so beautifully. And like I said, one of the things I love about it is that it is a heavy machine. I do not worry about stitching any kind of heavyweight fabric, vinyl, leather, any of those things. And again, the machine reads the thickness of the fabric and it lets me do exactly whatever it is that I want to do on the machine. Okay, so let me show you one of the things that happens whenever we choose a stitch. So let me go back to the stitch menu, and I want to show you all the many options that we have. And one of my very favorite options on this stitch menu is the help. So let me get it closer again so that we can read this. And I apologize, my camera's having a little trouble focusing on this. All right, so let's get a focus here. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go over here to my buttonholes, okay? Because a lot of times I'm looking at these buttonholes and I'm thinking, I really don't know, like, what's the difference? Like, one just looks different from the other, right? Well, for this machine, if you're not sure the buttonhole, then what you're going to do is you're going to touch it, okay? Now, there's my wide round-ended buttonhole, but if I go down here to the help screen, and I go to the pattern explanation, it tells me that this is a buttonhole with extra space for larger buttons. Okay, that's good. Now, what if I wanted a really lightweight buttonhole though? What if I wanted one that was, for maybe delicate fabric? So let me look over here. This looks like, I don't know. Oh, that's a stretch buttonhole. So that's going to tell me that I use it with stretch fabrics. Well, what about this thing, this keyhole buttonhole? Why in the world would I want to use that? Well, I'm going to go down here to my help menu, to my pattern explanation, and the buttonholes with a vertical bar tack for reinforcement in heavyweight or thick fabrics. Oh, okay. So this is just, y'all, I love this. This is one of my very favorite things about this machine. Okay, so let me go back to my close. I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to show you. You can see that with any of these stitches, you can stitch up to 7 millimeters, except for this particular stitch, these stitches that go to the right and to the left. And this is one that I use a lot whenever I'm making bags. And as you guys all know, making handbags requires you to use very heavy fabric, and a lot of times just more layers than you would imagine. And sometimes you get into a position where you can't actually you can't move the way that you need to move. Okay, so let's say that I've got a little one of those squares that I have to make on a bag. So I'm going to go straight down. All right, and then I have to go over to the right a little bit, and I can't actually move my machine. I can't move my buttonhole. So you can see right here. Let me show you. I'm going to the right now. Let's see. So here's to the right. Okay. Now I need to go up. I need to go backwards and back up. So here I go. I'm going to touch my up point, and here I go. And it's just going by itself. I'm really not doing anything. And now I need to go back to the left. So let me get my left button. How about that? I love that. I just think that is like the coolest thing ever. All right. All right. So I'm just going to cut the stitch. And okay. All right. So let's go back now over here. Let me show you, whenever you're doing your free motion quilting, how easy this machine makes your free motion quilting. So let's go back over here to the screen. Okay. All right. So you can see right here, we have Q. Okay, and that's the quilting page. Now, most of these stitches are very similar to the stitches that you have on your utility screen. But the difference is that the actual, so if I go right here, the length of these stitches on the quilting side is 2 millimeters. The length of stitching on your regular stitch side, the utility stitch side, is going to be 2.5. So it's a very small difference. But one of the things that the quilting screen shows us that the other screens don't show us is right here, and that is you can do free motion quilting. So if I touch that little button it shows me that now I'm going to do free motion quilting. And what it's done is it has actually dropped my feed dogs so I can do that free motion quilting. Okay. Now it's showing me that I can use this C-foot. So that's another thing that I wanted you to see up here on our screen. This screen shows you 100% of the size of all your stitches so that you can see exactly what your stitches look like. Okay, so there's my free motion quilting and quilting foot. Now let's move into some of the decorative stitches, because as you know, with 700 stitches, you've got a lot of 750 stitches, you've got, or 740 stitches, sorry, you've got a lot of quilting stitches, decorative stitches. So let's go over here to the decorative stitches. All right, and I'm just going to come up here. I'm going to go to 6. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to choose one of these decorative patterns because I think they're kind of pretty. All right, I love this one. This one ends up being really pretty. So on this screen right here under decorative stitches, there's a lot you can do. You can put your guide beam on, okay, so that you can make sure that your stitches, you know, do exactly what you want those stitches to do. You can also change, you can create patterns. So either you can make this stitch go several in a row, and that's what this screen tells you, okay, or you can just do one stitch at a time, or you can add stitches, okay, and you can add different stitches to that particular pattern. So you've got all sorts of things that you can do with this. Again, you've got your sensor pin icon, and this sensor pin enables you to use your guide beam, okay, and it also it tells you where you want your that guideline marker position to be on your fabric for that particular stitch. And that's really nice because, especially, you know, when you've got fabric under your there you go, under your needle. Let me get it over here so that you can see it. When you have fabric under your needle, sometimes it's hard to say, like, you know, I want the stitch to go right over here, you know, at the end of this flower. Okay, I want to start a new stitch right there. And so what happens is that using your guide beam and moving that guide beam marker enables you to do that. So I'm going to see how it's moving my marker over. I want it right underneath that little flower. There it goes. It's right there where I want it to go. So that's where it's going to stitch. So this, again, precision and accuracy in your quilting and in your sewing is very helpful. Another thing that this machine does is it sews very fast. It sews up to 1,050 stitches per minute. So you are able to really go to town. It's kind of like a serger. You know how quickly a serger stitches. So these are just a few. I mean, I could go on all day long about this machine because I absolutely love this machine. But I think what I need to do, I think I've run out of time, and I think I'm going to have to turn it over to Blaine now. So let me change cameras here and turn it over to Blaine so that he can tell you the wonderful deals that you can get on this wonderful machine.
All right. Well, hey, Melinda, thank you so much. That was awesome.
Love this machine, Blaine. I cannot tell you how much I love this machine.
Well, you've just had this, you just got this, right?
I just got it, but the reason I got it is because I had to give one back to Baby Lock that I'd had for a year, and it was my go-to machine. And so whenever I had to give it back, I was like, oh no, I cannot live without this machine. So you were kind enough to send me one, Blaine. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
That was awesome. So, hey, you know, I tell you what, I love this machine as well. And you're one of the, you know, it's one of those machines we talk about that it kind of, you know, flies under the radar, so to speak, because it's got so many features in it, and it's, you know, for the price of it too, it's just incredible.
Yes. I love this machine. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Okay.
Sounds good, Blaine. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, everybody, we're going to tell you how you can get this. This is the Baby Lock Chorus. Now, again, just like we talked about, look at that price. It's $59.99. Now, compare this to some of the, you know, the comparable machines. They're about $10,000. Now, you are not, you know, you're not getting the embroidery side of it, but you're getting the sewing side of it. This thing has so much technology built in, and Melinda just scratched the surface of all the things you can do with this. Again, $59.99. We do have a call-in special on it, so get on that phone if you're interested in this and give them a call and see what they have going for you today. We do have financing available, And we're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free. Give them a call, 800-401-8151. And they're standing by on the phones over there. All right, we are going to continue on. So let's bring our good friend Jane Klaus back in.
Hello, Blaine. That was so great, by the way. I love just sitting back and relaxing and watching.
Oh, I know. It's, and Melinda makes things look so dang easy. That's the thing.
And she's so soothing and calm, and she just explains it. I mean, she's great. She's
she's a college professor in Florida.
Well, that's why.
Yeah.
I'm
good teacher.
Take her class.
All right. Well, I'm going to get out here and let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Awesome. Thanks, Lane. Okay, everybody, let's keep this party going. Our next presenter is the coolest guy, Jack Thompson from Cutterpillar. Jack started Cutterpillar, with his brother in 2012, and he has attended hundreds of quilting shows over the years. I have probably seen him on a handful of those shows, most recently at Rhodes to California. He learned how to sew when he was a teenager. And now he combines that knowledge, so he knows what we're talking about, to create these most amazing, innovative sewing, quilting, and paper crafting tools to allow all of us to do the crafts that we love so much better and easier. I always say, with the right tools, you need the right tools to get the job done with ease. I'm super excited. Everybody say hi to Jack Thompson. Hey, Jack. Oh, you know what, Jack? You're on mute. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hey, nice to see you, Jane.
It's amazing to see you. You know I love everything that you create over there, all those innovations. So I want everyone else to love you as much as I do, and everything that Cutterpillar has to offer. So I'm excited to see what you have to show us today.
We have some fun stuff and I was looking at the prices just now, and I'm like, I can't believe the deals that we got for you today. So,
well, that's what I don't even know how this works, but somehow, some way, the deals we get during Quilt Fest from Blaine are always amazing. So
I think Blaine might be blackmailing us.
I know you have to be you're part of that dance, bud. So thank you.
Thanks, Jane.
Okay.
Well, let's get started today. Day one for us, at least at Cutterpillar, we're going in big today. We're doing the all-in package today. We have some different bundles through the week, but today we're going big, and I don't know how we're going to do any better than this today. We have the all-in sewing package today. So we're going to start off by telling you what it is first, and then we're going to go through each of the individual products and talk about how they can make your life easier. Because really, that's what we do here at Cutterpillar, is we design products to make your life easier, to make your quilting and your sewing easier and more fun, to be perfectly frank. So the all-in package today starts with, we're going big. When I say big, we're going not only the size of the package, but the things in the package are big. This is the main thing, the Glow Lightboard Ultra. This is one of the biggest boards on the market, 26 by 19. It's also one of the brightest boards on the market. There's 5, there we go, thank you. We have 5 levels of light there. Now, you ask, why do I need 5 levels of light? Or excuse me, 4 levels of light. It's because depending on your ambient light situation in a dark room, you know how your cell phone is so bright at night when you're playing games instead of sleeping? That's the idea, is in a darker room, you can bring the lights up and down depending on what you need. So, but we're going to get into some of the features later, but let's go through the actual things, the glow. So we have big, and then we contrast with small. So I'm a little blurry there. Make it, oh, there we go. Next we have the mini. So here's the idea with this package, is you have, this is to stay, because this thing is big as it is. This is not something you want to schlep around to the different shows, to go to your girlfriend's house or go to your local quilt shop class. That's what we made this one for. That says this is the Ultra, this is the mini. I'm still a little blurry there. And we have everything in between. We have all the accessories for you on these. The first one for the work on both of these is the magnets. Now the magnets is one of my latest inventions to use with the light boards, and they really are genius. So the magnets, we're going to talk about those, and the plates. We'll talk about these in a second. Then we have the swivel, which is our rotating mat. That works on all the boards and everything. And then we have both the flip and fold, folding mats, and then we have a tote. So let's get into the different features first of all. And we say, well, why do I need a light board? And I'll tell you why, because I've seen my mother, I've seen people when they're doing their tracing and their transfer, they're doing their applique. Here's where they are. They wait till that afternoon sun comes in in the dining room window, and they tape those transfers and those tracings up there, and that's how they're doing it. So, you know, in the mid-90s, they started building these big pieces of furniture, these light boxes. And what Cutterpillar did in 2015 and 2016 is we shrunk them down into a much more manageable size. When I say manageable, I'm talking like this is less than half a pound in weight. So you could use these things without having to have a piece of furniture around the house. And so most people do use them for just what I mentioned here, is to do these tracings and transfer. Could I get an up shot overhead? So this is just something I printed out of a book. You notice here, I don't have any special paper. I don't need transfer paper. I don't need freezer paper. I can use regular copy paper to do my transferring. Love this little fox here. And you can take those, the original pattern, and use just any kind of paper you want. And you can see that it shows through spectacularly. It also shows through fabric, by the way, dark fabric, light fabric. Pick one here. Let's just grab this one off the top. Here's a little fat quarter I'll show you. So not only can you transfer paper to paper, but you can also transfer paper to fabric as well, really well. So that's the main I'm going to use this in a minute. That's the main reason people use this for. But here's where Cutterpillar stands out from our competitors, is we love this space so much, this light from above. You can see I was on medium there. It's not even on our brightest one. But what makes us stand out is this space was so useful, we wanted more out of it. So we developed, back in 2016, the world's first translucent cutting mat. Now this makes the space exponentially more useful, because now not only are you tracing your transfer, but now you have a reference point. Now you say, why do I need a reference point? Well, have you ever done paper piecing? Paper piecing is absolutely perfect for that, because as you flip and fold, get that fabric out again. As you flip and fold and start pinning and start cutting all in the same space. You don't need to go back from your mat and back to the light board. You're flipping and folding and cutting and pinning all in the same space. So probably that's the use that people like the most, is that foundation paper piecing. Now there's also basic cutting. You can cut on here just like you would any other cutting mat. These mats, we almost made them too durable. You can cut on here for months and months and months. You can also replace the mats. That's the beauty of this, is we get people all the time say, well, I don't want to scuff up my mat. And we say, we built it for you to work on. So cut to your heart's content. You can replace the mats for very little cost there. So another thing is that you can use these for is squaring up, doing your collages, especially this one. You got 26 inches here to plan out those collages as you put all the pieces in here. And you always know, here's the line that I need to line those up with, and having the light shine through and the multiple layers. So collages are great for that too. So that's the main reasons people use light boards for. Certainly ours can do that. Now, specifically, the ones in our all-in bundle today, this is the Glow Ultra board. Again, you got 26 by 19. You've got 4 levels of light. You've got the cutting mat, but then we have some things that make it a little bit even more useful. So our first year, when we started making these boards, we started getting some of the boards back from different places, and I noticed that some of them had burn marks on them. And I'm like, what are these burn marks? Then I noticed one happened to be in the shape of an iron. I'm like, they're actually ironing on top of the acrylic and ruining it. And then I was trying to figure out, why would they be doing that? And then we realized, well, you know what they're doing is they're taking their original applique pattern, right? And you put your applique pattern down. And then they're taking their fat quarter or whatever they're transferring it to. And then what they were doing is they were taking those pieces and lining them up where they go. Now, I didn't turn on my iron because I've learned over the years, I constantly burn myself when I'm demoing, so you have to take my word for it. And the beauty of the glass mat is we created a way for you to do this without ruining your board. This is actually stovetop glass. So it's impervious up to 600 degrees. So you can take your pattern, take your fabric, and then just, this is, I've already got the fusing layer on here, and fuse exactly where it goes here. So that's just, here we're at 2 layers here. Again, we can go through multiple layers, and if it starts to get a little bit dark or the fabric gets dark, you just bring that light up again. 1, 2, there we go. And you can see now it's shining through not only the pattern, the fat quarter, and 2 layers of fabric there shining through. That is the beauty of the glass mat being used on here, is allows you to fuse all of those things. So that's part of the all-in bundle today. Now let's talk about some of the other pieces. Glass mat, not only is this, can you fuse on this and do all these things, it's also a mixed media mat. So if you're ever doing anything, glues, Mod Podge, ink, stamps, hot glue, this saves your countertop. It really is probably our most popular add-on. And that's really what we're all about here at Cutterpillar, is, again, like I said, solving those problems. We created these with the idea to make the space as useful as possible. So that's where really the philosophy of our company comes in. So let's talk about the Mini now. So the Mini is just the opposite of this. This is for someone who has a dedicated space. It's 9 pounds. You can move it around, but it's going to it takes up a little space. Whereas the Mini, again, has the same 4 levels of light. This is the epitome of portable. It's less than a pound. We've actually molded the base like an iPad, so you can throw it into suitcases, you can throw it on your lap, and it's pretty much indestructible. We also did something kind of radical this year, and that is, oh, it's right there. Oh, it fell on the floor here. And this was a problem my mom threw at me. So she does a lot of transfers onto the fat quarters, like I was just showing you there. And she says, you know, when I do my transfers and I'll put my fabric over the top of it, well, sometimes tape, and she uses freezer paper, and tape and pins don't always work because the freezer paper is so delicate, the pins will rip through, the tape will rip through the freezer paper. So she says, figure out a way for me to transfer these layers. And you can see here, it's a little bit hard to see. Yeah, let's turn the brightness down just a little bit. It's hard to see this on camera, but it's really quite dramatic. Is those layers are constantly shifting. So as soon as you get them perfectly lined up, and then 2 seconds later, that layer's moved again. So instead of using pins, instead of using tape, we have figured out a way to solve that problem. This is called an N52 magnet. It's one of the strongest magnets on the market, and that's what we've done here. In the Mini, we've actually implanted these 4 metal plates into the acrylic. So you can probably know where I'm going here. And then you just get those layers right on, and look at how those hold that down. It holds paper to paper. It holds paper and fabric, multiple layers of fabric, and applique anything you're doing. That is the beauty of the magnets, and they have been really, really popular. So now you say, well, they're built into the Mini here. What we did for all our existing customers and for some of our other boards is we did a little what I call a retrofit. You can get these plates. They're self-adhesive plates that you can attach to the bottom of any, I think, can I get an overhead here? Any board. Now, in this one, I just did it on one side. They come with 6 plates, and so now I can turn this board into the same thing as that. So really, you're getting the best of both. Turn the light on there, and attaching those magnets, just like I showed you there. So that's the beauty. You can go from the Ultra to the Mini and back and forth. That's the beauty of having this all-in sewing package, and you can do it anywhere you want. You can do it in the sewing room. Now, here's what my wife does. Here's how I realized that these were, being able to take it out of your space is so valuable. So at night, she has a full quilting room, all the things you need, all the amenities, but it's really not the place that she works. I call it the fabric storage room because it's just piled with different kinds of fabrics. There's not a single inch to work on. So you know where she is most of the time. She's on that kitchen table. She's on the coffee table at night. I know you're all doing the same thing, because women do not have the ability to just watch TV. They have to do something with their hands while they're there. And so that's really solved the problem at our house, because my wife used to turn on all of the lights in the living room. She'd turn on all the lights. She'd bring down lamps. It was like trying to enjoy the evening on the surface of the sun. That's where this has really come into play, because she puts this on the coffee table. All the other lights can stay low, and she put this on her lap, and she's working. She has the light she needs from underneath. Okay. By the way, this also has, all of our boards come with their own mats. The big one, the mini, comes with its own mini mat here. We have a surface. Nathan, kind of get a, it's a little bit hard to see. The reasons why our mats work so well. Now, if we didn't have the surface, this is what the mats would do on here. But this UV texture locks it down, so you can work and cut and do all these things. All right, so, oh, okay. Again, that's without, and that's with. You can see it just locks it down. So when you're doing those cuttings, when you're doing all that stuff, the mats just lock onto the top of the surface of the acrylic. No one else out there does that. We developed this technology, and we're the only ones who have it. So let's get on to some of the other add-ons to the boards, and part of our all-in sewing package. And this is the swivel. This is a great little tool. I did this during the beginning of COVID, and I couldn't help. I loved all. To be perfectly honest, I fell in love with Martellis. I think they invented this technology, but I couldn't help myself but try to, as the saying goes, build a better mousetrap. The thing that I dislike about a lot of the other mats out there is they actually glue the mat to the top of the base. So when the mat wears out, you basically have $100, paperweight. Whereas ours, not only can you cut on both sides, so you can cut on the top side, you can cut on the bottom side. We made the mat double thick, but you can also replace the mat. So if you happen to wear out the mat, which is incredibly hard to do because how thick and durable it is, but you can replace the mat. So this is a multi-year tool that you can enjoy here. And you can see we also made it translucent. So as you begin to work, you can enjoy the translucency through the fabric, through the paper. But this is what I love most about this, is when you're cutting, right? And you're cutting on a surface. Well, here's a surface that's constantly moving. So what we did is we put the bearings in the center, and we put these little silicone feet around the outside. So as soon as you go to push down on it, the board stops moving. So as you go to cut, so spinning, it's like the slightest bit of pressure, and that board stops spinning. So it's really one of the safer boards out there. That's the Cutterpillar swivel, part of the all-in sewing package today. Next, we have a tote. So if you're gonna have a board to take with you to the guild show, to take with you on the road, snowbirds, all those things, you're gonna need something to carry it in. So we really spent some time considering how we would do that. Nathan, can I get an overhead, please? We built this more like a portfolio, right? So you open it up, it has a zipper on the outside. The mini goes right into its little seat-belted spot here. You've got places for your magnets, for all of your notions here in the side. Got a little part for pen here, seatbelt that in. And for some reason, we don't have the shoulder strap, but it does have a shoulder strap. Actually, here's one right here. And so we really made it easy to get. It's got all metal hardware. There we go. So it really does make it a breeze to take it with you. That's the wrong color, but you get the idea. Oh, and also a little Velcro pocket on the outside. Now, there's something else cool about this mini tote that I'm going to show you in a minute, which is a perfect segue into our next products. We're talking about cutting mats. And I have to move everything off of here to talk about cutting mats. So I know if you're anything like me, cutting mats can be sort of the bane of your existence because we've got lots of different sizes. I'm going to pull out these cutting mats I brought from home. All right, here's my 36 by 48 inch mat. Where do you all store these mats? In my house, I have taken them under beds, under couches, all these things. You can't lean them up against the wall. You can't store them in certain conditions because they'll warp. So this is really the bane of my existence. Like I said, here's my 36 by 24. This is even half the size is still difficult to find room for, and then even smaller. So what we have done, we have created a mat system which replaces all of these. This is new. This is new in the industry. No one has anything like this. Cutterpillar is on the cutting edge of mat technology here. This is called the flip and fold cutting mat. It's made out of a new material called TPE. It's actually completely, it's not well, PVC, which is one of the most common materials, is one of them very toxic. This is non-toxic. You can actually prepare food on this. And this TPE material allows us to do things you could never do with other mats. So let's say here you're cutting, you're doing some fussy cuts, some small cuts, and the next stage requires something more. Well, with the flip and fold, you just double it. Now, Nathan, can I get an overhead here? You'll notice here that every time I do, I start at 0. So I get a new grid. So I have 1 to 11, 1 to 17, 1 to 22, and 1 to 17. So I've just doubled my space. I've got all the hatch marks. I've got all the 1/4 inch. I got 1/4 inch dots, 1/2 inch squares, all the things you need for a mat, all your angles. So let's say the next step, you pull out that fabric and you need to cut off that bolt. Well, instead of having to pull out one of these other mats with the flip and fold, you flip it. That's why we call it the flip and fold. And then you double it again. I can't even show it on camera. I've got 48 inches now. Now, here's the beauty of what we did here. Now, that hard edge was a pretty difficult, it was a pretty difficult problem to solve, because if you ever tried to put two mats together and cut across it, it does not work. It always leaves those shreds. So what we did is we figured out that with this puzzle piece, you can lock those layers together and cut right across that. No threads left. So now you've got 48 inches. Now let's go even bigger. You flip it again. Now I have my full 48 inches, just like I did with that mat, and I don't have to deal with where to store this. 36 by 48. It's light here. Now, admittedly, we didn't design this to be a production mat. This is the mat that you take with you on that retreat, that take with you on the kitchen table, anywhere you want to work, because you have all these different iterations of it. Now, there's actually one more. You flip it again, flip and fold it. Now you have your 24 by 36. So I've just replaced all these mats on here. And then the beauty is, when you're done, you just bring it back together. It's about 5 pounds. It's not too bad at all. And then it just goes right up on the shelf. Now tell me that isn't the most convenient way to deal with all of this. This for this. So that is the flip and fold mat. That's part of the all-in sewing package. Again, let's go through it again. We have the Ultra. Let's get rid of these. This is my favorite part of doing the show. I just throw them off because they're so obnoxious. Where do I put these things? So again, we have the Ultra, right? 26 by 19, one of the biggest boards on the market, the brightest boards on the market. And of course, all of ours come with the cutting mats. It comes with the Glow Elite Mini, which I just showed you. Let's get the mat. Remember, all of Cutterpillar's lightboards come with the cutting mat, because again, the cutting mat is what makes this space special, because you're not just doing your transferring, you're not just doing your tracing, but now you're working on here. You're cutting and you're planning out here, and you're doing all of those things that you would do on your normal mat, but you have the advantage of the light shining from underneath. Now, I know it doesn't make me look any younger having that light from underneath. In fact, I couldn't look any worse having that light. But for doing your projects, it really is a beauty having that light from underneath. Because, you know, I normally wear glasses, but whenever I work on top of the glows, I don't actually need them, because that light opens up my pupils, allows me to do all those things. So back to the bundles. It includes the tempered glass mat, which allows you to do that fusing that I showed you earlier, mixed media. If you do a lot of applique, this is the tool for you. Fusing right onto the pattern with the original pattern underneath, like I showed you, really is a game changer. when I do, like Jane said, when I do all those shows and I show up showing them how they can, the time that they can save by fusing right on the glass, that's when I start getting the oohs and the ahs because of how many steps that saves you, by the way. All right, well, there's so many things on this all-in bundle. It takes 5 minutes to talk about them. We have the rotating mat. We have that's called the swivel, if you remember. That rotates quite nice. We have the flip and fold, which I just showed you. Flip and fold 48. We have the magnets. That's my problem. I don't put all this stuff away. The magnets, which hold down all of your traces and your transfers, and it includes the plates. So you can add the plates to the bottom of your board. You can see how I kind of put them on one side. If you do a lot of big stuff, then you could spread those plates out and do it a little bit bigger. But most of the stuff I use is 8.5 by 11. That's why I kind of put them on that one side. And it also includes the Elite Mini, which I think I really have misplaced here. Well, that's embarrassing. No, it's not in the tote. Well, yeah. No, the mini tote's not a part of it. Well, anyway, we'll find it in a second. So we have a little bit of time to answer some questions. She says, you put it in the bag. Yeah, I know, but where did I put the bag? There we go. The mini. Again, the beauty of this is you get the best of both worlds. You get the big one for the space at home to do that stuff. You know this is here. You can bring it out and turn these on. By the way, these LEDs are 50,000 hours of light. You asked how long that is. I did the math. You can use it every day for about 15 years. So they never get hot. They're nice and cool. It's a nice natural white, not too blue, not too yellow. That's the beauty of this. So here's the mini. Again, the mini is it is probably the lightest, thinnest board on the market, less than 1/2 pound. This is a thing that you can take with you to go. You can put it on your lap. My wife does embroidery over this, by the way, because it shines perfectly through those frames and that light from underneath, and she puts it right on her lap. And take it wherever you want. It's really durable. Throw it in your suitcase, throw it into your purse. You got 5 levels of light here. Then again, the cutting mats on all of these. The cutting mats is what makes the space exponentially more useful. Being able to cut, being able to do your foundation paper piecing, squaring up, all of these things, having that reference point is just key there. All right, so yeah, so well, again, like I said, my wife, she uses this on her lap. Where do you imagine you would use it? You know, on the couch, not having to turn all those lights, being able to take it with you, being able to put it in your purse, being able to. I've seen people use this on planes. When I was on my way to Houston last year, I tried to get a picture of it, but she thought I was creeping on her, but I'm like, I just wanted to get a picture. So does it need to be plugged in? Yes. So this one does need to be plugged in. It has a 6-foot cord. All of our products have a 6-foot cord, but I'll tell you a little hack. I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. If you have one of those battery banks sitting around the house, you know, that recharges your phone, you can buy them at Target, you can buy them at Walmart. You could run this thing, because this is a USB-C, it runs on a USB 5-volt system. You can run this. Now you're technically not cordless, but you're untethered from the wall. You can run this mini on one of those battery banks for about 4 or 5 hours. So that's a little hack. Don't tell them I told you so. I would love some questions out there. I've talked a lot about any questions. Well, you know, here, the thing is I do a lot of shows, and I think, well, you know, I hear people say, well, why do I really need this? And after I've shown them everything, and I ask them a little bit, well, what do you do? What you know, if you do a lot of applique, absolutely. If you do a lot of foundation paper piece, absolutely. If you do a lot of cutting and you don't want to deal with your ambient light, because here's a typical light situation in a sewing room. You'll have a main light, and then you'll have a couple of lamps and things like that. Well, here's the irony about that light. The brighter your light is, the darker your shadows are. Nathan, can I get an overhead shot again? So here you are. Now, this is a little unusual light here, but those shadows, you know, we have light coming from everywhere. Those shadows just disappear. So no matter, you can get right into these boards, and it's really the perfect light situation. And again, the mats were meant to be cut on. Don't feel worried. Don't worry about scuffing them up. We almost made them too durable. We have all these extra mats that we sell, and they sit back there and collect dust because we really over-engineered these. They really are really quite durable. So this is the beauty of the all-in sewing package, because you really have the best of worlds. You have this one that's going to allow you to stay in your space, and then if you ever want to get out of it, you've got this. But the mat, again, here's the beauty of using the mat, by the way, on the Ultra. It says, does the light have a carry case? It does indeed. Now, it's not on the bundle, but if you are that person, no, the first year we had no inclinations of making a tote for this, but everyone's like, where's the tote for the Ultra? So we made one. We listen. You come to the show and you yell at me enough, I will listen to you. So the beauty of the tote is it holds all of that stuff. It's got an extra pocket for all of your accessories, the shoulder strap I showed you, hand strap, and this is one of my favorite parts of it, has a suitcase handle strap. You put down that suitcase handle and a little Velcro pocket here. So all of the products at Cutterpillar have totes. The minis, all those things. Again, so here's the great, if I can get overhead on this, Nathan, is doing applique, things like that. You can be cutting and planning here and then immediately pull it over to the glass and go right to the fusing in the same space. Now, the other boards you can't do that with because you actually have to pull off the mat and put the glass mat on there. That's the beauty of this space. That's also why we didn't make a 26-inch glass mat, because number one, it would be obnoxiously heavy and expensive to ship. But really, it doesn't do any good because you don't need more than this. This is 12 by 16. This is going to solve all your problems here. Okay, so let's talk about. By the way, we didn't even talk about price. This all-in package is $140 off. I'm going to turn it over to Blaine now. I was all over the place today. Thank you, Blaine, for having me.
It's actually
Jane,
me. Huh?
Jane, did I give any questions for you? Do you have any questions about some of this? I know you've seen it in person.
I just love it. You were all over the place in a greatest way ever, because there's so much to talk about, and there's so many cool things about it. A lot of the things, like you answered most of the questions. The tempered glass, great reason for it fitting. You never have to leave your workstation when you're using the Ultra. Like, that is so fantastic. People were asking about the magnets. You said you did the little retrofit, and can you just get the magnets? They come.
You can, yeah. So anybody that you can buy the magnets separately. They will work on any board with the plates. That's the key. They'll work on any surface. They'll work on any of our products. And that's the beauty of these plates. Remember, they're built into the Mini, so you don't need them with that. But if you get the magnets for the Ultra, for all of our other products, really one of my most favorite products. When I go, like at Road to California, where I saw you, I sold 120 sets of these. That's how much people love these. They just love the magnets.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool to have the magnets as part of that larger, the Ultra, and they're already part of the Mini, so that's awesome. The flip and fold, you know that I go gaga over that anyway, and the tempered glass is awesome. It's all good. The swivel, everyone loves the swivel. So many I love swivel. But I think the most important thing, Jack, is to tell everybody how they can get this bundle, because I love the price on it. You already gave people a little sneak peek on what that is, and we're going to see you again tomorrow with more stuff.
Yeah, so we have a couple of other bundles today. Tomorrow we have the Mini Travel Package Bundle, and we have the Bestsellers Package Bundle. Tomorrow and the next day. So you have 2 more days of me.
It's great. We'll take 2 more days of you and all of your innovations. I think that you should win an innovation award for some of these things.
Would you set something like that up for me? I would like to win something like that.
I'll nominate you for an innovation award. It's really fantastic.
Innovation. I can't take all the credit. As I told as Blaine and you said earlier, I do a lot of shows. The beauty of doing all those shows is I get to have direct one-on-one interactions with the customers who are using our products, and they say, you know, I like this, I don't like this. They're actually products that we've made. They said, this is what we want. And so we've made those products just from doing that. So that is the advantage of that. I don't sit in my high tower and decide what y'all want. I listen. We listen and we make those products that you want. So
it's really amazing, Jack. Always great to see you. I'm so glad you're here this week. We'll see you tomorrow. Let me tell everybody how to get the all-in-one bundle from our friends at Cutterpillar. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Jane and Blaine.
I love those LED lights, guys. Woo! I can tell you what. Now in this stage of the game, the light for me is so great. So here you go. That is the all-in bundle package from Cutterpillar. You're getting the Ultra light board that's 26 by 19. It's big. It's bright. You're getting the Elite Mini, the magnets, the swivel rotating mat, the flip and fold 48, and the tote. So many amazing innovations all packed up into the all-in bundle package from our friends at Cutterpillar. You see the Quilt Fest pricing, $675. But oh, guess what? Because it is Quilt Fest and because it is Blaine and SNP, there is a call-in special. 800-401-8151. That's already a great price. You let me know when you call in. 800-401-8151. Wow. Oh, wow. I sit here just like you in awe of all of these amazing products that we are seeing here on Quilt Fest. And I promise you, you are going to be in awe right now with our first education session. I'm so excited to introduce, and you just saw her. She's coming back to teach us something. Melinda Stevenson started sewing when her mom stopped sewing for her. So she had to learn as she went off to college, and she has never turned back. She has been designing and sewing ever since. She's a longtime educator. And she says, and she knows this because she's an educator, says people who sew are smart, creative, and determined, and they make the world a better place. And one of her favorite things about sewing, and I think we all share this sentiment, is the infinite possibilities that sewing provides. A huge SMP welcome to Melinda Stevenson. Hey, Melinda.
Hey, Jane. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here. This is a beautiful day. So thank you.
You're delightful. You're just so lovely to have on. And you're going to be doing education in the hoop quilting.
Yes, this is really fun. And I'm going to show you how you can use your IQ Designer. And that is built into several of the Baby Lock machines. It's built into the Solaris. It's built into our new Radiance machine. It's also in the Venture. It's in the Altair 1, the Altair 2, the Destiny. So
much. So much. Well, I'm going to let you get started because we need the full 30 minutes of our education.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much, Jane. All right, so I'm going to change my camera now to our sewing machine, and you'll see that I'm doing this on the Solaris, but like I said, you can also do this on the Destiny, you can do it on the Altair, you can do it on the Venture, you can do it on the new Radiance. Okay, so here we go. All righty. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is this is basically using IQ Designer to quilt. Okay, so I'm going to flip this overhead light off because I think it helps. Yeah, it helps that screen a whole lot. Okay, so here we go. You can see right here that I have on my machine, I have a quilt. Okay, now if you look up here, and let me turn this light on so you can see that a little bit better. There we go. So if you look up here, you can see, well, maybe you can see that I've already quilted it. I've already quilted some of that too. Okay, but what I want to show you is how easy it is to quilt any design that you can imagine. Okay, this is a pretty simple one because I've just got 4 8-inch squares and I want to add a quilting design. I'm going to show you how to do that. Okay, all right, so I'm going to go back over to, let me turn this light off. Okay, there we go. So let me go back over to my screen so that you can see exactly what I'm doing here. Okay, all righty. Back up just a little bit because I want you to be able to see this entire screen. It's very frustrating if you can't see the whole screen. Back up. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right, so my dog has decided to lie down right where my mouse pad is. Okay, and she's a big golden retriever. So, all right. So here we go. All right, so let's go over here. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can take an already embroidery design. So for example, let's say you have a in the hoop project. And when you've looked at that in the hoop project, what you've decided is that that in the hoop project would really, really, really look really nice if you put a little quilting on it. Okay, so I'm going to look. These are some built-in designs that I have, or I'm sorry, some designs that I have on my machine. So I'm going to look right here. I think I've got some other designs here that I want to use, and you can see that I've already filled up some of them as for a quilting design. So here it is. This is a bag. Now, this particular bag is a really quick and easy phone bag. Now, I don't know about you, but I always have to carry my phone with me. Okay, let me turn the light back on so you can see. So I always have to carry my phone with me. And this looks bigger than it is. It's pretty small, but I like to have a bag that matches every single outfit I wear because I don't want the bag to be, obvious. So this particular design is called the 10-minute phone bag, and you can get these designs anywhere. So I'm just going to show you how to take this one and put some quilting on it. All right. So right here, this is my design. And then on any of these machines, let's go right here. There we go. All right. On any of these machines, you're going to go into the editing screen, and then you're going to touch this little flower over here. Okay. So what that does is that's going to enable my IQ designer. Let me pull this back over here. That's going to enable my IQ designer to take a picture basically of this design and then enable me to create a design inside of it. So I'm going to let the inside. Okay, so now you can see right here, this is the part that I want to quilt because the way this works is you quilt this and then you fold it over and then you stitch like down here and right here and voila, you have a bag, okay, after you turn it out, inside out. Okay, so now I'm going to touch memory and then we're going to go to, yes, I want it to go to my IQ pattern list. And then I'm going to go to my add screen. And then I'm going to choose IQ Designer. Okay, now what I have to do now is find where I've saved it in my IQ Designer screen. And it goes in these shapes, in this shapes screen. Okay, so here's my shapes screen. All righty. And then I hope you can see the mouse. Can y'all see that mouse? Hopefully you can see the mouse. Okay. Let me know if you can't see this mouse up here, okay? So I'm going to this shape screen. I don't know what that mouse is over there, but we're going to ignore it. So this right here is my shape screen. And you can see that right here is the design that I just saved. And it saves like that. The most recent design saves in the #1 position. So I'm going to touch OK. All right. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to change this from a zigzag to a no-sew line, okay? Because I don't want any of these lines to show up. All I want to do is I want this to be used as simply my in my quilting design. So I'm going to go right here, and this is my region fills. And then over here, it gives me all sorts of choices for fills. This is just a basic stippling fill, but this is magic. This one opens up all of these really cool quilting designs, okay? So we've got a lot of choices. Okay, so we've got, at this point, we have 48 choices, but we also have, Baby Lock has something called the Design Suite Collection that you can also choose. And this is just 6 of the 120 designs that we have in our Design Suite collections. Okay, but these are really cute designs. I think I'm going to choose one of these. So I'm just going to choose this design. Again, I can choose from custom or built in. I'm going to touch OK. And then I'm just going to choose a color. And of course, we know that in embroidery, it doesn't really matter what color you choose because you can use whatever color you want. And I'm going to touch OK. And now all I have to do is go up here to my paint can. And now I'm going to touch the inside of that square. Now it shows a red background, but of course, this is not actually going to have a red background. And I'm going to touch my next All right, and you can see that there's no outline. My outline is off, and I could make it bigger or smaller if I wanted to, and I could angle it, but I'm not going to do that. I just want this to be kind of quick and easy. So I'm going to say, okay, and look. Now I have that embroidery design on my purchased design. Okay, it's that easy. All right, now let me show you another way to do that. Okay, and again, let me show you these examples of what this particular design looks like. Okay, so let me see. So something that looks a little bit like that. Okay, so you can see, isn't that fun? This is a great way to play with those designs, y'all, those of you who have this machine. And again, the Altair, the Meridian, the Altair 2, the Destiny, the Venture, all, and of course the Solaris and the Radiance all have this ability to create these in the hoops quilting. Okay, so now let's go back and we're just going to go home. And this time, I just want to show you how you can fill a design of any size with quilting. And that's what I've done over here with the quilt that I have on the machine. So I'm going to go into IQ Designer. And this time I'm going to choose, well, I'm going to start out right up here because I don't want it to stitch on the inside of this. And so we have the choice right here of a no sew line. So I'm going to choose no sew, and that's so that I don't have an outline around my design after I finish doing the quilting, because I don't want an outline around the design. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to touch OK. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull in just a square, because remember I said that I have 8 by 8 inch squares that I've put together for this little pillow top. And that's what I'm trying to quilt. Okay, so right here, I've got my square. Now I just need to size it. Okay. And I'm just going to resize it. And I can, on the Solaris, I can use either this resize button or I can use this resize button. And this one's just a little bit easier. So I'm going to do 8 inches, and I'm going to touch set. And then I'm going to go down here to so that was my height. And now I'm going to do my width. I'm going to touch 8 inches for my width, and I'm going to touch set. And now I'm going to touch OK. All right. And now I'm going to go back and do exactly what I've done before. I'm going to go into my region fills, and I'm going to choose a different color. I'm going to choose green. It doesn't really matter. But what I like to do is whenever I'm trying to coordinate with my clothes, I like to make sure that I put the design color that I actually need whenever I'm creating the design. So I'm going to go right here. And that's this one right here opens up this window that enables me to select from all these different designs. And look at all these beautiful, beautiful designs. These are just the built-in designs in the machine. Y'all, I can spend hours doing this. And I do. Okay, to be fair, I do. I spent an entire day doing this yesterday. And it was just so much fun. I just kept thinking, oh, I could do one more thing. Oh, yeah, I could do another bag. Oh, I need a blue bag. All right, so I'm going to go in here, and this time I'm just going to choose this design, and I'm going to touch OK, but you can see we've got all sorts of choices on this design. All right, or maybe I'll choose this one. This one's kind of cool. It's kind of more traditional. It's just fun. And another thing just kind of to keep in mind, those of you who have these machines, these wide open designs stitch out much more quickly. Some of these designs are pretty intricate, and they can take a long time to stitch out, but I'll touch OK here. And I'm going to say OK again. And then I'm going to do exactly what I did before. And I'm going to touch my paint can. And then after I touch my paint can, I'm going to touch inside my design. And then I'm going to touch next, because then I'll be able to actually see what it's going to look like. Okay. Oh, that's really nice. I really like that. Okay. So that would be super nice. Now, unfortunately, I've already done a different design on this. And so I forgot about that. So now I'm going to have to touch my return key, and I'm going to change my design. And it's very easy to change the design. So let's say that you've designed it, and then you take it over into that screen that shows that's like the sort of the true screen. And it shows something, and you don't really like the way it looks. So what you're going to do then is you're going to go back into this, and you're going to touch select. And now I'm going to actually choose the design that I had before. Okay, and I think it was this one. This is just kind of quick and easy design. This one stitches out in like 8 minutes. So I'm going to use that one so that I can actually stitch my, oops, let's go back in here now. And now I'm going to choose it. Okay, so I'm going to touch next. And then I'm going to touch set. I'm going to touch OK. Okay. All right. Now what I'm going to do, and this is something that you can do on any of the machines that I just named. Now I'm going to have to center this design on the quilt that I already have hooped. Okay. So you can see right here, here's the little quilt design that I have hooped. So the next thing that I need to do is I need to make sure that this is going to fit inside of my design. So I'm going to take a picture of what's in my hoop. I'm going to scan it. I'm going to touch OK. And the machine is going to scan this. It takes just a second to scan it. Okay. And then I can see right here. Okay. That's the red, the little red square shows me where my actual design, and this shows me the picture of what's in my hoop. So what I need to do is I need to move this design down. So I'm going to move it and just kind of move it straight all the way down as far as it'll go. Whoop, that's a little bit too much. Okay, and then I'm going to scooch it over a little bit to the right. Here we go, to the right. Now, there are many ways I could do it. I can put my finger up there and move it with my finger, and sometimes it's easier that way, but sometimes it kind of gets out of control. I like the control that I have when I'm using the mouse. Oh, and I am using a mouse, by the way. Okay, so let me go down one more, and then I'm going to touch OK. All right, and now my design is exactly where I want it to be. And now all I have to do is touch embroidery, and it's ready to go. Okay. All right, so that's how you do that one. Now let me show you another thing that you can do inside of IQ Designer, okay? So I'm going to actually save this design to my machine memory so that I can come back to it in just a few minutes and work on it. So I'm going to go back to my home screen, and I'm going to touch OK here. And I'm going to go back into my IQ Designer. And I'm going to bring in, I'm just going to do, this time, let me go back and put my lines on no sew again. So I'm going to touch OK. And then what I want to do is I'm just going to show you how you can do two designs kind of in one. So let's use a circle this time. And I'm going to touch OK. And then I'm going to go ahead and enlarge it so that it'll fit in my 9-inch hoop. So I'm going to go, and this could just be a design on the top of a pillow if I want to do it. Okay. All the way up to 8. So you can see this is the other way that you can enlarge your design. All right, there it is, 8. Okay, so I'm going to touch OK. And now I'm going to add another design to go inside of it. So let's just put a star in there, okay? I'm going to touch OK to the star. I'm going to make that a little bit smaller because that's well, no, I don't know. That's kind of good. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my region fills, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to choose another background design. And this time I'm just going to choose something kind of simple. I think I'll choose this one, and I'll touch OK. And then I'll do, let's do blue. Okay. And I'm going to use this for my star design. Okay. So I'm going to touch my star design, and then I'm going to do something else on the outside. So I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to select something for my outside fill. And I think I'll do something that is a little, so I did kind of sharp lines. So let me do some softer lines on the outside. How about I do something like that? So I'll touch OK. And this time, let's do green with it. Okay. And I'm going to touch select. And I'm going to touch, oops, I didn't mean to touch select. I meant to touch OK. So I'm going to touch OK. And now I'm going to go on the outside. And you can see, I'll touch next. Okay. And you can see there's your heart, your star. All right. So let me go. Okay. I'm going to go over to my embroidery screen and let me get rid of that background design because we don't want to see that. Okay. And now I can stitch that, and it's just a fun little quick and easy quilting design, okay, that you can use for whatever you're stitching. I'm going to show you one last thing, okay? So let me get back to my home because I want to show you how you can incorporate designs that are already on your machine. And let's just go into one of these. Let's go into the kids corner. Let's get our little octopus. Okay, let's touch set. We're going to touch edit. We're going to go in here. We're going to give them a little outline. We're going to touch OK. So now what I'm doing is I'm just saving this to my IQ memory. And then I'm going to add one little square around it in IQ Designer. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to pretend like, again, I'm doing a pillow design. So let's do the outside of a pillow. And let me resize it. I think I'm going to make this one 8 by 8. Again, I like the 8. 8 is it makes a nice quilt block. Okay, well, it's a little bit bigger than 8. That's okay. All right, so now I'm going to go in here. Whoops, I don't want to go in there yet. I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to pull in the octopus. I'm going to touch OK. So there's my little octopus in there. And now what I want to do is I want to quilt around that octopus. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to choose blue. I'm sorry, I just chose blue again, didn't I? That's okay. So now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to choose a quick design. Maybe something that looks like ocean waves. Let's see if that looks kind of like ocean waves. I'll touch OK here. I'm going to touch OK. And then I'm going to go in. I'm going to select. I'm going to touch next. And then I'm going to go back over to my embroidery screen. Okay. And now I have a little octopus and I have my little ocean waves. And I accidentally left my outline on. I can turn that outline off in IQ Designer. Okay. Okay. So I think hopefully those of you who have these machines will be able to use them. Does anybody have any questions? I would love to answer any questions about IQ Designer that you might have. Any questions out there, Jane?
Hey, Melinda, I am looking for questions. I've been looking for questions. They love the process. I believe at the very, very beginning, there was a question about just getting started, like where when you were talking about adding to an embroidery design.
Okay. Okay.
So you have your embroidery design. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, so what I did is that was a purchase design. And so I had saved that purchase design on my machine. Okay. And I just pulled in that purchase design from, and actually you can see right here, I'd use my Wi-Fi to pull in that purchase design. And that's why I had to click on that. And then I came down here and that might've been the question. And then here's my purchase design. And then I touched set on that. And then the next thing I did is I went into my edit screen. I chose the little IQ save button. That's basically what that is, a little flower. And then I chose that the inside, okay, I want the lines drawn on the inside. And then that enabled me to save it to my memory. And that's the IQ memory. So now I can add to that embroidery. I can go back into my IQ designer. I can find my pattern. Okay. And there's the most recent pattern that I saved. It's number 1. I can touch OK. And then what I can do is I can go in here and I can fill. But first, I need to make sure that I remember to do no sew lines, because we don't want that ugly outline anywhere. And I'm going to choose all these to be no sew lines. And then I'm going to go back into my region fills, and I'm going to choose a fill, whichever one I want to use. The little flower one is really sweet. And then I'll choose a color. And then I'm going to go in, I'm going to fill it. I'm going to touch next and then set. And then now that's all I have to do in order to put a fill inside of that purchased design. So it's pretty easy.
You make it seem really easy. Everyone loves the demo. They're going to rewatch it. And yes, Patty, you can rewatch the show anytime. If you're watching on YouTube, you just go to the show. And then if you know what time this is on the entire day, you can go there and rewatch it. We'll be up forever on YouTube. So you can go rewatch a lot of Melinda people, a great refresher, great ideas. And so a lot of people loving it, saying how you make it look so easy. But I think the thing is, and I think you'll agree, when you're sitting there at the computer and you're sitting at the sewing machine, which is a computer, and you're you're actually doing it, then you're like, oh, that makes sense what Melinda was doing. So
yes. Yes. Oh, Jane, you're so right. The hands-on is what happens. So, so you just play it and then press pause, and then play it and press pause. And then hopefully step by step, you'll be able to get through and do it, because you can. I mean, you can. It's super easy. And once you do it once or twice, then the possibilities are just endless. And then you become, the creative person. Well, I don't know. You just use your creativity to create what you want. So.
Creativity is what I talk about every single day. Yes. And you, once you do it once you do it twice, you're like, oh, I got it. Except if you're me, you do it once or twice or 5 times, then you move on to something else. And you're like, wait, how do I do that?
That's true. And that's why it's important to have a video or to write the instructions down, because I do the same thing. So
you do lots of cool things. One time you did this little notebook cover that I actually made. It's fun to have a little notebook of the things that you made and you learned, so that you can always reference back, because we're not always doing the same thing. And so this is this is one of those instances where we learn how to do it, write it down, so you can always do it.
That's exactly right, Jane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your kindness, and you are so beautiful. You look so pretty today. It's so much fun to work with you.
Oh, Melinda, thank you so much. You're sweet. I always love having you on. You keep complimenting me. You can call me any day. It's fine.
All right. You have a great week. Thank you, Jane.
Too. Thanks, Linda. Okay. Big, huge thank you to Melinda Stevenson. She's just awesome. So much to learn from her always. Blaine, thank you for having her on the show with us. And what a great Quilt Fest day 2 so far. I know I'm enjoying it. How about you guys? Yeah, I think so. So we're going to keep things moving along, and I don't know if Blaine is, there's my Blaine. Hi, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane.
I was about ready to just keep it going. I don't know where you're doing.
You can, I can tell you what, hey, I'm ready to go too. And again, Melinda, just awesome, great education session. And
I just want to hang out with Melinda. I want to go to Melinda's house and just hang out. But that's pretty much true. That's true for everybody. And, again, watch what you wish for. Because when I come to your house and I'm like, hey, guys, what are you doing?
Yeah. Maybe that's a new show we do. We just crash everybody's sewing room.
Please.
We'll call it Sewing Crashers.
Sewing Crashers. Yes, let's go. Sign me up. I am ready to go. Well, maybe next week, because we're busy this week. So
we're a little busy this week. All right, Jane. Well, we'll see you here in a few minutes. We're going to keep this thing going. All right, guys. We have got Janome coming in the house. We have Sam Fung coming in. Now, Sam is a national educator for Janome. And, he has been sewing for 47 years, 17 of them with Janome. And, Sam always says if he took all his sewing notions and put them, he has enough, he could put them together. He could open his own retail store. So I always love that part. And anyway, y'all welcome Sam Fung from Janome. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Blaine.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing fantastic. Well, hey, we're going to let you get going. We know we got a lot to cover, and I'll see you back here in 25 minutes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I know Blaine's, we're doing Janome. Actually, we're doing Elna today. Well, I am doing the Elna 792 Pro, which is this big girl right here. So this machine, if you haven't looked at it, it has a 13.5-inch throat space right here. And you have 3.1 inches from the needle. This area right here is 3.1 inches. The bed area right here is 5.5 inches because people always ask us what the dimension is right here because people want to know if they need to do a big quilt like a queen or quilt, how much space they have right here. So that is 5.5 inches. So let's talk about this machine right here. This is a sewing and quilting machine. It does not embroider. It is a flatbed. And it has a nice big area. Not only that, this machine on the top, it has an independent bobbin winder to it, which means while you're sewing or embroidering, I can be winding a bobbin at the same time. Another great thing to point out on this machine is if you see right here on my throat plate, this machine comes with 3 different throat plates. And if you notice on my throat plates, there are no screw holes on the plates. And to change the plate, it's just a simple touch of a button. So I'm going to show you right here on my screen. I have a key. I simply touch the lockout key. The machine locks, and then I get a button right here that's in dark blue that shows the arrow popping up. Touch that. This plate comes off, and I'm able to put a different plate on. And there I have it, my adjust plate, change my plate. And on the screen itself is that just make sure the proper pressure foot is attached. That's because I have a straight stitch needle plate on there. So I simply touch the X to close that screen out, unlock the machine, and now all I get is my straight stitches. That's because these plates all have sensors on the back of them, and it won't let me select a stitch that will break my needle and damage the machine. So to bring the other stitches back, I simply do the reverse. Touch that, unlock the machine, and I'm going to put the zigzag plate back on. Just simple as that. Clear that, unlock the machine, and there's all my other stitches again is back on the machine. Now, one thing I want to point out about our straight stitch plate is this. We have 3 separate holes in our straight stitch plate. That's because we can use our straight stitch, have a straight stitch plate for the single in the center needle position, the left or the right needle position. So that's a great thing to have on our plate. Not only that, we also give you the HP plate, which is, we call this the high performance plate. This plate, you notice, it's a single hole in the left needle position. Now, the reason that we call this a high performance plate is because when you have this on, the needle's over on the left needle position, and it gives you a much better straight stitch on your quilting. And it does come with the HP foot that is made especially to go with this plate. We'll talk about that in a minute. So let me move that out. Now, the other thing this machine comes with is this big extension table you're seeing right here. This extension table right here comes with this machine only. Also, another nice thing about this table is it does come with a drawer. So that way, if you wanted to, you can put your extra plate right here and store it in the drawer when you're not using them, and it just gets out of the way so you don't knock them on the floor and stuff like that. Another thing about this machine is right now, whoops, you notice I'm on the straight stitch. We have 91 positions on our straight stitch on our machine. So on the screen, if you look right here, I have 4.5. This is my straight stitch here in the middle. So I can move my needle to the left or to the right by simply touching the minus icon. And you can see on the screen, my needle is moving over to the left. And if you look down here, you will also see the needle moving. Let me move it over to the right. And you see how it's moving 1 millimeter at a time? And you can also see it on the screen. That's not the only way I can move my needle position. I can also adjust it by using these two knobs on the front of my machine. I can do this. As you can see, it's a lot faster movement. And my other button is my stitch length. As you can see on the top, you see these dotted lines. So it shows me I can adjust the stitch length simply by turning the dials, or I can do it on the screen right here. Just by touching the plus, I can make the stitches longer. Okay? So it's just that simple. It's a simple, right here. This is my adjustment right here. Make it longer. And you can see it tells you right here what my stitch length is also. And because of this nice big screen, the stitch length you're seeing on the screen is the actual stitch length that will be when you stitch it out. Another cool feature on this machine that's on this Elna machine, the 792 Pro, is this. We have a thumb wheel right here on the side. We call this a thumb wheel. That is because we can sit here and move the needle down, and so we can drop it precisely where we want to on the machine. And we can always raise the needle up too. Don't you just love this feature? I just love it when I need to exact needle placement. I'm able to do it here, and I don't have to reach over to the side to my hand wheel. Talking about that, we have an auto foot lift. To drop my foot, I simply touch a button to bring my foot down, and now you can see the thumb wheel. I see it much better. See how I can raise the needle or lower the needle right here. The other option is if I want to drop the needle all the way down, I have a button for dropping my needle and raising it to the proper level to bring it all the way up. I have a scissor key for cutting the thread, a bullseye for doing a tie off at the end or the beginning of my stitch, and also a reverse button for stitching in reverse. I have a start stop key. For those of you who are familiar with this, this lets me do sewing without using the foot control. Like if I'm doing a long decorative stitch, I can just use the start stop button. I don't have to sit there and step on the foot control to keep doing that. Okay, I'm going to bring my foot up, and we have a semi-automatic needle threader on this machine. And what I mean by semi-automatic is after we thread our machine, I simply pull the thread over to the side, cut the extra thread off. I have a knob right here on the side. I'm going to drop the foot so it closes my tension, pull the lever down, and my needle is threaded. It is just that simple. And bring the foot up, and I'm ready to sew. Now on the screen right here, I want to point out something to you. We get asked this a lot. We have up here, this little button that looks like a foot, a piece of fabric, and a needle. If they zoom in on here, you can see this button. When I activate it, the button turns yellow. This is what we call a foot up feature. And what this allows the machine to do is every time I stop sewing, the foot will come up, the needle will stay down, so I can pivot, and then I don't have to worry about needing a second hand. So I'm just going to show you how that works. I'm going to put the fabric under the foot, and I'm going to make a few stitches. Stop. Watch. See how the needle just came up? Now I'm able to pivot my fabric. Slow it down a little bit. Hit the start button. Stop. It comes up. And isn't that nice, simple, and easy? I'll show you one more time. When I get to the end, I can hold down on the start stop button, See how effortlessly is so slowly? When I let go, it just stops. So I can actually stop at the end of my seam without having to use a foot control. And I'm done. Hit the scissors, and it just cut my thread for me. Now, I'm showing you the start stop button, but it does come with this foot control right here. Just to show you, it does come with this nice big foot control right here. Also, it comes with what we call a side cutter. It's this little bitty thing right here. And what this does is when you get through sewing, you simply step on this. It will cut the thread for you, just like using the button on the machine, but you don't even have to do that. You just step on the foot control. While we're over here, look at all the accessories that comes with this machine. You get 22 different feet that comes with the machine. And you even get 2 dual feet walking foot. The dual feet walking foot, most people call them the a dual feet walking foot. It's right here. The feet interchanges easily. There are optional feet you can get for it. This is your standard one. You can get a stitch in a ditch, a 1/4 inch, a single hole, and also an open toe. And they just snap on and off once you put this on the ankle, and the feet just snaps on and off. It's just that easy. You also get the HP2 foot. We call this the HP2 is because this is the one you would use with the HP plate, and this is your normal HP foot. So you actually get 4 different 1/4 inch quilting foot with this machine. You get this one that has a dual feed for it. Then you get the regular standard one. Now with this foot right here, when you put the plate on, the needle comes down to the center and you get a scant 1/4 inch. And that's from the center of where the needle comes down to the edge of your foot. It's a scant 1/4 inch. So you have 2 of those, plus you get a regular 1/4 inch foot without the guide, and you get one with the guide. So you get 4 different 1/4 inch foot with this machine. If you're into free motion quilting, well, you get 4 different free motion quilting foot. You have a open toe. This is a very short, very wide open toe, allowing you to do zigzag. If you want to do a zigzag for free motion, you can. You also get a closed toe, and you also have this for echo quilting. It's more like a spoon for free motion quilting, and it has the guides right here, and the rings are 1/4 inch apart for doing echo quilting. Some people like using this when they're first learning to free motion quilt, because the way this is cupped like a spoon, it helps kind of guide the fabric under the foot. Okay. Another option you get with this machine, you get 2 what we now call the mending foot. So this is the old-fashioned spring-loaded foot for doing free motion quilting. If you had a beginner machine, you might have this foot for doing free motion quilting. But on a high-end machine like this, we call this the mending foot. So you get a closed toe and also an open toe. Another thing that comes with this machine is you get a ruler foot, not just one, you get 2 different ruler foot. That's right, you get 2 different ruler foot. You get this one right here, plus you get a second one. Let me just move this. You get a case that comes with the machine to allow you to store all the feet that comes with it in here. There's compartments in the back underneath to store more of the accessories. And then with this other case, this nice red case right here, open it up and show you, you have what we call our ASR, Accurate Stitch Regulator. That's right, this machine comes with a stitch regulator. And let me show you the stitch regulator. You get this nice high density foam case with it. This is our sensor right here in the back. For stitch regulation, you have an open toe foot, a closed toe foot, echo quilting, and you also get a ruler foot that is attached to the stitch regulator. And to change the foot out, we simply press this black button on the bottom, on the back, the foot drops. Take the other one, slide it on. Well, and it just snaps into position. So you get two different ruler foot. So I have the option of using the stitch regulator or without the stitch regulator. So that's one of the nice thing about this machine. You get lots of feet with it. Another cool feature about this machine is this. I don't have to worry about dropping the feed dogs. The feed dogs on this machine drops automatically every time I stop sewing. I'll show you right now. If you look, my feed dogs are down right now. When I start sewing, the feed dogs automatically re-engage. And the nice thing about this is, if I'm sewing something really heavy, like a big bag or something like that, and I've got 4 or 5 layers of fabric, what happens is, on a regular machine, if I have this foot on here and I'm trying to pull the fabric out, sometimes it's difficult because the feed dogs are up. And I have to come back here and manually raise up my pressure foot to get that extra high lift, pull that fabric out. With the feed dogs being down, I don't have to worry about that. So that's another cool thing about this machine. Now, while we're talking about this, I want to show you what else comes with this machine also. You also get this nice spiral bound instruction manual, and it has very easy to follow, very intuitive, easy to read. It also comes with a machine cover as standard. And right now, for this month, we have a free trolley with the purchase of this machine. This is the Elna trolley. It has a Velcro front, and it unzips on the top. This part opens up. The front actually will zip down, so that this way you have this padded cover right here. You have a strap where you put the strap over your machine and it will stick to this part right here. Once you have it strapped in, you would put this and Velcro this in, and then this pad goes over your machine to keep it secure while you're transporting it. It has pockets in the inside. You have mesh pockets in the front, and you also have a big pocket on the side right here. So for storing all your stuff for taking the class. So you can put your instruction manual if you need it. You can take that to class and it all zips up and ready to go. You even have a retractable handle with 2 different positions, just like your luggage. And then it has wheels on here. See those wheels? So you can roll it around nicely, very easy to transport if you were going to take this machine to class. Now, another accessory that comes with this machine, which I love, which comes with most of the Elna machines, is this. This is our cloth guide. If you look at this right here, this goes in place of the bobbin case cover. You have a guide right here. This little clip, if I push it up, I'm able to move the guide. When I push it down, it locks the guide into position. And let me show you how this works. To put this on, I simply pop the bobbin cover off, take my cloth guide, and it goes in place of the bobbin cover, slide it to where I want, and there are measurements in here. So for example, if I'm doing something I need a 1/4 inch seam allowance, there's a 1/4 inch marking on the guide itself. I move the red line to where it says 1/4 inch. Lock into position right now. Now this is locked. I'm going to put the machine back onto the center position. And when I sew, I'll start this side, which means there'll be a 1/4 inch. So I'm not even using the 1/4 inch foot. I'm just using the center position on my regular foot as a guide. And there's my 1/4 inch seam allowance. Isn't that nice? So that way, if you didn't want to use a foot and maybe you're doing strip piecing and you're using a jelly roll, this is an easy way to do strip quilting. Because I know some people say they have a problem using, seeing the guy on the foot. This is alternative. What I love about this cloth guy is this replaced me having to put tape on my machine. Let's say I want a 3 inch for what I make. Let's say I'm hemming some curtains and I want a 3 inch allowance. I can simply move this up, slide it bar back to where the 3 inch line in, snap it into position. So now from where the center needle is, I have a 3 inch allowance. Look at that. I didn't even need to hold my fabric. It just pulls it through all by itself. Okay. And we're going to cut it. Now this machine also have a USB control on the side. USB port on the side, which means this machine is fully updatable. So if they ever come up with an update, this machine is fully updatable. Okay. So I'll put this away and put this cover back so we don't lose it. And we have on this plate, we have what's called an easy set bobbin plate cover on here. Now this machine comes with lots of cool stuff on here. It also have functions like twin needle work, if I can see. And when I select twin needle work, only the stitches that I'm able to use my twin needle will show up. As you can see, some of my other stitches are grayed out, and I can scroll down to turn the page on these arrows right here to see what stitches I can use with my twin needle. And it also shows you what the stitch looked like on the screen. So if I deactivate it, it tells me check that my twin needle has been canceled, hit OK, and all my other stitches are back. Now on this machine, because there's no lid up here to look at all my decorative stitches, I have a little chart right here. This is my preview chart. I simply touch this right here. This shows me all my heirloom stitches. Okay, I'm on the 4th page of 13 different pages. On the bottom here, I have my quilting stitches. Come down further, I can see I have more quilting stitches to look at. Look at all the different quilting stitches are available to me. We even have what's called quilt style. And you have some satin stitches, some bridge stitches, some decorative stitches, all kinds of stitches on this machine. We even have some long stitches, and these are really long. You have some animals. You even have sewing icons on here that you can stitch out for those of you who make garments. You have some kids designs, some seasons, some words. There's a word that says handmade on here. You have happy, you have quilt. You have mirage stitches. And if you haven't looked at these, what mirage stitches are, the mirage stitches is when you stitch them out. I'll select one. When you do it, when you stitch it out, you have a piece of stabilizer underneath it. The fabric is folded. When you stitch it, you don't see the connection line on the piece of fabric. And what happens is when you open it up, your connecting lines are on the stabilizer itself, so you don't see those. So those are what we call mirage stitches. Okay, so you have that on here. X out of here. So as you can see, It's very intuitive, very easy to use. You have some fonts that's available to you. You have blocks, script, Broadway, 9mm block, Cyrillic, and you have some symbols and things like that. And if I go to block, I can just simply, like right now, I have a choice of using a large font or a small font, and I'm able to go from uppercase to lowercase on here just by simply touching the letters and like that to go to lowercase. And you see all my letters changing to lowercase. So let's say if I want to spell my name, it says Sam, so I just put S. I can go to lowercase a-m. And then as you can see it, my name is just right there combined. I have 3 different space markings on here. I have numbers, symbols, accent markings, all different things up here built in on this machine. So it's very user-friendly, very easy to use. The other thing I also have on this machine, whoops, okay, I'm going to cancel and hit OK. We have what's called sewing application. In sewing applications, I have sewing applications and I have quilting applications. For quilting applications, let's say I'm going to do ruler work. I simply touch ruler work and it tells me what foot I want to use. And I just select and then I'm ready to go. I just put my foot on, change it. If I was going to use a stitch regulator, I would plug it into the back of the machine. I know you can't see it right here, but an icon will show up that said ASR, be in blue. I simply select that, my foot will change, and my stitching will be regulated. So it's just simple like that. I have a choice, the medium and light, and the difference is your pressure foot height. I'm able to adjust my pressure foot height by simply opening that. This right here is telling me what my default is, so I can make my foot closer to the machine if I need to, or I can raise it up higher if I need to. And one thing nice about this, our ruler foot, doesn't matter which one you use, we can use high shank rulers, low shank rulers, and you can use some long arm rulers also. And I say some because of our throat space on here, you can't use the really long ones, but you do have 13.5-inch throat space on your machine for using some of the rulers. Is there anybody have any questions? I know we have people. I know we have people in the office on the live feed answering your questions also. Does anybody have any questions for me that I can answer while I'm here?
Hey, Sam, I think somebody asked, is how much does the machine weigh?
The machine weighs about 28 pounds.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, I'm going to tell them how they can get that. Thank you so much, Sam. Great demonstration.
Thank you.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. All right, guys. This is the Elna 782 Pro, or 792 Pro. I'm sorry. 792 Pro, and this is a quilting machine with the AccuStitch regulator in it. And again, I love the center screen on this. It's right there where you need it. $69.99 on this. We do have a call-in special, so get on that phone and give us a call. And we have a great special for you today. Free shipping nationwide. We do have financing available as well. 800-401-8151. And that is just a good-looking machine all the way around. I love that thing. Anyway, let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane.
Hi.
Well, you know what? The hours are just clicking by as we go for Quilt Fest today on day 2, and it's going by fast, isn't it?
It's totally going by fast. I feel like it's like binge watching, right? You find your show and you just binge watch. That's what we do this week. Like, I never leave this position. I watch every single second. I'm like binge watching all of Quilt Fest, and it's so much fun.
I know. And, there's a bunch of people watching today. They've been, they started watching yesterday. So right now in the chat, I want everybody to put a number 1 if you were here yesterday, and put a number 2 if today's your first day, because we have a ton of people watching, and kind of curious to see where everybody, if they were here yesterday as well.
Yeah,
and
they're from all over the country, which is so much fun. I love seeing where everybody is. A lot of number 1s there in the chat for you, Blaine.
Well, that's good. So a lot of number 2s. That means there's a lot of people. Today is their first day. So welcome to the festival. We're going to be here all week, Jane, all the way through Friday, close of business, and we got a lot in store for everybody. And again, we'll remind you, stick around today. We got prizes we're going to give away throughout the day. We may sneak in here and give some early. And then also, we're going to draw for the second finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway this afternoon.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is participate in the show, Jane. Just chat and ask questions.
It's super easy to be a part of it, and we love having you here. In fact, somebody texted way earlier. They said, hey, listen, tell my boss that today is not the day to give me a special project, because that way I can't chat.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you take it away. I'll see you back here in a little bit, okay?
Okay. Thanks, everybody. All right, let's keep it going. Day 2 of Quilt Fest. We're moving on to our friends with Handi Quilter and our friend Shauna Westergaard. There she is. She is the mother of 4, and her husband is a tech guy. So hopefully he helps her with all of her cameras and setup. She's a Colorado transplant, and she loves living in the mountains. I love looking at those mountains. She grew up in a family of quilters, and she used to play under the quilting frames while all of her aunts used to stitch quilts for bridal showers and babies and all the good stuff. And she considers herself to be an accidental long arm quilter because she inherited her long arm even before she ever finished piecing a quilt top. And now she is here to show us all about the Moxy, and she is here with Handi Quilter. Please, a big, huge SMP warm welcome to Shauna Westergaard. Hey, Shauna.
Hi, how are you, Jane?
So good. It's always good to see you. I mentioned this at the top. You said your husband is a techie guy. Does he help you with the setup?
He actually helps me set up my machine every time we've moved. He knows part of his job is to get the machine set up and taken down. He helps with my long arm more than with cameras.
Well, I mean, amazing. So good for you. You have that like right built in. A lot of us have to call somebody, like the service desk.
Yeah.
Okay, so today you're talking about the Moxy.
Yes, and I'm so excited. I love the Moxy, and we've got a fun project for you.
Awesome. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, sure. Thanks, Jane. Okay, so I have this cute table runner. I don't know if anyone was around yesterday. Just go ahead and say, hey, I was here yesterday too. We talk table runners all the time when you're with me because I absolutely love table runners. I use them a lot because they're a great way to finish a project when you're trying to learn a new technique. Or when you're just trying to get used to your machine. So this table runner is a cute little summary one that we're going to talk about today. And I've actually made this sample slightly different than I made what we're going to be playing on. And that's because the one that we're going to play on here on the Moxy is actually going to be a door hanger instead of a table runner. My mom, when she saw what I was making, she said, oh, I love the popsicles. It's a cute summery thing. And my mom loves to have door hangers on her front door. So we're going to make this for my mom today. Let me tell you a little bit about the Moxy before we actually get started. This Moxy, we're going to be working on the Moxy XL, but you can see I have 2 machines on my frame. It's just a studio setup that we have. So we're just going to show the Moxy today. But know that they're very identical machines. The only difference on the machine I'm sewing is it just has a little bit larger throat space. So the Moxy comes with 15 inches of throat space, and it can come with Pro Stitcher Lite. It's our entry-level machine, and so it works really well with Pro Stitcher Lite. It has the 4-wheel carriage system, and so if you're going to do the upgrade, you have to go with the Lite instead of Pro Stitcher Premium, just because Pro Stitcher Lite runs the 4-wheel carriage instead of our larger 8-wheel carriages. So just something to keep in mind. The Moxy is great. It has the tension, like all of those things, just the same with the rest of the machine. They're easy to adjust, easy to play with. When you purchase the Moxy, it does include a packet of needles. So we have these really long, these great needles that come, they're the long, kind of like corsage pin needles. They're really great for attaching your projects onto your leaders. So they come with the needles. It comes with a bunch of different thread cones. Oh, I keep calling them needles, you guys. It's pins. It comes with a bunch of pins, and it might actually come with a packet of needles too. I think it does. So needles to put in the machine, pins to attach onto your leaders. It also comes with several cones of thread that you can try from my favorite Superior threads. They have threads that come with the machine. And it looks like you can actually put the Moxy on a little foot frame or on our studio frame. And the studio frame is 8 feet. It comes, I'm sorry, I'm saying studio, it's loft. The loft frame for them, you guys. I'm just so excited to show you this project. So let me take a minute and center myself because I want to make sure I give you all the right information. So the Moxy goes on our loft frame, and it can come up to 8 feet, and it also can go on the little foot frame, now that I've said it correctly. If you have any questions on it, please pop them in. I love to answer any questions. I do have someone reading comments for me, so if I'm not being clear, please let me know. We are playing with Superior threads today. We have King Tut thread in here, and then we're actually going to touch on something for part of our project. We're going to be using Golden Threads quilting paper, and I'll show you that right now. So I've written out on this paper, it says Hello Summer. I just took a Sharpie and traced it out. I have it on 2 papers so that I can kind of show you. So I wrote it out how I wanted it first, and it just says Hello Summer. And then I wrote it again, and I did it in cursive, just like this. And then I took it to the machine, and I took the thread out of the machine, and I just stitched on it. But the reason I like this paper, it's nice and thin so that we can actually use it as an actual template, or we can reuse it with Pounce chalk. And it's also thin enough that I can see my Sharpie on the back side. So I took this over to the machine, and I stitched without any thread in the machine so that I have some needle holes here. I don't know if we can get close enough for you to see, but we have some needle holes here that I've stitched so that we can actually use it as a template on what we're working on today. So that's the connecting threads that we're going to be playing with. If I can hold it down here, let's see if we can get a better angle for you. That I've gone through and stitched a bunch of needle holes right here so that we can use this as a template for putting this design down on our little wall hanger or door hanger here. So I'm going to set these aside. I'm going to show you how I like to baste so that we can get this project stable on our backing. I already have my backing and my batting loaded. So I'm going to go ahead and drop my needle down. Oh, give me just a second. Something to know when you're using this machine is this machine has, when you're using it with Pro Stitcher, this machine has a area set up to actually protect the poles and the machine itself from the motor. That's interesting. My needle's not going up and down like it should. Let me jump. There we go. I was on the wrong screen. So when you're in, let me just tell you that really fast so that we know what we're talking about here. This screen here has all of the settings that you can change. And I was tweaking and playing with my settings. And so when I was on the wrong screen, the machine won't respond because it's trying to say, hey, you're still trying to fix the settings. So that's what was going on. Okay, I've got my bobbin thread here and my top thread. I like to hold them in my hand. And then I'm actually going to change my stitches on my screen. I'm going to bump it down to 4 stitches per inch so that I can do a basting stitch all the way around my project here. And we're using a really bright variegated thread. I wanted it to show up really well and be a nice pop of color. And this variegated thread, again, it's King Tut thread from Superior Threads. And let me know if you have any questions. I do have someone watching the feed for me. I just want to make sure I get everyone's questions as we're going. So I'm just going to keep basting. I'm going to come down here to the bottom. And here at this point, if you like to work left to right, you can cut your thread, come back here and move down and over. But because I'm here, I'm just going to come and baste a little bit. There are a lot of people that struggle basting from right to left, myself included. So just know that it will not be a perfectly straight line. But the good thing about basting is it will be buried underneath your binding when you're done, right? So this thread that I'm using, I love the variegated color. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm going to hurry and rethread my thread. What happened is It just popped because I was moving right. Oops. Let me do this again, you guys. There we go. So I don't know if you noticed this either. I actually took my fingers and put them here on the tension disc. When I'm pulling the thread through, sometimes I'll do that to make sure my thread seats perfectly in the tension disc. You want to make sure that the thread is seated really well so that you can get a really nice stitch. And that's one way that if you're not careful when you thread the machine, you won't get good stitches because the thread has to be seated all the way through these tension discs. So anytime I have issues with my thread, I always kind of just pop those tension discs apart with my finger and separate it out as I pull the thread through to make sure it's where I need it to be. So we're going to come up here because I do work better from left to right. I'm pulling up my bobbin thread. Now, pulling up the bobbin thread is something that we do when we work on the long arm so that we don't have our bobbin thread all like on the underside of our project. When you're doing something on a domestic machine, you can just leave your thread tails at the edge of the project, but it's really hard to climb underneath the frame to snip those threads. And so we always talk about pulling up the bobbin threads as you go. And that way you won't have any issues with threads being caught in the stitching underneath your project. Perfect. Now, I am doing a project specifically for, I picked the size of this table runner or this door hanger so that it would fit within my throat space because I didn't want to have to be advancing the quilt just for time's sake. But that is something to consider when you're doing projects is how big do I want it to be? And if I'm doing a new project, I don't want to be not fighting, but advancing a lot because I want to be learning how to use my cute new tools, which is what we're going to be doing with our pounce pad. So we've got this all set up and ready to go. I'm going to pull out and I'm going to show you two ways that we can use this. We're going to use it one way, and then we're going to actually come back and use it with couching because I love couching. Couching is one of my very, very favorite things to do. So I've got my Hello Summer and I've already done my needle punching. I'm going to line it up where I want it, right here in the middle. Nice and cute. So I'm going to take my pins from my handy dandy Handi Quilter wrist magnet. And I'm just going to pop this on here like this. And if I pin it in place, then I know it won't move when I'm doing my pounce chalk. Okay, so we've got it right where I want it. Let me show you what this chalk is. So I actually have two here that I can show you the couple of different colors. This is the pounce, and it is a kind of like a little sponge on the inside. And this is just the case for it. You leave it in the case, and then this red circle, you can open it and fill it with powdered chalk. And it becomes a great way to mark templates on your quilts. So this one is white chalk, but because I'm doing a white background, I'm going to use the blue chalk. So you can see this one's nice and blue. So when you're using this, you don't actually pounce it across the quilt. You kind of just tap this once or twice to get some chalk down into the sponge. And then you're going to brush it along the template that I made. And it really is just a little bit of brushing. You don't have to do very much. It looks like I'm not doing anything, but I promise it'll work. Do we have any questions while we're doing this? No. Okay, good. Oh, it is a cute table runner. I just want to make sure if we have questions that I'm getting them answered for you guys. So let me know. Is there a difference between the Moxy and the Moxy XL besides throat space? I think there's a little difference with the motor size, but they're really pretty much very similar machines. So it really is pretty much the throat space. That's a great question. So under the studio lighting, I hope you guys can see this. I have tiny little blue circles here that have dropped down from using my stencil so that it shows the Hello Summer that I've written like that. So I can bring my machine over here and actually stitch this out. So I just pulled up my bobbin thread. That's what you saw me do. I'm going to do that again so I can show you guys. So I hold my top thread. I come to where I'm going to start with my stitching. I do my needle down and needle up button on my left handlebar, and then I swing away, and it actually pulls up my bobbin thread. And I've got white thread in the bobbin, so it's a little hard for you to see. But now I have both of them here, and I can start stitching. So I like to put my needle down when I'm doing free motion quilting. It's just a nice way for me to kind of keep my place as I'm quilting. And then, oh, look at that. I still have my basting stitches on. I'm going to jump back up. I prefer to have stitches about 11 stitches per inch. It's a personal preference, but I find that that's a really good number to be at, because if I have to unpick all of my stitches, it's not too tiny that they're going to be hard to pick out. So you can see that I'm actually following. So I just did a letter H because I'm following the stencil that I just laid down with the chalk pad. So I'll swing away. So there's a couple ways that you can do this if you're doing letters on a quilt. You can cut your threads between each individual letter, or you can do a couple stitches to tie off and then jump to the next letter and then cut your threads when you're all done. So I'm going to move to this letter E. Here we go. So I'm just going to do 1 or 2 more letters, and then I'm actually going to jump over to the other use that I do with this type of connecting threads paper. So I've done a couple stitches here, and I'm actually going to needle up, and I'm going to just leave my thread intact, and I'm going to jump over a little bit further, and I can see my blue line here is where I'm going to start, and it's a little bit hard to see on camera, so bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and stitch my letter L. I'm going to just start like this. Perfect. Needle up, and I'm going to jump to the next letter L. My starting point is right there. Needle down, and then I'll start stitching. And then I can break this thread or snip the thread when I'm all done. And then I'm going to come up here to my letter O, needle down. There we go. And we've done the word hello using our stencil. And this is a great way to use, like, to make homemade stencils if you have a quilt that's like a cowboy quilt and you wanted to have little cowboy boots in each square. You can use, which I have done this. I've used this paper and I traced out a cowboy boot, and then I was able to reuse this stencil on each portion of the quilt. So the next part we're going to do is actually couching. And I know I like to show couching. It's a really fun project to do. And so I'm sure some of you have seen this before, but we're going to talk about it again. So this is a couching foot. You can see, do you want me to show here? You can see that it has a little pink circle of plastic in the middle. This is so that we can get a specific size of thread or yarn through it. And so this outer circle would be the shape of the regular foot, and then the plastic inside has a little hole in it so that we can fit the yarn through so that we can do couching. So I'll show you how we switch feet, and this is very easy to do. All of these feet work with all of our machines, and so you don't have to worry about buying a specific foot. Oh, that's the needle. Let's not do that one. You don't have to buy a specific foot when you're buying the Moxy. You know, they're not specific to the Moxy and different from, you know, the Amara or something. All of the feet work the same in all of the machines. So you just loosen the screw, and then I can slide the foot and I get my new foot. I do like to lift up my hopping foot or my hopping post so that I can get my foot back on. And when I put the foot on, I like to hold it up with my finger so that I can make sure it's seated correctly, and then I just screw it back in. Just like that. And we've got a foot change and we're ready to go. So let me move this out of the way. You guys can tell I'm kind of on a kick here for summer because I did variegated blue thread and now I'm doing variegated blue yarn. So this is going to be really fun. I also should show you when you're doing a lot of projects, it's very easy to leave things here like scissors and they can be in the way. The really cool thing about the Moxy XL is that there's a magnet here so that your scissors aren't in the way. So there's a magnet. I'm showing you my scissors here. That there's a magnet. If I put it right here, it looks like they disappear in camera, but they're peeking out right here, right? So that's one of the cool features I like. Now that we've got our foot on, we've got our yarn, I'm actually going to use this kind of like a tearaway template now, because I've shown you how we did it with the Pounce chalk. So I'm going to lay this back down and I'm going to pin it in place. And it's really cool. I've already done my stitching, so I can make sure that I'm laying out like exactly where I did it before. So that's kind of fun. There we go. Now, because I already stitched the hello, I'm going to do this next part on the summer part, just so that you guys can see it a little better. We'll be a little closer. Now, I'm actually going to stitch directly on the paper because this paper, I can tear it away. So I can stitch through it and use it as like a tear away template instead of but this would be a one use, right? I'm using it this way as a one use type template. So I'm going to come to the point of my S where I want to start. I'll put my foot right where I want to start so I can see my needles right where I want it. And I hold onto my top thread. I push my needle down button on my left handlebar and I swing away to pick up my bobbin thread. There we go. Come on. Perfect. All right. And then I come back to where I'm going to start. And when we're doing couching, we take our yarn and we have to fit it between the foot and the needle so that we can actually, this is how we get the yarn started through the foot. So I like to hold the thread. Sorry, I like to hold the yarn. Let me get my words correct. And I hold both sides of the yarn in one hand so that it's out of the way, right? And then I do a needle down and a needle up. And then I'm going to let go of my yarn and pick back up my other threads. And then I just do a little tug. And you can see it pulls the yarn through the foot, right where I need it to be. Perfect. So then I come back over to my starting point and I'm going to put my needle down, right? I like to have my needle down when I'm doing this. And the other thing to know when you're doing couching is to have a bunch of the yarn kind of loosely draped or pooled around on your project. There we go. So that it's loose and it's not pulled taut. And that way, as you're moving the machine, it will pick up the yarn. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch. Perfect. And you can see I've kind of missed my letter S. I'm not too worried about it because once I tear this away, I'm not going to know where I marked. This is just to give me my own template, right? So I've done one stitch. I think I'm going to come back and double it up so it feels a little bit thicker. So I still have my couching thread spooled. I'm going to come back and do this back this way. Oh, did you guys watch that? Because I wasn't. There was a little bit of a tangle in my yarn. And so I might have to actually pull. Yep. Because I wasn't watching. It pulled the knot of the yarn through. So this is good to know that you're not actually going to be able to do multiple widths of yarn. I love that. That's so funny. Multiple widths of yarn, or you can't layer up your yarn to go through. However, I will say, let me show you this. We do have the different sizes of feet. So the one I originally showed you, the one that's here, had a pink insert. Let me show you this one. This one has a yellow plastic insert. And this one actually is a larger circle on the inside. And I use this one all the time when I'm doing, not chenille. What is the yarn called? I think it is like a chenille yarn. So yeah, the faux chenille that's chenille it. No, not chenille it. It's just like a chenille yarn. I'm saying it. You guys know what I'm talking about. Put it in the comments because I know I'm going to forget. Okay. And we're coming up on the end of our time, but I did want to talk a little bit about Pro Stitcher for this machine because that is an add-on that you can do with the Moxy. So while I'm cutting this yarn out, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Pro Stitcher. So Pro Stitcher Lite is the one that you can actually use on this machine. And the Pro Stitcher Lite is for the lighter weight machines. And so I love that they called it Pro Stitcher Lite because it works for the lighter machines, right? Someone was thinking. Did anyone put in the comments what it's called? I know it's going to drive me crazy. Okay, that's fine. So as I was cleaning this up, I literally just snipped the yarn right where it bound up. And that's exactly why I was saying you kind of pull it out because you want it to drape loosely where you're going. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. So again, Pro Stitcher does come on this, and with Pro Stitcher, you could actually program it to do the stitching that you wanted to put here. And so you would turn on the computer and set it, and then let it do the stitching. So Pro Stitcher is a lot of fun to play with because it does give you a lot of options for custom quilting, as well as doing just like a computerized edge to edge. So we've got our S finished a little bit. I want to try and come and finish this summer before I have to toss it back to Jane. So I'm going to show you again. Let me make sure my bobbin thread is trimmed. I'll show you one more time how I set up the couching, and then we'll pass it back to Jane. Okay, I'm going to start here on the letter U. The other reason that I'm doing the template is because I know how to do cursive, I know how to do letters, but I've turned it on its side, and it's going to be really hard for me to just free motion letters and have it turn, like, come out looking really great. And so I made sure to do the template because I have done a lot of free motion couching without a template. That works out really well too. So just having the template is letting me do my letters sideways and know that they'll still turn out really well. So one other thing to point out, I have, this is where I ended up losing it with my yarn, right? This is still stitched down really well and it's not going to come up. But if I want to, I can come back and fill in the couching here so that it won't be, it'll be like the same thickness of yarn all the way through. So I'm going to make sure I don't have any knots this time. Oh, it does not. I might just have to like trim it so that we can keep going because I want to make sure we have enough time to finish this. Yep, we're trimming it. There's too many knots. Welcome to life with yarn, right? I know you guys know this. The struggle we all have with all of our yarn balls everywhere. So someone just asked if we can wash this with the yarn on it. The answer is yes, and it washes really well. I will say I did a quilt with just this method, just couching all the way through. And after washing it a couple times, it came up in a few places, but I just popped it back on the long arm and stitched it down again. It was really that easy to fix. And the reason it popped up is because I didn't have enough of the thread spooled off on the side, right? So that it was kind of pulling taut as I was stitching it down. So lessons learned, right? Okay, we're taking our yarn. We're going to go between the needle and the foot. And I like to hold the yarn in one hand, right? And I do my needle down stitch and needle up. And then I let go of the yarn and I pull on the top and bobbin thread. And I'm just going to hold on to that as I pull away. And then we've got our yarn through here. Perfect. Right where I want it, and we're good to go. So I'm going to come back to the start of the letter U. Now, it's also important when you're doing this, it's better to keep moving kind of continuously. If there's a lot of pausing, sometimes the yarn can get bound up. So if I need to stop, I'll actually physically stop the machine with the pause button on the handlebar. So here we go. Good. See, and I pause and stop here because I wanted to make sure I'm going where I need to. Great. Perfect. Now that I've gone that far, I'm actually going to snip this so that it's out of the way. And I want to make sure again that I have all of my yarn kind of loose and ready to go. Perfect. Letter M. Another letter M. Letter E. And I have to say the letters so I make sure I'm doing the right letter. Letter R. Perfect. Now, how do I finish my couching? We're actually going to just snip the yarn right here and then backtrack a little bit and it'll stitch your tail down and make it right back in the project. Good to go. Perfect. Now I'm going to show you how we actually just tear this up. It's really that simple. I'm going to just pop all this out of the way, pull up my needles here. These are my pins, not my needles. Pull up my pins. Okay, now we just literally tear it off because you've made your own little tearaway template here. Ta-da! And I can just go through and take off all the rest of the little pieces. Jane, do we have any questions? I want to make sure that I'm not missing any questions.
I think that you did a great job monitoring your own questions. So thank you for that. But you're so much fun to watch. And I love the couching too. And one of my favorite parts was that you went back and showed us how to do it again.
Yes. Thank you. I just love couching. It's so fun to do, but it's a little bit, it can be intimidating to start. So I try to show it a couple times. So thank you.
No, I'm so glad. A lot of times, these shows are so quick and we fly through everything that it's like, wait, I want to see it. So I'm glad you did that. But awesome. It's so fun to hang out with you. I literally feel like I'm hanging out with you in the room. You're super
me too.
cute when you're doing your little comments on the side are fun. So Shauna, you're
thanks,
awesome. I will see you tomorrow, right?
Yes, I'm back tomorrow.
Okay, very good. I want to tell everybody how they can get their own Moxy so they can do their
Awesome.
couching. They're at their homes.
Okay.
Thanks, Shauna. Okay, everybody, super big, huge thanks to Shauna Westergaard from Handi Quilter. And today she was talking about the Handi Quilter Moxy. And I'm going to tell you how to get that. You could always call 800-401-8151. Well, there it is. It's the Moxy 15-inch long arm quilting machine. And it's also coming with that 8-foot loft frame. And that is what Shauna was using today. You see your Quilt Fest pricing right there, $44.95. Go ahead and order now. It's easy. It's free shipping. All you got to do is call 800-401-8151. And you too can be couching and quilting just like Shauna. Blaine, what do you think?
Well, I like what I see, Jane.
I know you do.
Another great machine from Handi Quilter. And I tell you what, this whole week we've got some fantastic things from Handi Quilter. Not only do we have that Moxy, we're going to have the Moxy XL on Friday, and then we had that Simply 16 machine that was exclusive for us that we'll have it on tomorrow, and great prices on all of it.
Great pricing on everything this week, Blaine. It's really, really a fantastic week. If you're in the market, you've been thinking about it. And I always say this because I'm always a person in the market. These are the weeks you want to buy the things because this is when we're getting the best pricing. Even the presenters, Blaine, and I know we got to get to the next one, but even the presenters are like, I can't believe Blaine got this deal. I'm like, wait, you're the person that's made it up for Blaine. You said, okay. So,
well, we're trying hard. Well, hey, you know what? I know we're a little over. We're kind of running behind. We're about 2 minutes behind schedule, but here's what I want to do really quick I've got Baby Lock coming up next with Deb Bone Harris. And before I bring Deb in, let's do a giveaway real quick and let's give a sewing machine away.
Yeah.
Let's do one of Burnett's sewing goes. And Andrew, spin that wheel.
Can he spin the wheel extra fast?
He's spinning it fast. I've seen. You got to do it in 1 minute or less, Jane. So you got to tell them how they're going to claim their prize. Here we go. Kathy Lindsay from YouTube watching. So Jane, how can she get that prize?
Okay, Kathy, all you need to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, fill out all the information, especially give us your address because our friends, Blaine and the crew at SMP will get that out to you ASAP. Congratulations on your win. You have 30 days to redeem your prize. smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom.
Jane, couldn't done it better myself. That was awesome. Great job. Very fast. All right, so we're going to move on. We'll see you back here in an hour, Jane. All right, guys, we are going to bring in Deb Bone Harris. She is an educator for Baby Lock, and embroidery is more than just a surface design in Deb's collections. It is an integral part of decorative element in her creations. She is taught at venues across the country, and she has been on our show several times. I got to meet her about a year ago for the first time, and she is a delight to work with. So y'all make a big SMP welcome to Deb Bone Harris. Hey, Deb.
Hi, Blaine.
How are you today?
Can you hear me?
Yes, got you loud and clear. Great having you here. So we're going to let you get going. I know we got a lot to cover, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes and tell them how to get it.
Perfect. I love it. Thanks so much, Blaine. How exciting to be here during Quilt Fest and National Quilting Month. Hopefully we have lots of quilters out there watching, and I have a real surprise for you today. So we've been watching all these great machines. I've been watching all morning long. Oh my gosh, Melinda on some of the other Baby Locks. But today we're going to be looking at the Soprano Baby Lock. And I want to just go ahead and let's just get going, shall we? So I'm going to switch my camera over to my machine. Make sure everything is coming in clear. There we go. So this is our Baby Lock Soprano machine. There it is with the name on it and that down. I'm going to do a little teaser, okay? Just because I want you to stay for the full show, alrighty? So this little sweet machine can take a quilt block that looks like this. Okay, we've got all our circles, and it turns into something like this. What do you think? Can you stay tuned? Yes, the soprano did this. Amazing, isn't it? So let's go ahead and look at our machine. With this baby lock machine, you get a bundle of things coming with it. And I'm going to go through some of the feet that we have that are provided with it. But this extension table right here comes with the machine. So a lot of times you have to buy this separately, not with the soprano. So we've got a quilting and sewing machine here. It is not an embroidery machine, but boy, will you want this one in your arsenal of sewing machines. So with this fabulous little extension table, great for your quilting, you've also got the ruler right on top with inches and centimeters. So that's a bonus in itself, getting that. Of course, it comes with um, the standard machine tools, and you've got a pocket here for all of your accessories as well. So let's go through some of those accessories that come with it. So in our little handy dandy plastic tote here, we've got the names of our feet. And actually, besides our four bobbins here, if you tilt it over, these don't come out. So they're in here quite snugly. So some of the standard feet that come with it are, we've got the R foot, which is the blind hem foot. The J foot is actually on the machine right now. It comes with that. We have the N foot. This is probably one of my favorite feet right here. So the N foot is used for a lot of decorative sewing, a lot of satin stitching, and you can see it's got a really wide view right here, so you can really hone in on that when you're stitching. But look at the back side as well. So see how we've got that groove and that notch right there? So a lot of times with our decorative stitching, we get a big buildup of stitches. We get our satin stitches that are being built up as well. So that lets them slide right on through. So super, super handy to have that little machine, that little foot. One of my other favorite feet are the M, which is the button sew-on foot. Okay, so this little sweet pea right here lets you insert the button right here, and you've got two of those red dots that you see right there. So those are going to line up with the hole of your button. So no more hand sewing on buttons. Let's just do it all on this little machine. In addition, we've got this little, it's plastic, so it's kind of hard to see, but you see this lever right there? That actually puts out a plastic shank right there. And so if you're doing a lot of couture sewing, if you need some lift on your buttons so you can wrap that thread around it and get a little lift off that button, that's what that shank does right there. This is the niftiest little foot, I think, in the whole toolbox. And of course, we have our buttonhole stitch. So this is the A foot. And basically, you just stick you're going to take this little lever right here and push it up. This is where you put your button right here. So whether it's a great big button or a little tiny button, you just put your button in there. This attaches to your foot, and it's going to stitch exactly the size buttonhole that you need. So we have 10 buttonhole stitches that are built into the machine. Pretty nifty, huh? So let's put that one back. In addition, we've got, here's our I foot or our zipper foot. What is really brilliant about this foot and what Baby Lock did is you can attach it to the left side of your foot or to the right side of your foot. So you can take that needle and bump it up as tightly as you need to get that zipper sewn in just a professional manner. Or you can also use this to put on cording and to make your own cording. And again, you've got that where you can do left or right and adjust that needle for the cording. One of the things I love about Baby Lock in this soprano machine is that they did a bonus zipper foot as well, which is this larger one here. And if you notice, it's got a screw on the back, so it's adjustable. Okay, so what this is great for is if you have great big cording or something quite bulky that you're trying to stitch on, this foot right here is your go-to for all of that. So we've also got the Teflon foot, and with all of us sewing all the cork bags, everything that's cork, anything leather, that type of thing. Yes, this machine can sew right through it. It's pretty awesome. But this foot here actually has a coating on the back, so you can feel it. It's going to glide right over whatever your vinyls, your corks, those type of things are. So that comes with the machine at all. 16 total feet with this machine. Pretty awesome, huh? We've got our wide toe applique foot right here. So totally cleared out. You can really see what you're stitching on. I do so much stitching. I prefer this foot for so much of my stitching, only because I can see what I'm doing and I can get really up close and personal. So that's a great one as well. And then for all you quilters out there, we've got our 1/4-inch foot right here that comes with the machine. It's got a flange on it. It's got markings, so when you're coming up to the corners, you know exactly where to stop to pull that binding out, turn, and keep on going. So that's a great one. I also want to show you 2 other quilting feet that I use. It does not come with the machine, but I know Blaine carries them. So this is another 1/4-inch foot here, and it does not have the flange on the side of it. So if you're doing tons and tons of piecing, this 1/4-inch foot is your go-to foot. So just ask the staff at Sewing Machines Plus, and they can also get this one for you. Again, it's got all your 1/4-inch markings, so you come up to the edge of your fabric, you know exactly when to stop. You need that in your arsenal as well. And then I was teaching at Sew Expo last week, and I was talking about the bi-level foot for sewing on my binding. And a couple of the other baby lock educators said, "Oh, you need the quilt foot binding." And so this is a brand new foot. It's only been out about 2 years, okay? And that number is BLSA dash QBF. And what this does, it goes right over your binding. So we have a bi-level foot, but this foot here has this groove right here. So when you're stitching on your binding, that binding is going to bump right up against that groove right there. And it's got a nice rounded edge for your corners, so you can go around the corners as well. So that was something I just learned about, and I just wanted to turn you on to that as well. It's called the quilt binding foot. So ask Blaine and his staff if they have that as well. And then again, for you quilters, we got a few extra feet here. We've got the open toe foot right there that you can really easily see where you're going and stitching. And then we have just the single needle foot right here. And that's if you've got a lot of open weave, that type of thing. You don't want to get your fabric snagged, use that. And then, of course, we have the traditional yeah, I just forgot the name of that foot right there. But this is the one that goes around all of your outline stitches. And so that's another phenomenal 16 feet with this machine. We also have free motion embroidery, and we'll talk about that in our settings a little bit. Again, you've got, if you're back into the sewing side, you've got your twin needle. You've also got an adapter for that twin needle, and that goes on right up here. So as well as twin needle, you could use this for a lot of your other decorative threads. Another idea there. And of course, quilters, we've got the walking foot. So this attaches onto your foot. You can take those sandwiches, quilt sandwiches, and stitch along. We also have the quilt binding or the quilt guide here. So this will help you stitch all your stitch lines really accurately. So another great tool here. Of course, you're going to get the thread netting. So that's going to help prevent any of your threads from spooling off. And then I don't know about y'all, but I love tools. And so that comes with this also is here's one screwdriver, pretty handy for unscrewing right here, your needle plate cover. Okay, that's your round one. We've got another one that was designed for the needle plate cover. And then this screwdriver right here, heavy duty little guy. He is for your taking out your needles, changing your angle off, and that type of thing. So all of this comes with it. In addition, you've also got the knee lift. So I know as free motion embroiderers, free motion quilters, this knee lift that comes with the machine as well is like a third hand. So it goes right underneath this extension table, plugs in, and it's like a third hand for you when you're stitching. So let's just look at some of these features here on the front of the machine. So I've got my start and stop button right here. It's red, so it's telling me I'm not ready to sew. But if I were to put my presser foot down with this button right here, it turns green and I'm ready to rock and roll. So I've got my reverse button. I've got my reinforcement button, needle down position, trimming or cutting my threads, top and bottom, and then we just went over our needle, our presser foot lever down. Also, here's my speed. So I don't know about y'all, but I'm kind of pedal to the metal type of sewer, unless you need really precise sewing. And so I was teaching some triangle bound buttonholes, and I needed about a 1.8 inch or 1 millimeter stitch length, and I needed to be super precise where those 2 stitches ended. So I slowed it way down, and then you can take it right back on up as well. So let's move over to the front of this machine as well here. Let me zone in a little bit. When you turn your machine on and off, it's going to say, okay to cancel the current pattern selection. I said, yep. I was just playing before y'all got here. But when you turn on your machine, it's going to come and start on stitch number 3, which is my center needle position. It's going to tell me that I need the J foot on. And then this right-hand corner tells me quite a bit of information as well. So you see the heart and a half, which means I'm going to do continuous stitching. If I were to touch these hearts down here, you see how it turned to only 1 stitch. So let me come even a little tiny bit closer so you can see that. There we go. So I'm going to turn that back off. So now I'm back to continuous stitching. This tells me that in my settings pages, I have my needle programmed to set in a needle down position. So that's how I like to sew. Also on my LCD screen, you're going to see my other stitches here. So if you notice, here's my width of 3.5. Here's my length of 1.8. And when I see the black backs around the back side of it, that means that is the default mode. So I can adjust it to whatever I want simply by changing these dials right below it. Again, I was practicing that triangle bound buttonhole, so I had it set on the 1.8 millimeter stitch length, which is pretty small. But there we go. Let's take that back. Let's also look over here. So on the soprano, we can't hardly live without cutting our threads anymore, the presser foot up and down, but this is our advanced pivoting feature. So when we're stitching along, let me just show you here. When we're stitching along, and that is, I know that is activated because it's blue. I'm just going to stitch. Oh, let's slow that down a little bit. There we go. And did you see how my foot pivoted up? So I can go ahead, rotate my fabric, and I'm going to go down. I'm going to stitch. It's going to go up again. I'm going to rotate my fabric, and I'm going to stitch again. So that's what that advanced pivoting feature does right here. In addition to this, I can also program it to automatically do a tie off at the end, and that's what that button for is there. And I can program it to cut it as well. So I can do 3 things at once just by engaging all three of these. So let's just look at that real quickly. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's pivot again. I'm going to lower that presser foot. And when I touch my reverse button, it's going to cut, trim, and raise my presser foot. So let's watch this in action. There's the reverse button. It's locking it in place, cutting it, and lifting my fabric. So all I have to do is pull that out. Pretty nifty, huh? It's everything you need in a quilting and sewing machine. This little beauty only weighs 23 pounds. So it is the perfect machine to take to all your quilting retreats. Lift up, put it on the kitchen table, take it to your sewing room, your bedroom, the back patio, wherever you need to entertain yourself, teach your kiddos, whatever you need to do. This jewel is just a gem to have at home. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut off a couple of these, and I'm going to keep on my auto pivoting just because that's how I sew all the time. But let's look at some of these other settings here. So I've got a settings page right here, and I don't have total time to go into all this. I wish we had an hour for this machine, because once you see the price point that Blaine's offering compared to some of the other upper end machines, wow, you're going to want this. And I'll let him reveal all that. But you've got a settings page here. Look, we have 9 pages of settings that we can go through. Okay, so, and you go simply arrow down. There, I'm on page 2. So you've got all sorts of adjustments for free motion embroidery, quilting, that type of thing here. There's my free motion foot height, my pivoting height, that type of thing. So I'm going to just reverse. I've got a pivoting feature here that, reverse mode. So what this does is if I bring a decorative stitch, it flips it to the other side. We've already gone over the heart and the double hearts for single stitch and continuous stitching. Let me hit that again. And there you see just one stitch with one heart, continuous stitching with 2 hearts. As we move on down, so this key right here tells me that I'm in my main category that I use most of my stitches with all the time. And so these are my utility stitches. And when I look up at my cover that I have opened up here, there's 3 categories. These are my utility stitches. I've got decorative 1, decorative 2, and decorative 3. 300 built-in stitches, as well as I've got 5 fonts here as well. So if I wanted to come and pick a decorative stitch, say in category 2, let's go back down here, and I'm going to go to my leaves and my decorative stitching and see how it says 1 there. I'm going to select it again and go to 2 because that's my middle category. And let's stitch pattern number 12. And up pops that decorative stitch there. Now, some of these decorative stitches are grayed out because they want them to stitch out perfectly. So you don't have the option of doing width and length, but a lot of them have all those options on them. And again, let's just look at that single stitch. If I want to stitch just 1, there we go. Okay. But I told you that we had a special little treat here, right? So I want to go back to that. I don't know where all this time goes, but we only have a couple minutes left. So I'm going to show you something special. Again, love this machine. It needs to be in your arsenal. So light. Doesn't it pack a wallop of things that you can do? But what I found out yesterday when I was playing with this, I just got this machine, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. But I do an awful lot of sewing with the circle attachment. Do you guys do that? So here's what the box looks like. Right here. So here's our circular sewing attachment. And the item number on this is BL-CSA. But it is such a simple attachment. And guess what? It fits on the soprano. You're going to love this. So if I were to take this off, I would just pull it back here. Did you see how easily that clicked into place? And then there is one screw that pops in right here. And then these are the results that I get from those. So I have taken this and I have stitched all these circles. It's amazing what this can do. Okay, so you see I've got a cotton here, I have a velvet here, and a batik here, and then I sewed a button in the middle. So that was one little simple. Look what else. I was just playing with batiks the other day, and this is what I came up with. I'm going to do a 4-patch pillow, and they're all going to be in batiks in these colors. So isn't that astonishing? These are all decorative stitches from the Soprano. Take a look at this one. Pull this back a little. Wowie zow zow, huh? So you can overlap all your circles and have all these concentric circles. Can you imagine some really wild pillows out of this? I hope this just sparks your imagination. And this little soprano is doing all of this, okay? And then here's my last one. I could go on for hours and hours, but here's another one that I was doing. I didn't totally line up perfectly there, but that's okay. I think this was one of the first ones I ever did. But I hope that these just spark your imagination. And with this little machine, the Soprano, you're getting so much. So at this point, Blaine, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and you tell us what kind of a deal you have for everybody. I hope you see the gravy train with this sweet little machine. Thanks so much. Are you there, Blaine? If not, how about if I show you another sample? Here we go. So how about this one right there? So the other thing that Baby Lock is known for is our education. So whenever you buy any machine, you're going to get the 60 days love of knowledge training. Okay, so that's really going to give you 60 days to go in and look at all the videos. There's many videos on this circular sewing attachment itself. There's one on the Soprano that will walk you right through every item and every piece that this machine has to offer. So while we're waiting for Blaine to come back, let me show you a few
Hey,
other
Deb.
things. So here, you got her, Blaine?
I'm here.
Perfect.
All right. I don't see you. I just see your machine. So.
Oh, hang on. Let me go back to me.
There she is.
Poof. Poop.
Well, thanks, Deb, so much. A great demonstration on this, and I know this is a favorite of a lot of quilters out there. This machine, so I'm gonna tell them how they can get one. Okay.
Love it, Blaine. Thanks so much. Take care, quilters.
All right, you too. All right, everybody. This was the Baby Lock Soprano. Again, a great machine. And right now, not only do we have a call-in special on it, but you can get a free 2-spool thread stand. It's $129 value. That's going to come with it absolutely free. Plus, we have that call-in special, but the normal price is $24.99. We have financing available for 24 months on this, free shipping nationwide, and you got to give us a call. Again, it has 300 built-in stitches, 99 utility stitches, 94 of those decorative stitches that Deb was talking about, 17 satin stitches, 18 decorative satin stitches, 14 cross stitches, and 58 combinable utility stitches. This thing is loaded up with a lot of features. Give us a call, 800-401-8151 to get yours ordered now. All right, guys, we are going to continue on with the show. Next up, we have Karen Charles coming back in, and Karen she works with Husqvarna Viking and Pfaff, and so y'all make a big welcome back with Karen Charles. Hey, Karen.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming back to see me today. I'm going to be with the Topaz 50, and I don't know if you've heard about the Topaz 50 or not, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of an introduction.
And, hey, Karen, this is a Everybody's been waiting on this one because the Topaz 50 is a fan favorite. Everybody's been waiting on this one, so we're super excited too. So
that's
take it
wonderful.
away.
Wait till you see the things that I'm going to show them, because everybody's going to want one after this.
Awesome. That sounds great.
All right. Well, thanks. All right. So I have it set up right now. I've got lots and lots of samples to show you of the things that you can create with the Topaz 50. But one of the things that I love about it is we have a great size hoop. This is 8 by a little over 14 inches, and 2 hoops come with it. Also the 120 by 120, which is the 5 by 5 inch hoop. And I have it set up here for a quilt, and I'm going to show you a bunch of projects that I've done. And because the designer Topaz 50 has what's called design positioning, and it's a basic design positioning, you can do a lot of continuous embroidery. We have so many different types of accessories, and as we go through the years and we add new machines, then we always make it possible for you to use those accessories with them. So let me just give you an example. This is a design that it looks like crochet, and this can be done on a Topaz 50. It uses the optional yarn couching foot set. But isn't that amazing that we can do embroidery like this? And I think some of the times we don't realize how much fun they can be. There are some designs that are on the Topaz 50 that are yarn couching designs. Here's another scarf. This was all done with the yarn couching foot. And again, it's an optional accessory, but this is something we can do with our Topaz 50. Here's another example. Isn't that amazing? So for me, the reason that you have a machine is not so much just so that you can sew and embroider, plop a design down. Husqvarna Viking has so many different types of embroidery designs and techniques that you can do with all of our embroidery machines, regardless of the level. The Topaz 50 is one of my favorites, actually one of the first ones. I actually bought it for my daughter-in-law because it can do all of the things I wanted to do with sewing and also with embroidery. It's got the sensor system, which means the foot goes up and down on its own, and it gives you really great sewing. Here's another example. This is done with a 30-weight thread. This is a hand-look design, and it really looks very, very different than a traditional embroidery design. But these are all things you can do with the Topaz 50. And here's a quilt that I've done. These are designs are 240 by 150. And because of design positioning, I can line them up and go in and match one design with another. So this is all done on one piece of fabric. And you can see on the back, it's all done with silk. And if you want to quilt your quilt, I think of our embroidery machines as being like a long arm with automation, because you can bring up the embroidery design, touch the start button, and it's going to quilt your quilt for you. So if you haven't thought about quilting your quilt, that's a really amazing thing to think about doing with your embroidery machine. Okay? And if you look up here on the top behind me, you can see that that's a design. That was one of the first designs that I did, and I used the hoop that was 240 by 150 because that's the size that it worked with. And this is the design that matches it. That's an embroidery design. So those are 8-inch squares, and you can do them with the Topaz and rehoop it and do it all on one piece of fabric. And it's all because of the design positioning that we have, the basic design position we have on the Topaz 50. So let's look at that machine a little bit closer. All right, and we're going to change our camera over. Let me just go here, and whoops, and we're going to touch our screen here. So the way that I've loaded a design right now, I've just pulled in this design. I want to kind of give you an idea about how this works. All right, this is my embroidery screen. And if I wanted to go and select a design where the flower is, that's where all my designs that are loaded in. There is 159 embroidery designs that are loaded in. And you can scroll through and see the colored images of each one that you wanted to. If I wanted to bring in another design, I can load it. And I could bring in multiple designs. Let's see, I'm going to bring in this one here. All right. And there I have 2 designs. So this is your screen where you build your design, and you can load multiple designs in and move them, rotate them, and adjust them. You can also change the size right on the screen. And if you want to get rid of one of them, you just touch the trash can and then you're ready to go. And to go to embroidery, you're just going to touch go. And then that moves you to the embroidery stitch out screen. Everything's really simple and very, very easy to use. And one of the things that I find fascinating about the Topaz 50 is even though it comes with 2 machines, it actually will work with 19 different hoops. So if you have a different embroidery machine, maybe you've got an FC and you had an endless hoop, there are all these different hoops work with the Topaz 50. And we really do try and make it easy for you to trade up for a different machine. And any of your, like if you have an endless hoop, they will all work on your Topaz 50. So as I'm going in here, if I wanted to go and write a name, then I could go here to my fonts. And I have 2 different fonts and in 3 different sizes each. And I could select a name and type it. And if it's just kind of just like texting, if I want to go to small lettering, I can go in here and I just need to learn how to spell. And then I'll put my name. And if I wanted a space, I could make a space. And when I'm done, I just touch the check mark and now I've got my name in there. Very easy to make quilt labels and do all kinds of fun things like that. And as always, if I didn't like it or I wanted to change it or rotate it, I can go and make all those changes here. And if I want to get rid of it, I just touch the trash can. So it is super easy to be able to embroider. When I go to the touch the go button, then I'm going to be prompted to put my hoop on. And then let me see if I can just get you a better view here like this. All right, and I'm going to just put my hoop on like that and slide it on. And now I'm ready to embroider. On the screen, it says attach hoop. Some of you might have never embroidered before. It is really fascinating to see how easy it is. When I'm starting, if I wanted to do it monochrome, I could just touch there and it would do it all in one color. And really now it's just a matter of pressing the start button and choosing the colors that I want to do. Once I'm finished embroidering, I go and touch back and I will take my hoop off and it will park my embroidery arm for me. Now, to go from embroidery to sewing, I'm going to, right down here, you can see it's sewing and embroidery. I don't have to turn my machine off. I can just go to sewing and it will tell me to take my embroidery arm off and put on my tray. Let me just do that for you and I'll move over here like this. Okay. Get rid of my hoop. Sorry about that. There we go. And so there is a tray like this that goes on the back. Just put that in here. And now you're set up and you're ready to, wait a second here. There we go. So there's your tray. And you put your tray on and now you're ready to sew. So it's very, very easy to be able to switch from sewing to embroidery. If you wanted to embroider, you take off the tray. And this time I'll give you a better view of it. And you put on your embroidery arm. And then it just slides into place like that. All right. And now I can move over here to go to embroidery. And it says, take my hoop off. And there I'm ready to go. And I'm kind of going back a little bit to the beginning because I wanted to give you an idea of how easy the Topaz 50 is to use. If you've never embroidered before, this is a really simple, easy machine to be able to work with. And the Designer Topaz 50 is both for when it comes to sewing and the decorative stitches and for embroidery. It's a fabulous embroidery machine, but it's also a fabulous sewing machine. It's got 10 inches from the needle to the side of the machine. So then you've got plenty of space for any size of quilt that you want to do. I've done a king size quilt on here with no problem at all. And it really is very easy. Now, as far as USB, I can go in here and let me find my stylus here. If I wanted to use a USB, I could load a design from the folder and pull up a design. I brought in this iris so I can load that. And I'm just going to touch and hold to load it. And there is my iris that I've got in there. And you can see, I apparently love garden designs. I love flowers. So those are some really beautiful designs. And if I wanted to select the other design, I'll just do it here so you can see that a little bit better. Wait a second. There you go. Okay. So I've got 2 designs in here. And if I wanted to get rid of that one, I just check the trash can. But if I had a room for all of them, I could leave them all in there and build my whole design from what I'm doing. So let me just show you a few more different types of embroidery designs that you can do. All right, because I do a lot with working on one piece of fabric. This was an embroidery design that was a collection that Husqvarna Viking sold, and we have some absolutely exquisite embroidery designs. This was a design done, it's an endless design, an endless quilt design, and you can find that in the My Sewnet library. And also, these designs were part of a design collection from Janet Sampson, but I use the endless hoop to do that. And the endless hoop is amazing to be able to do continuous quilting. You can go, it's perfect for borders, perfect for all kinds of great things. So when you think about doing something like this, many of you would think you'd need to have a top of the line machine to do it. But because we have basic design positioning on here, it really does allow us to be able to do continuous embroidery with no problems, and very, very easy. Now, we also have other accessories like cutwork needles, and we have yarn couching and all kinds of different things that can be used in embroidery. Now, this is a cutwork design, and this is a design that can be done on the Topaz 50. And I did this originally on the Topaz 50. But do you see how beautiful that is? And you can see on the back what it looks like. Isn't that a gorgeous design? It's a design that's called Richelieu bars. This is Mega Richelieu. But look at how beautiful it is. Now, this one is just done with a traditional scissors. It will sew a stitch around, and then you can cut the fabric away, and then it will do these thread bars. And when you wash the stabilizer away, it will go away. We also have an accessory called cutwork needles. And this would be an example of what you could do with cutwork needles. Now, it is an optional accessory, but I'm sure Blaine would be happy to order it for you if you guys are interested in it. And what happens with the cutwork needles is you will do the design. It's going to stitch around the area where it's going to cut the fabric away. And then you take the thread out of the bobbin and the top, and you put in the cutwork needle, one cutwork needle, and it's going to cut away the fabric. And there's 4 different cutwork needles in a package, and it will tell you, do you need to put the red needle in, or you need to put the yellow needle. So it will tell you everything you need to do. When you bring up the design, it's going to say whether it needs, what needle it needs. And here's another example of a jacket that I was done. I mean, the kinds of embroidery we can do with our Topaz 50, it really is a lot about the accessories that can work with it too. And I just love the fact that I can do this type of delicate embroidery, or very, very, I mean, on a denim jacket, and it did a fabulous job on a denim jacket. So as it's coming in, we're going into different types of embroidery. You can find a lot of the designs that work with your accessories in the My Sewnet library, and you can find a lot of them right on your machine too. If you look in the sample book, it will show you a lot of the different techniques that you can do with it. Now, I am going to take off my embroidery arm, and I'm going to go to sewing, and I'm going to show you how the sewing part of our Topaz 50 works. And so I'm going to go back to sewing here, and I'm going to put on a foot. And you'll notice up here it shows the A foot. I'm going to come back to the screen here. This is saying I'm on a straight stitch, and I'm using my A foot. Now, the A foot is the standard utility foot with all of our Husqvarna Vikings, and that doesn't change. If you had maybe you have a Husqvarna Viking from 20, 30, 40 years ago, they all use the A foot as the basic utility foot. None of that logic changed. So maybe you have an old Lily that I used to have a Lily 555, and it had an A foot, and it was the stitch you used when you were doing your basic sewing. If I was going to a satin stitch, it's going to ask for the B foot. But something that makes the Topaz 50 really amazing that a lot of other machines don't have that ability is, if I was to choose the fabric on my sewing advisor, I have the A is a woven light, and the B is a woven medium, And here it'll tell me what fabric I have selected. So for example, when I do piecing in the hoop, wait a second here, I'll just get this in here. When I'm doing piecing in the hoop, piecing quilt together, I usually select woven A, and I can do this with that. All right, and when I choose woven light, my stitch length changes to 2.0, and my tension automatically changes. It also recommends a different needle. And so if I wanted to do a 1/4 of an inch stitch on my Topaz 50 with my A foot, I have in the D menu, a second here, you can see this. In the D menu, I have a 1/4 of an inch stitch already programmed in. So I can go and change that stitch to the 1/4 inch stitch, and it will automatically move my needle over to a 1/4 of an inch from the edge of my A foot. Whoops, I think I lost connection here. What happened? Oops, there we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so you have 29 needle positions. When you're on a straight stitch, you can move the needle anywhere from the left to the right. Let me see if I move this a little more delicately. All righty. And on my screen, if I decided I wanted to do free motion quilting, I do have the logo for free motion quilting, and I can go in here and select it. And I can do either free motion floating or free motion spring action. And I can close that down if I wanted to do it. This is my tension, and this is my stitch length. And down here where it says 0, that is my needle position. So if I wanted to move the needle over to the left or the right, touching that, you can physically see on the screen how it's moving the needle position. And all Husqvarna Viking machines work like this. We have the ability to move the needle over, usually somewhere between 29 and 37 different stitches. Now, do you notice that I have stretch medium selected? It's recommending a stretch stitch. And everything changes when I select a different fabric. So if I go back to a woven medium fabric, my tension's at 4.6. My stitch length is set up at a 2.5. And this is my needle position. And if I wanted to go and select a different decorative stitch, I go up into my stitch menu, and I can scroll. I can do a lot of different things too. A second here. I'm going to go here. And I can see all of the different stitches. Maybe if I wanted to go to a zigzag and select like that. So it's very, very easy to be able to select your stitches. Now, if you want to see all the menus, then you're going to go to my menu where I see all of the menus. If I wanted to go to a 1/4 of an inch stitch, I could go to the menu D, and right here, stitch number 1, and that's where mostly you'll find your 1/4 of an inch stitch in most of the machines. And the second one, this is a hand look quilting stitch, and that's beautiful. Gives you a beautiful hand look stitch if you want to. You've also got some different blanket stitches that you can go in. And I can come down here and, oh, there's no more down there, so I'm just going to come back. So this is where you've got your sewing fonts. And if you wanted to program in stitches, you can put a different series of stitch and they will all go in. I'm just going to bring up some fabric over here and just show you how that sensor system works, all right? So I'm going to go back to a 1/4 of an inch stitch, and I'm going to put my screen on here. Now, the sensor system automatically senses how much fabric is underneath the foot. So let's say I wanted to work with a heavy denim fabric. As I go over the denim fabric, it will sense how much fabric's there. If I'm on a very light fabric, it's going to lift the foot up just a little bit. And I'll just do this so you can see what the difference is, all right? So I'm putting my foot on the pedal and my foot comes down. And I can start sewing very slowly if I want to, or go very, very fast. All right, and I'm just going to wander around. Now, if I stop with the needle down, I'm going to set my needle to the down position. When I stop, the foot automatically lifts up into this pivot position, and it knows how much fabric's underneath there. So if I was going to put, maybe I'm going to go from that little bit into a much higher level. When I start sewing, it's automatically going to come up to that higher level, and it will stop and lift the foot up, because it can sense how much fabric's underneath as I'm sewing. All right, and if I come down here like this, And it will do the same thing with the denim. It knows how much fabric's underneath there. And our sensor system is absolutely fabulous. So I'll do the same thing with denim, just so you can kind of get a sense of this, okay? So as I stop, I can lift this in. Now this is a very thick, heavy jeans denim. This is like your Levi's heavy denim. And I'm going to come over here. I don't have a special needle in or anything like that. And as I sew, you can see it just goes up into that level. And if I put another layer on there and go up even higher, it automatically will stop. And this time it lifts it that much higher because it knows that how much fabric's underneath it. And as I stop and come down like that, isn't that wonderful that it has that ability to sense how much fabric's underneath there? And let's see how much time. We've got a few minutes left. And I think this is one of the most wonderful things about our Topaz 50 is not only does it have that sensor system, but you don't need to know an awful lot about sewing because of the sensor, the sewing advisor. You can go in and select the fabric you want to use and get the best results. So here's, for example, say I want to do a stretch light fabric and I wasn't sure, but I want to do a buttonhole. Down here on the bottom, these are your different types of sewing options. So if I wanted to find out the best buttonhole for a stretch light fabric, by select stretch light and, oh, you see I've got stretch medium there. Let's touch stretch light. And then I'm going to select buttonhole. And my Topaz 50 is going to select the best buttonhole that's recommended for that fabric. And we've had this sewing advisor for over 30 years now. And it is one of the highlights of our Husqvarna Viking sewing machines because it really does help us to sew, and everything I've learned, I've watched by how the sewing advisor works. If I was to go, for example, to a stretch fabric and I wanted to do a hem or there's blind hem, I can select these different options. There's my blind hem, and it will tell me that I need to put on the D foot, and it selected the best blind hem for my stretch fabric that I'm working with. And this is true of all Husqvarna Vikings, and this is one of the things that has made Husqvarna Viking so famous over the years, is how that sewing advisor works. And we have all the instructions to be able to do that. Here you'll see that the stitch tension is there. You can override it anytime you want to, but it's going to come up with the best stitch length and stitch width and needle recommendations for the fabric that you're working on. And if I come back and I want to go to my regular straight stitch, I can go to my menu and select the stitches that I want to do, and it will automatically see it's bringing me all these different stitches. All right, so that gives you just a little bit of an introduction into the Topaz 50. And one of the other things that I love about Husqvarna Vikings is I love our satin stitches. It has a very, very rich look to all of our satin stitches, and it's where I got started playing with my decorative stitches, working on my quilts, because the satin stitches are beautiful. I kind of like to do this little thing where I play around with the stitches and see what it looks like and make changes. So if I'm doing something like that, this is kind of a fun thing to kind of mark it down, what you've done, to be able to see. And when you look up at your different stitches here, I'm going to be careful I don't lose connection. You'll see that all the menus of stitches are here. Your satin stitches, and this is a true satin stitch. When you're looking at this on menu B, you have all these different beautiful satin stitches. And a true satin stitch is built differently than a zigzag. All right, so if I go to the B menu and I go to choose that satin stitch, which I'm going to do, all right, and I'm going to go and select that stitch. And I'm just going to do a stitch for you, okay? I've selected the satin stitch, and we're going to just do that. I should show you. Do you notice that? It changed from the A foot to the B foot. And let's just, I'll show you the difference between the A and the B foot. It's always going to tell you the foot it recommends, and then the foot is right here. The number is telling you what to put on. The difference from an A foot, the utility foot, is that is a flat bottom, and the B foot has a groove underneath for doing satin stitches, which makes it really, really a better foot to be using when you're doing satin stitches. Okay. Let me just pull up some fabric And we'll do this stitch so you can see what this looks like. The other thing is when we're using decorative stitches, generally it's going to recommend that you're going to recommend that you use a stabilizer. All right, so there is that satin stitch. And as you're changing it, you can also adjust the length and the width, all right, and the density of it here. So you can change this and make it wider or narrower, and you can make it shorter so that it's fuller. I'm just going to do a little bit just so you can see. And then I'm going to use the scissors to cut, and it's going to cut the top thread and pull it to the bottom and lift the foot up. See, look at, isn't that an absolutely exquisite satin stitch? It is one of my favorite things about this Husqvarna Viking is how beautiful the satin stitch is. And all of the stitches that have that kind of a satin stitch look to them, they all have this really rich, beautiful look. And you don't have to do a lot of fiddling with them. They just come straight out of the box like that. So thank you all for joining me again today. And I hope you enjoyed having a look at the Topaz 50. If you've never embroidered before, it's a very easy machine to use. And if you have embroidered and you're looking for a second machine, that is a wonderful addition to your sewing room. And it's also a great machine to take with you if you are looking for a smaller machine to be able, well, not smaller, but smaller. If you have an Epic or one of the larger Ruby 90s where you have a much, much larger machine, this one is weighs a lot less, and it's a lot easier to take to classes with you or to take quilt retreats and things like that. So keep in mind, it's a fabulous, fabulous machine, and I guarantee you that Blaine's got some special pricing for it. So give him a call if you're interested. And I'll say goodbye now.
Well, hey, Karen, great job. And again, you know, this Topaz 50, unbelievable machine for a combination machine. And it's got so much technology built in to that kind of medium line machine, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I think it's got a lot of the technology that you'll see on the top of the line machine, but it's built in at a price that's much more accessible for people.
Yeah,
So
we got a great special on it too.
I have a feeling you probably did.
All right, Karen. Well, hey, thank you so much. We'll see you again tomorrow, okay?
All right, bye-bye.
All righty. All right, everybody. This is the Viking Topaz 50. Now, this is the combination machine. It is a sewing and embroidery machine. We've got a fantastic special on it right now. Not only do we have a call-in special, but you get a free extension table with the purchase, and we're going to throw in a $300 gift card with purchase. Great pricing over there. Look at it, $35.49. We have 24-month special financing available. We have free shipping nationwide. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. I know y'all have heard about this Topaz 50 because it has been one of the stellar machines of Vikings had for a long, long time. And we have sold hundreds of these things nationwide, and everybody absolutely loves this thing. So get on that phone, give them a call at the call center, 800-401-8151. Hey, if you want to chat, you can go to our live chat on our website as well. We have people standing by monitoring the chat. They can help you out, answer questions as well. And then if you want to ask questions in our chat on YouTube or Facebook, hey, we have, Melinda and Rhonda and Rena are monitoring the chat today as well. They can answer questions there for you as well. So we try to get you covered on all aspects. So, hey, let's bring our Jane back in.
Hello.
So, Jane, you were gone for a whole hour. So what did you make?
Actually, I made dinner.
Okay. You usually are crafting while this hour goes by.
Okay, listen. So I love sustainability, right? So
Yes.
I was overworking in my world of upcycling projects, and I was like, what am I gonna make? And I'm, pulling some dead stock fabric that I got, and I'm making shirts. So that is what I was doing.
Okay.
But that's like a little preview to my Takeover Tuesday. And I know,
Speaking of Takeover Tuesday, we got to tell everybody out there about our regular shows. Now, we think that we really appreciate everybody tuning in today and this week. This is our Quilt Fest. But every Tuesday, we have one of those awesome ladies on the screen there. You from left to right, Jane Klaus. You have Becky Thompson, Carly Bell, which is coming up next, and Joanne Banco. They're on our network every Tuesday at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central time. And they just take over our studio, and they always do projects. They all bring something different to the table. So y'all make sure you tune in. And also, we want to invite you to come and join us on our Thursdays. Every Thursday, we have a live show with me, and we have a lot of machines, a lot of different guests. So you need to tune in for both. And it's at 10 a.m. on every Thursday Pacific time.
I am always like, okay, what can I do? And I always like to do a little sustainable something. So it has something to do with this fabric right here, which it's dead stock fabric that was once in a design house, a fashion production house. But anyway, that's a preview for my Takeover Tuesday. Our next guest with education may have a preview for her own Takeover Tuesday.
She might. But hey, before I let you go, I got to remind everybody out there too, another important date that I want y'all to write down. Hey, since we're in these festival modes, we are going to have our Serger Soiree coming up on April the 8th through the 11th. So it's the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. It's 4 days. And basically it's Viking on one day, Pfaff on one day, and then Baby Lock 2 days. And you're going to get to see every serger that those companies make. And we have educators in to do demonstrations, have great pricing on it. And it's actually National Serger Month, James. So it's going to be a great time to get a serger if you need one. So make sure y'all mark those dates down, April 8th through the 11th.
I'm totally writing it down because when I use this fabric, I use my serger.
There we go. All right. Well, I'm going to jump out of here, Jane. I know you got a special guest coming up next, and I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you. Okay, time for education. And one of our favorites right here on the show, Carly Bell. She's going to be here teaching us all about machine applique quilt blocks. But first, let me tell you about Carly. She is obsessed with machine embroidery. And you know what? When she set out to learn how to embroider using her embroidery machine, she learned how to do it all, and she does it all. She's an embroidery expert. She is an Embrilliance Pro. In fact, she has a course on it. She hosts her monthly Sip and Stitch on YouTube, and she also is part of our Takeover Tuesday team, and she loves showing you all of the tricks and tips that she has learned along the way. She's an amazing human. She's a mom. She's a wife. She's a great person. You can always learn more about her at carlybell.com, but right now, just say hi to Carly Bell.
Hi, Jane.
Hey, Carly. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing so good. I'm just so everybody knows, I've been in that craft room right there where Carly's at. So I know exactly where she's at. Carly, I don't want to take up too much of your time because I always love your education sessions. But number one, you look like you had a blast on Fat Tuesday in the parties.
Oh, yes. So much fun. So I live down in New Orleans, Louisiana, and we just had Mardi Gras last week. And they're still celebrating because some parades got postponed, and then St. Patrick's Day is around the corner. So we got more parades for that. So we don't stop down here.
I mean, you really don't miss a party. And I love that because Super Bowl is there. I'm following you on all the socials. I'm like, that girl, she knows what's up. And then the other thing is your Takeover Tuesday. Was it today?
Actually, today is like my Takeover Tuesday because I'm normally here on Tuesdays. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
Sorry.
this is like my Takeover Tuesday for March.
Oh, that works out perfectly then. So the sneak peek into your Takeover Tuesday is machine applique quilt blocks.
Yes.
Oh my God, you're the best. Okay. Enough of my shenanigans, Carly Bell. I'm going to let you take over. Have fun, and I'll see you in 30.
All right. Thank you, Jane. Hi, everybody. I hope you're having a great Tuesday. So today I'm going to be going over applique and specifically using an embroidery machine to add applique to your quilt blocks. So like Jane said, I became obsessed with machine embroidery over a decade ago, and now my obsession is turning to quilting. And I am getting a grasp now on traditional quilting, but I am loving learning that I could use my embroidery machine to quilt. And so I'm going to show you a bunch of fun things to get your gears and your ideas rolling on things that you can do if you also have an embroidery machine. And this is, I mean, as little as a 5x7 hoop, we can accomplish so many things. So even if you have a small machine and haven't upgraded to that big one yet, lots of the things that I'm going to show you today can be done with your smaller machine. But the nicer, bigger machines do have a lot of bells and whistles that come into play that help with these kinds of projects. So what am I talking about with applique? I am talking about adding fabric and creating a shape or a design of some sort to go on top of existing material. So for our quilt blocks, we have our background fabric, but then we want to add some other shape or design on top of it and fill that shape or design with fabric. So I'm just going to jump right over to my craft table so that you can see what I'm talking about. All right, here is a quilt block I made on my embroidery machine. Now you can see my outline stitch is showing me that's where I'm gonna end up cutting it out when it's done. Okay. And I can see this like windy pattern. That is my background quilting design. And then my umbrella and the 3 different pieces of my umbrella, that is applique. That is what I'm talking about for today's project. So each one of these pieces of the umbrella was done, and I'm going to show you all 3 steps for applique if you have not done it before. But this is kind of what we're talking about today. So the first thing I want to tell you about is how you can take any applique design that you may have already and turn it into a quilt block. Okay, so say you go to your design stash that you have, okay, and you have a baby shower coming up and you would like to maybe make a cute baby quilt, and you have all these cutesy little applique designs. You got a teddy bear, you have little baby booties, you have even something that looks like a pacifier or a rocking chair, but I don't know, all kinds of things. If you have a collection of cute things, or say the baby's theme, like I just made a quilt for my nephew and his theme is kind of Winnie the Pooh. So you can go from there. So anything, you have a collection of these applique designs and you want to turn them into a quilt block. Step number 1 would be to get some sort of background quilting if you want to do it all on your machine. So I'm going to show you some examples of where you can get these kinds of things. And I'm going to show you my computer for a second and it's going to look crazy. Let's see. Okay, so you should see my computer right now and I am at Creative Applique's website. Oh, I just noticed she changed her logo here. So this is Dawn Chase. She taught an educational segment yesterday on how to do edge-to-edge quilting. So if you didn't watch that class, go and watch that one. It's on Sewing Machines Plus Quilt Fest Day 1. And you can see how she does background quilting for if you're doing like an entire quilt. You can also apply this to just a single block if you want to as well. So if I just want to make a block in my 5x7 hoop, I can go grab this design, grab the 5x7 size and stitch it out on some fabric. That's going to be the background fabric. So this is option 1 for you is Creative Applique. She just started offering these designs and she's got some cute ones and I'm sure she's going to add a ton more as time goes by. Another well-known embroidery designer that offers background quilting is Designs by Juju. This is very similar in that you can, oh, this would be perfect for my nephew. I didn't see this one in time. But here are some background quilting designs that the way they work is they can be used edge to edge, so you can fill an entire quilt with them, or you can use them just to create a single block. And that's kind of more of what I'm discussing today, how we can use these just to create a single block. So another great resource for quilting designs. And then lastly is one of my favorites, and this is Kimberbell. And Sewing Machines Plus sells a lot of Kimberbell products. I'm going to tell you about one that I'm doing later, actually, that you can get at Sewing Machines Plus, I believe. But this has background quilting, all sorts of, and with this one, I love that they have 2 options. They have an option to do like a whole quilt, and then they have block options where it will actually stitch out, you know, a 4x4 block or 8x8 block, whatever you're working with, and then fill it with that design. So those were the places I wanted to tell you off the top of my head where you can get those background quilting designs. Now, there's other ways that you can add quilting as well. I have a piece of fabric here I'm going to show you after a while that I pre-quilted. So I just took a piece of fabric, basted some batting on the back, went to my sewing machine, did some decorative stitching, and did line quilting. I'm going to applique on that later. So you can quilt your own fabric ahead of time. You don't have to do it on the embroidery machine if you don't want to, if you want to do a large piece at one time. And then we have some other fun things, which I think it was Melanie earlier did a class, the education class before mine. Oh, is it Melinda? I'm sorry if I'm messing it up. But she showed on her baby lock machine how you can create custom quilting. So I have a Brother Stellaire, which I'm going to show you later on. You can create custom quilting on that machine, almost the same instructions like what she showed you in that first educational class. And then the last option, of course, is free motion quilting. You can applique a piece of fabric and then take it off your embroidery machine and use your sewing, or if you have some other type of machine like they were showing earlier, and you can add free motion quilting all around your applique design. So lots and lots of options. My personal favorite is doing it all in the hoop, stitching, putting my background fabric, quilting it in the hoop, and then stitching the applique design on top. So let's go over and look at more examples now. So this is, and let me go to where I could see the comments because I'm sorry I didn't see anything so far. This is a design from Kimberbell. This is from their Spring Showers featured quilt. Let's see, I got a book. I got this from Sewing Machines Plus. I've been working on it for way too long. I don't know that I'll get it done, but this is what the whole thing looks like. I'm going to be working on another featured quilt I'm going to tell you about later that we're actually starting on Thursday. But this is a block from there. This is a block from that quilt as well. So now that I've done these, I can cut them out and then I can piece them together when I have most of my blocks done. Here is another quilting project with applique. This was actually done in my VIP membership group last spring. And for this class, the applique designs, we opened up this flower on my Brother Stellaire, and we used the method that was shown in the educational class before mine today to create custom echo quilting around the tulip design. So you open the applique, you create the stamp in either IQ Designer or Design Center, and then you can add the echo quilting around it. Or you could add one of the pattern ones. So here's a hexagon one that was built in on my machine, and you can see the stamp outline around it. So that was all done on my Brother Stellaire, or if you have a Baby Lock, Meridian, Altair, Solaris, you can do these kinds of things too. And then the center, we have the big white background is applique, but then also the filling of the watering can is applique, and so on. Then for Christmas, I had a holiday workshop where we made this little table runner, kind of similar concept. Each one of these blocks was made in a 5x7 hoop. So what we did was part of this workshop was you got the designs, and then we had Zoom classes teaching how to make each of the blocks. So I made this one block in the hoop. It did the background quilting. It was a part of the design. So when you opened this design, it was all ready to go for you. I didn't have to combine things or use a machine to create custom quilting. But you can see with the tree, there are 3 pieces of applique. So we have I can use 3 different fabrics, and even the trunk here is applique. And then this is the same thing. I just did a different color scheme, and I actually finished adding my buttons to it. This is another fun project from Creative Appliques. This is a little quilted hanger that you can hang up as a decorative piece in your home or your kitchen. And the 14 here is applique, and you see the glitter. Isn't that fun? We're going to talk about fun fabrics that we can use for applique as well. All right. So lastly, this is another project we did in my VIP membership group where we had blocks that had background quilting and then applique on top. So the pumpkin is one piece, the stem is another. Then we had some pieces that just had quilting on them. and then some pieces that had a leaf on them. And you can see this is just one piece of applique. So how do we achieve this shape? How do I get my pumpkin to be perfectly shaped as a pumpkin, or my leaf? Or, you know, I have lettering here. That is a thing that tricked me. Like when I first saw cute clothing that had applique on it, I was like, how did they get it so like perfect in the shape? Like, so that's what I want to go over with you now. What are the 3 steps of applique? And they are here. We have placement, tack down, and your finishing or your final stitch. Okay, so whenever you open up an applique design on your machine or in your embroidery software, you may see the same shape, the same stitch 3 times in a row. Okay, and that's going to determine that that is an applique design. The first 2 will be exactly the same, and usually in that they're a running stitch. So you have just a simple running stitch showing you where to put your fabric, hence the placement. The second stitch is actually going to stitch right on top the same spot, and this is going to tack down your fabric, allowing you to trim it. That's the secret weapon. So all of this is trimming. But there are options where you don't have to trim if you have something like a scanning cut or a silhouette or a cricket. And then the last step is, this could be varying, but this is normally what we call the finishing stitch. And this sometimes can cover up the raw edge of your fabric going around it like this. So here, this is a satin stitch. This one is a blanket stitch. This one is what I would call a bean stitch or a floss stitch. I also have some other examples here. Here's a motif stitch going around applique. We have blanket again. This one is zigzag, so it covers up that raw edge, but it's you can still see kind of through it. This is that bean stitch again. This one does not cover up the raw edge at all, and I like to trim a little bit, not so close to the stitch line. I like to have kind of that offset look when I'm trimming it. And then the satin stitch is a very popular one as well. So those are all the different kinds of finishing stitches that you can have going around an applique. So what I've done here is I went ahead and stitched this out ahead of time so y'all can kind of see the process. So what I grabbed here was the orange peel background quilting from Kimberbell, and I chose a 4x4 block, and I just opened it up in my embroidery software, which I use Embroiance Essentials. And so I opened that up, and that is there. And this block consists of, I think, 4 steps. One is a placement that shows you where to put your batting. I don't know if you can see here, but there's batting here. There's a square that's going to stitch, and then you put your batting on top of it. And then it's going to stitch again, and you're going to trim your batting. It's very, very similar to an applique. Then it's going to do another square that's bigger, and that's going to show you where to put your background fabric. And then one more square right on top of it that's going to tack down your background fabric. And that one you can see here. You can't see the batting one because it's underneath here, but it's a 1/4 inch smaller than this square so that your batting is not in your seam allowance when you're actually piecing these together. And then lastly, so I lied, it's 5 steps, is the background quilting. All right, so in Embroiance, I opened this up, and then over here you see my cute little shamrock. I merged it and put it right on top of my background quilting design. Okay, and step number 1 of my shamrock is a placement stitch. Now I did it in a different color green, but can you see that shamrock? You see it there? That is showing me right where to put the fabric that I want to fill my shamrock with. And this is my fabric. Step number 2 is tack down. So you see I cut a piece of fabric that is bigger than my placement stitch. I want to make sure when I lay it on top, you can't see my placement stitch anymore. Okay, and now you are ready for the next part of your applique, which is the tack down stitch. And this is what it's going to look like after you tack it down. And this is when you grab your favorite pair of applique scissors. Mine are these snip tweezer-like scissors. A company named Havells makes them, and Kimberbell makes them. I got both of mine from Sewing Machines Plus, my favorite applique scissors. Now there's other kinds like duckbill is really popular for some people, where it helps, for instance, when we trim this, that this large piece will be underneath when you're trimming. And it helps, I find, get close to the stitches without cutting the actual stitch line. Okay, so duckbill is an option. And then they have some traditional looking scissors, but have a curved up edge. Some people like these. And then my favorite is the snips. So if you're unsure of which one is best for you, a nice set like this that Sewing Machines Plus has allows you to try all of them out. And it comes with a great little pair of tweezers. So literally, these are the ones I always use. I got that though because I wanted to try out the other ones. So now is the part where you trim. Now this is where practice is going to make perfect. Okay, you're not going to be great at this the first time, but the more you practice, the better you will get. So I just carefully put my scissors underneath the fabric, and I am just trying to trim as close to that stitch line as possible without actually snipping them. It's not the end of the world if you snip them, but I try not to. And what happens is, depending on what your finishing stitch is, now ours is satin, it's going to go and cover up that raw edge of the fabric. Okay, so I have to put it down and actually do it. I'm trying to hold it close to the camera so you could see, but I just snip. And actually this piece that I showed you earlier, I have a beginner machine embroidery course, and in that course we talk about trimming. And this is their practice design. So that is a part of the course where they get that design, they stitch it out on their machines, and this allows them to practice trimming all different kinds of shapes. So you can do this with any design. If you have some applique designs already, or some that are built into your machine, just stitch them out on some cutaway stabilizer and practice trimming. All right. So there is my shamrock. Ta-da! Okay, now one of my secret weapons when it comes to applique that I like to do is, if you notice the back of my fabric is shiny, I ironed on Heat and Bond Light. Reminded me to turn my iron on. Heat and Bond Light. This is like a double-sided adhesive, but it's low tack so that you can sew through it and it's not going to gum up your needle. I always add this to the back of my applique fabric so that when I'm done with my tack down and my trim, I use a little mini iron and I iron this in place. Now, this isn't hot yet and I don't have my mat underneath, but this is going to activate the adhesive that is under the fabric and allow it to fuse with whatever background you're doing. This is especially important when these things get washed, that the applique fabric doesn't pull away from the background fabric, causing like puckering and puffiness. It gives it a lot more professional look if you iron this in place before you move on to the last step. Now, this particular design had 2 steps after the applique. The third step, which is what's, we're discussing here, placement, tack down, finishing stitch, is a satin stitch that goes around and covers the raw edge of everything. And then this design had a cute bean stitch that went through the tack down stitch after to kind of give it a more decorative look. All right, so that was my applique tutorial, and then if I have a couple more minutes, I want to show you actually doing it on the machine. So here is that piece of pre-quilted fabric that I made on my sewing machine last night. This is the first time I really played with this, and I love it. So I just used this kind of star decorative stitch on my stellaire, and I marked some lines and did just line quilting with the decorative stitch. So I went both horizontal and vertical, both ways. And then when I was done, I was like, it needs a little more. And I did just a regular running stitch, kind of connecting each one of those squares, I guess you would say, diagonally. So I created this pre-quilted piece of fabric. I think I'm gonna turn this into a little zippered bag when I'm done. But what I thought would be cute is some little applique hearts on here. So not doing the quilting on the embroidery machine, but did it on the sewing. But now I just hooped it. And I have this little heart applique that's a blanket stitch. And I've already stitched the placement stitch. If you can see it right there of the heart, I tried to place it to where it's right in the middle of this little block of 4. So I have that. And what do I have? I have a piece of fabric that I want to fill the heart with. I ironed Heat and Bond Light already on the back. It comes with this paper piece you peel off. So now that has that adhesive. So now we're going to go to the machine and quickly stitch that on. Where's my mouse? Here we go. So here's my Stellaire. Try to be quick. Okay, I have my heart here. It has 3 steps. The first step is the position stitch, which I already stitched. So let me go down. Okay, now is the tack down stitch. So it's ready to tack this down. And I'm just going to lay my fabric right on top of my heart. Lower my presser foot. Need to close my hoop. Okay, good. So that is going to stitch my heart, and I just lay it right on top. Usually I don't need to secure it or anything. With the Heat and Bond Light on the back, it helps kind of keep it nice and stiff, but that's it. So that's your tack down stitch. And when it's done, I'm going to remove the hoop, and I'm going to just do it right here. But the same thing like what I showed you earlier, where you trim it with your scissors. Just try to get as close as you can to that stitch line. And then, because I'm in a rush, I'm not going to go iron it, but normally this is when I would iron it. But with a blanket stitch, you can really iron it when it's all done. It's the satin stitch that I find the ironing in between is the most helpful. With all the other stitches, you can iron it after it's done. All right, and then lastly is my blanket stitch. Oh, this is going to be so cute. Elise is going to steal it from me when I'm done. I could see it now, my daughter. But I think I'm gonna just trim this to where it's, you know, square or, you know, rectangle, but straight lines. And then just put zipper on either side and just make like a cute little zippered bag with it and add a lining. I'll try to film it when I make it so that y'all can see how it turns out. Or definitely take some pictures along the way. All right. Let it do its little thing. So this is the Brother Stellaire XJ2. This is a sewing and embroidery machine. I can do everything with it. I love it so much. But now I've added a, here we go, a little applique heart to my pre-quilted fabric. And I chose a blanket stitch to try to keep it looking as kind of traditional as possible. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this out the hoop, and I'm going to move it over and rehoop it, and then stitch another heart, I think right here or right here. I'm not sure yet. But I'm going to play around with it and add a few hearts and then use this piece of fabric to make something. So that is all I have for you today. Real quick though, I want to tell you, if you like this and this sounds like something you'd like to do, on Thursday I am starting a sew along, where a weekly video series where we'll be doing a different block from this oh so delightful quilt from Kimberbell. I have a whole blog post on it on my website, carlybell.com, if you want to come do this kinds of stuff. It's really, really fun. And what I'm going to love about it is we're going to do it together so that I actually finish it. But that's it, guys. So Jane, did you go make something while we were stitching?
No, I was like sitting here just listening to hanging on your every word and every demonstration. It's super funny when you were like, when I first saw the applique on top of the quilt, I was like, how did they magically put that there? And the funny thing is, until you deconstruct it and do it yourself, you're like, oh, okay, that was easy.
It's so easy. But I was in a quilt shop looking. This was the first time we went shopping for machines. My aunt was buying the machine, and I'm just looking at this beautiful baby gown that had this applique. I'm like, totally enamored. How did they do that?
It's like magic. It's like, but it's like that even when if you're sewing a garment, you're like, how does that get inside there and flip it around? So it's always so much fun. And then to like kind of deconstruct it in your head and figure it out. But your demonstrations, you're an excellent teacher. You're just so good at what you do. So thank you for all of that. CarlyBell.com. We can see you on your sew along, which I love. You do your sip and stitch once a month?
Yes, this is the sip and stitch. I started working on it earlier today. So when is sip and stitch? Next Friday. So it's like the third Friday of every month.
Right.
We are going to make a baby bird cloth from scratch and then like embroider a monogram on it. So that's what I'm working for next Friday for sip and
people
stitch.
can still sign up for your Brilliance classes as well.
Yes. So if you love all of this, embroidery software is so important. When it comes to embroidery, I didn't realize that when I got into it, but you can create and combine and make all kinds of wonderful things. And the program I use and recommend is Embroiance Essentials. And as any software, there's a learning curve. So what I did was I made step-by-step lessons showing you how to use the software from beginning to end, all the wonderful features it has. And they're all recorded so that you can watch them at your own convenience and you can play with the software as you're watching the lesson on your phone. So fun stuff like that.
It's so great. And that Embrilliance is, it's a tough nut to crack, especially for me if you don't like to study. So you just need a Carly. That's what we need. Carly Bell, you're amazing. Everyone go to CarlyBell.com. You're great. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you for being here.
Bye, Jane. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, Carly's the best, Blaine. Thank you for bringing her on the show. You know, it's funny, Blaine. I could call you. I could call Carly. I could call Joanne Banco. Like, you could call Sarah. I could call everybody. But, you know, I just wait to see him on the show, and I just have my chit chats now.
Well, I totally understand. Well, hey, I got another one of your favorite people coming up just next. We got Belle Bruner coming in.
I love my Belle. I love my Belle.
So, all right. So we're going to go with that. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes. All right, everybody. We have Belle Bruner. She is going to be here going over the King Quilter sit down. Now, Belle is in Arkansas. She has a quilt retreat there. She teaches quilting, does all kinds of things, and we absolutely love her being on our show. She's been here many, many times. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Belle Bruner.
Hi,
hey,
Blaine.
How are you?
I'm great. Happy day 2 of Quilt Fest.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's been an awesome day so far, but hey, it's not over yet. So we've got some more sewing and quilting and all kinds of things going on, but I know you got some quilting going on, so we're going to let you get at it, and I'll see you back here in 25 minutes.
Sounds great. Well, hello, everyone, SMP Tribe. It's great to be with you here again on day 2 of Quilt Fest, and I'm going to talk to you about the King Quilter 2. So I have something to show you as a little project that I've done on this machine. I'm going to talk to you about the table, the machine itself, how simple it is to use, and why I really, really enjoy it. So for those of you, I'd love to know in the chat, have you done any free motion quilting at all on your small domestic machine? Let me know. I will be interested to hear your feedback on that, because sometimes we're like, you know, there's just not enough throat space. And that's how it was for me on my domestic machine. And right, exactly. And so I was like, you know what, this is the next step up. So if you're thinking, I want to do more free motion quilting, but I don't have a large footprint. And if you do have a large footprint area, that's great. But if you don't, this is the perfect sit down long arm machine for you. And it has a stitch regulator. It has 2 different modes in that, so you can get really perfect stitches. So first off, let me talk about the actual table itself. Now, this is the Quilt Vision table that comes with it, and I'll have Chris kind of zoom in here first so that you can actually see the smoothness. There's like a shine. I think you can probably see the shine there with that light. And you don't have to use a glider. So with my domestic machine, I had to use like a little glider underneath my needle. This just makes everything just really slide. So when you have your fabric under here, it just slides really easily, which is really nice. And, you know, you don't use any cleaner on this. You just use like some water and a warm washcloth, you know, to wipe it off, dust it off if you need. So that is a great feature of this table. The other piece is, if you look where my hands are, from this end here to this end here is 36 inches. So that is 1 yard of fabric. So for those of you with small footprints, you go to your little room and get your 1 yard of fabric, and you can see, oh, this is about how big this is. If you don't have a tape measure for some reason, which you probably do as sewists and quilters, lay it on the floor, measure out 36 inches. So this table here, when my extension leaves are down, rolls over into this corner here. And Quilt Husband's going to show that to you. This is where I roll it and put it. I have mine on casters. So that's an option for you if you want to put yours on casters. And so I have the extension folded down on both sides. And I'll just use this area for smaller things. Wall quilts, baby quilts. I'll show you an eyeglass case that I made, quilting it on this, so smaller things. And when I want to do something larger, I actually can lift up both of these extension tables. Now, these are each 18 inches on each side. So when you have the extension tables, if you choose to get those, and those are lifted up, you're going to have 6 feet. So if you want to quilt a king size quilt on here, you can. And what I do is I'll just roll it out from here, pop up the extension tables here, and then I've got 6 feet. So if you're wanting to try free motion quilting, but you really don't like to do it on your domestic machine, which I just did not, this is a great next step, and it's definitely a great price point to come in at to be able to do that. So let me show you with the table. I've got this leaf up. I'm going to show you how easy it is to put down. There's just 2 levers underneath here. There's one here and there's one here. You press both of them at the same time, lift up, and it just folds down just like that. Right, nice and easy to be able to fold down. And you can fold the other one down too and just roll it right into your space if you want. If you have a larger area and you want to leave both leaves out, you absolutely can. You don't need to get the casters if you don't want them, but those are an option for you. And I'll have Chris show those casters down here for you so you can see kind of how those roll here. They lock. So if you want to lock these, you can. And I do whenever, you know, I have it in place. And then you just pop them up. They'll unlock and you can roll it wherever you want to. So that's an option for you as well. The other piece here is this table is adjustable. So you can adjust this from 25.5 inches to 39.9 inches. If you would like to do this standing, that's an option for you. I do mine sitting, but if you want to adjust it, even just because I have a pretty long torso, I'm pretty tall, but if you're shorter, you need to make it shorter, raise it up, you can do that as well. And then another piece here for you is to let you know about the throat space. So, you know, on your domestic machine, you just don't have much space. But with this one, you've got 18 inches from the needle all the way to the back here. 18 inches. So you can roll up your king size quilt if you want and have plenty of area here to be able to quilt whatever size, you know, quilt that you want to quilt, which is really nice. Then you have 8 inches from the bottom here to the top. So plenty of clearance there for that quilt to be rolled up both directions. You also have 4 inches of visibility to see the needle. So if you look in this area here, kind of from my vantage point, you can see really well when you look down at, say, I've got something right here, you can see really well from here to here. With your domestic machine, that's hard to do sometimes to be able to see. So you've got a really great clearance here of over 4 inches of visibility from here to here. And then in front of me, you can see the actual quilting machine itself right here. This is just 3 inches. So it's not really wide. It doesn't get in your way. It's narrow enough. And of course, we'll talk about the screen in a moment here. It's also very narrow too. Now, with this being the Quilt Vision table, here's why it's a Quilt Vision table. You see these two little eyes right here? These are built into this little piece here. This part just snaps down in when you get your table. This table was really easy to put together. Quilt Husband and I did it probably in about maybe 3 hours, something like that. Yeah, maybe it's about 3 hours as first timers. Real simple. And when this Quilt Vision table right here, it will be able to sense when it can see it really, when I'm moving my fabric over these sensors here, then it will know to speed up or slow down whenever I am quilting something. So those are really, really helpful there. If you don't want to be in manual mode, and I'll talk to you about the different modes. If you want to be in stitch regulator mode, you have two options, cruise and precision. These little sensors right here will be able to tell when you're moving your fabric fast, moving it slow, not moving at all. So that's a piece there for you. Also, you've got a really great manual. I know that may sound silly to mention, but I like things that are simple, and some manuals can get overly complicated. And I just want you to see the layout here of how simple this manual is. They made it where it's easy to read. It's not little teeny writing on here. You see you've got nice size font. The screen's really big for you. It does not feel overwhelming at all when you look at the information in the manual. Really super easy here. And then you've got a cheat sheet. And I actually keep this tacked up on my basting wall over here. I've got a quilt hung up behind me today that I actually quilted on this King Quilter. I actually keep this tacked up here, about right here, whenever I don't have the quilt up here. And my King Quilter is just right there in the corner, and I've got the cheat sheet to be able to remember, all the buttons. I pretty much have them memorized now because I've had the machine about 1.5 years. But for those of you that are getting it for the first time, it definitely comes with this, just reminding how to thread it and things like that. So that's really helpful. One person asked me yesterday a question, and I wanted to look it up and answer. They said, Belle, do you have to oil this machine? And I double checked, and no, you don't have to oil the inside of this machine. The only time that would be done was if for some reason you needed to take it in for maintenance or something like that. There was an issue with it, which I've never had one. The thing you do want to oil, though, is underneath, whenever I have Chris here in a few minutes look at the bobbin area, your bobbin hook. So you need to put 1 drop of oil inside the bobbin hook area anytime you haven't used the machine for a while, or after every 2 bobbins, you'll put a drop in there. So that answers the question about oiling it. Some people were wondering if that was complicated. It's not complicated at all. So a little bit there about the manual. Okay, let's look here at some other features. The lighting. The lighting is the next one. So you can see we've got 2 LED lights, which are really helpful. We've got one in the back, and we've got one here in the front. Now, I'm going to turn these on and off just so you can see the options there of those lights. Now, I don't have to use another lamp in my corner over here at all because these lights are really bright. Now, here's both of them when they're off. This is when the back one is on, and this one is when the front one is on. So it's plenty of light, but it doesn't blind you. It's not like some of those LED lights that are just overwhelmingly bright, but it's enough brightness that you don't have to use, one of those little gooseneck lights or anything like that on here. So I really, really appreciate that feature as well. Let's look at the threading. So yes, I agree, ladies, great lighting. We love the light, don't we? Absolutely, especially if we're out here at night when everyone else has gone to bed. It's quiet. Okay, here's one of my curly hairs. I'm sorry about that. We're going to talk about the thread. So easy to thread. You can do this sitting down. So I'm in my chair, and this is the thread path. So sometimes it can feel a little scary. You don't have to feel scary threading this one. You're going to go up here through the thread mast, down here through this first thread guide. You'll come down here through this thread guide through the first loop. You skip the second one and go down to the last one. You would only use that one if you were using a different weight thread. You'll come down here through this thread guide, slide it between the tension discs, and then you will actually come down here underneath this hook here. You'll come through the take-up lever, down through this thread guide, and then your last thread guide, there's a little bitty hole right here on this side. That's it. That's all you have to do. And you don't have to get up if you don't want to. You can just do it all from here, which is really, really handy. Now, the bobbin winder, great news. It comes with this machine and it is separate. So this is the King Quilter 2 bobbin winder. You don't have to unthread the machine thread and stop and wind bobbins. If you're one of those that forgets to wind them ahead of time, you actually can use this machine. And what happens is it avoids having to use your motor all of the time. You actually just use this machine and this little bobbin winder, and you're ready to go. So I'll, wind up mine before I'm ready for a project right here separately. It plugs in separately in an outlet, and you're ready to go. So this does come with a separate bobbin winder, which is super helpful too. Now, while we're talking about thread, Quilt Husband, I'll have you come on over here to the back and let's show everybody the bobbin area. Now, the bobbin area is really open, and when you've been using this for a while, you're able to not look under here. Okay. You can just feel around in there and just be able to pop this right out. There's a lot of space. It's open and there's light. Look at all that light under there, right? Absolutely. So it's really helpful to be able to see all that. I can just get a little brush and just kind of sweep in there, swish it a little bit to get out any lint. But this is where your Class M bobbin goes in here. And also this is where you would be oiling it. You would take this out and put it there in your bobbin hook. And so that's really nice. This takes an M class bobbin, and that will hold 210 yards of thread here for you. So another great thing there is this little area here. Open, there's no doors to open, nothing to slide open. And like I said, after a while, you can just reach under here and pull that out, no problem. You don't even have to bend down and look under there after a while. Okay, let's move on to the screen features here. All right, we ready for the screen? Okay, so on the screen features, it's small. This is only like about 3.5 inches. It's the perfect size. And I want to show you what options you have here for stitching. So if you notice, you've got the M stands for manual mode. And I'm going to show this to you at the end of the presentation today of actually these settings working on a quilt sandwich. So with manual mode basically is when you are controlling the speed of the needle with your foot pedal, or you actually can press the play button here. If for some reason you broke your foot or your toe or whatever, I don't know, your joints are bothering you in your foot, you actually can just turn it on and off here, right? Which would be really nice. Even if you were an amputee and you didn't have both of your legs, you could free motion quilt with us because you just press start and stop here. So that's a really nice feature. You also can decide your speed per inches. So this machine will go from 50 to 2,200 stitches per minute. I typically sew about 500. Sometimes I'll sew at 550. So you have two memory buttons here where you can program to keep track of your speed that you like to use. And so those are the two that I use. And you'll just press the plus or the minus to be able to control that. Another nice thing is you've got your basting mode. So here's your basting mode. It turns green. And with basting mode, it'll do 1 stitch per 1/2 inch, per inch, per 2 inch, per 4. It will write on here however many seconds on here, but basically that's how it works out. It's to every 1/2 inch, inch, 2 inch, 4 inches for your basting stitch, which is really nice to be able to baste your projects on the machine here. So we'll go back here to manual mode and I'll turn basting off. You also have what I call non-bobbin chicken. So if you don't like playing bobbin chicken, you've got this little alarm here. It'll tell you, right now it's recording how much thread is in mine. And when you are getting low, your very, very first time to program it, it keeps track, it knows. So when you put your second one in, it will beep there going forward, knowing when you're getting ready to run out of thread. So you can change that, which is really nice. You've got your needle up and your needle down that you can do, or you can control that from your foot pedal by just tapping your foot pedal. The needle will go up or the needle will go down. You also have a tension dial readout. So mine is set at 70, and I'm not going to move the dial over here because it's set at the right tension for my thread. But normally when you have a dial like this, you've got numbers on it and you have to like turn and look and see. With this one, when you turn it, the readout will go up or down here to be able to see what your tension is. And what I like to do, I have a little notebook, and in that notebook, I'll write, okay, 40 weight thread, 50 weight thread, 30 weight thread. This is the tension best for it so that I can remember. So that's what the screen looks like for manual mode. Let's go into stitch regulator mode. Now with stitch regulator mode, you have two options. You've got precision mode, which is what it's in right now. This is precision mode. And basically with precision mode, nothing happens until these two sensors see your fabric moving across them. The needle won't move until that happens. Now you have to have your foot pedal pressed all the way down or this button turned on, but the needle won't move till you move the fabric, and it actually regulates your stitches. So you get really nice stitches. And another option for you is cruise control. Now with cruise control, what happens with cruise control, it's the minimum speed that this machine will stitch regardless of how slowly the fabric is moving. So basically think of idle, like when your car's kind of idling. It's like the needle's going, and it's going at this speed for me at 450. That's the speed it's going, no matter how, slowly the fabric is moving. So that's another one. That's actually one of my favorite settings is the cruise control. I really like that one a lot. Okay, let's move on to some other features here. There, as I mentioned, there's your bobbin chicken, so it keeps track of your bobbin. You've got a stitch counter to count how many stitch are in a project. So for those of you that like to brag to say, my quilt has 24 million stitches, you can take a snapshot and prove it to your quilty friends. We also have an alarm. This one you can set if you want it to go off, at a certain amount of time, 10 minutes. I like to stop and move my body about every hour. You can actually set that. It's not good for us to be sitting too long. Then your light switch here, I showed you before, on and off there. You have a calculator. So if you want to do a little bit of quilty math, or I don't know, your monthly budget, you can calculate how much you've spent this month for fabrics and all the extra money you have to buy this machine. You also have a diagnostic feature. So you're able to hit all these various buttons here and look at any kind of diagnostic issues that might help you there. And these are the different languages here, which I think I just took it out of English, but now it's back in English there. So, and then we're now back to our home screen, and I'm going to put it back in manual mode. So that is the different stitches that we have there. Let's see if there was anything else. What feet does it come with? Well, it comes with the foot that's on here, and it also comes with a ruler foot here. And then we've got this one here as well. You have options to buy a lot of different feet to go with it. A couching foot. I also have this one. This is really helpful to have the spoon foot also. And then you've got a few little tools that come with it to be able to, take your needle out and all of those good things. And I just kind of keep those in a little organizer over here on mine where it won't scratch up the table. Okay, let me show you a couple things. One, before I show you this project, I'm going to put a quilt sandwich under here because it looks like we've got enough time. And I'm going to show you what it looks like to actually use some of these settings on here. So let me slide this under. We'll move that manual out of the way. Get my quilting discs. A lot of people ask me about my paddles. They are not furniture movers, friends. They're not for scooching furniture, although they look like it. S&P carries quilting paddles, so I bet somebody will drop that in the chat for me. These are helpful to actually grip your fabric because when you use your hands slide and you'll kind of lose grip of it. So I like these because I don't like to wear gloves because you have to take them off to rethread your needle, sometimes to use your scissors. So these I am a fan favorite of. I've had them for years. But as you can see, I've had to label them because people will want to walk off with them when I use them at demos. Okay, let's start out first by using manual mode. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to tap the pedal once, the needle's going to go down, and I'm going to pull up the bobbin thread here. We're going to move that to the back. I'm going to do a couple of stitches to lock that in place. And then with manual mode, I'm controlling the speed of this with the pedal, okay? So this would be like if you were doing free motion on your machine at home. And let's just make a couple of little flowers because, you know, it's springtime and we're all excited about that. And I've got mine set at 500. So that's not overly fast. I tend to not be a very fast quilter. This is basically drawing on fabric. That would be me controlling everything just with my foot, okay? Now I'm going to switch over to stitch regulator mode. I'm going to be in cruise control right now. And with cruise control, I'm going to go ahead and turn this way. With cruise control, nothing is going to happen until I move my fabric, okay? So, well, let me back up. The needle is going to start moving when I press my pedal. But when I start moving the fabric faster, it's going to speed up. So this is speeding up when I move the fabric faster. But notice when I stop, it's still moving. The needle's still going. But it's going to go faster when I go faster. Okay? Now, let me show you really quick stitch regulator mode for precision. So with precision, nothing's going to happen at all until I move this fabric. Now, I'm going to move this out of the way here. I'm pressing the pedal and the sensor. Get over here in the middle. The sensors saw me moving the fabric. So I've got my pedal pressed all the way down, nothing happening. Here we go. I'm going to start moving it. And I'm going to be able to have perfect stitches the same length apart because it's in stitch regulator mode, right? So you may not be that great at quilting yet. I'm still learning motifs. But it makes you look like a super rock star, a quilty rock star, because it slows down when you slow down. See, I'm moving real, real slow. And then if I speed up, then it goes fast. So that's what that looks like there for when you're using this machine. And I'll show you something else I made too. And the thread I'm using for this one, this is 40 weight thread for those of you wondering. I like 40 weight thread because it shows up better. This is a piece that I quilted when I was learning. This was actually just, I think, maybe my second time to do it. And this is an eyeglass case where I could put my sunglasses and my reading glasses in here. And I thought, you know, all of these practice sandwiches, I could make something out of it. And so I made an eyeglass holder here. But that's just an example of some of the free motion quilting that you can do as you're learning different motifs on this. Okay, let me look at the questions here. It looks like we've got about 3 minutes. Oh, thanks, Charlotte. I'm glad you think the demo's incredible. It makes you want to start quilting. Yes. So here's my slogan, and I stole it from my bonus daughter, and that is, I believe in you. So lots of times we are afraid to try things we've never done before. Or when people were trying this at the Road to California when I was doing demos there with Blaine, I'd say, you want to come try this? And they'd be like, no, I don't want to. It won't be good. And I'm like, no, it won't. It probably won't be. It won't be likely your first time, but you'll get a feel for the machine and then you just start practicing. So we're not usually going to be perfect or really good at it the first time. We all have to start somewhere. We all have to have teaching moments. And so we want to just take 10 seconds of courage and try something new. And this is a great machine to be able to step up your game. If you want to try free motion quilting, if you've got a small area to do it in, or even if you have a large one and you just want a small footprint, this is a great, great machine for that. Okay, let me see if there's any other questions. Stitch regulator would be a great practice. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, and you've got 3. You can try manual and the 2 different stitch regulator modes, which is really nice. Michelle, I wished you'd tried it at the Road to California too. I got to meet so many of you, so it was so fun to be there. Hey, Josh. It's great to see you too. Josh's quilt was at QuiltCon, so I got to see him recently. So I think that is about everything for all of the questions. Any last ones? We've got like about a minute here. Okay, no other ones. Well, if there are no other questions about this machine, I just want to say if you forget everything I told you today, on my YouTube channel, it's called Thread Life with Belle. I've got 3 videos on this machine about the bobbin winder, the machine itself, and how to thread it. So you can pop on over to my YouTube channel. It's Thread Life with Belle. I'm getting ready to start doing lives 3 days a week in April, so come find me over there. And then tomorrow, I'll be back tomorrow, one last day for the week, and we are going to do a demo with a really special machine. And it is actually this flower here. So this is my Friendship Blooms pattern. S&P has this to order, and I'm going to show you how to do turn and fuse applique of this darling little flower using a super exciting fun machine I just got about a week and a half ago, and it is the Juki DX 4000 QVP Expert Edition sewing and quilting machine. So I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. I hope you guys will join me then, and thank you so much for being here with me. You guys are the greatest. Back to you, Blaine, to let everybody know how they can get the King Quilter.
Well, thanks, Belle. Appreciate that. Hey, great job as usual. And hey, we gotta pay the light bill, so we need to sell some machines. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we're going to tell you how you can get this. This is the King Quilter Sit Down. Now, this is our own brand machine we have made for us here in the USA. We've brought this out in September of 2018, and it has been a rock star ever since. Today, we have a call-in special on it. It is $59.95. You're going to get that 18-inch long arm machine plus the table, and it's got the Quilt Vision table, which has those vision eyes built into the table for the speed regulations. We do offer casters as an option and the table extensions. If you want to have a full 6-foot table surface on there, you can fold those up like Belle had. Again, give us a call, 800-401-8151. We have free shipping and we have some financing available for you. So don't delay, get on that phone right now and get them on order. All right, guys, we are going to continue on. Let's bring Jane back in.
I just love that bell.
I know she's just a sweetheart of a lady, and really like her. And she's always just so good when she does her demonstrations.
So good when she does her demos. I'm excited for her. She said she was going to be doing lives pretty soon. It's starting in April. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. So
yeah.
Anxious to we always love working with Belle. So it's a lot of fun. I know you guys had fun hanging out with her at Road to California, and you got to sit on that King Quilter and get some instruction from her, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was super cool because she had said people were walking by. She's like, come on, give it a try. No, I can't. I'll probably be really bad. And that was me. And I thought to myself, well, I'm sitting like 10 feet away from her. Why am I not trying this? Let me just try it. And I said the same thing. I'm like, I'm going to be bad. And she's like, good, be bad. And it was really fun to just get in it. And like she said, it's practice, it's muscle memory. We've been talking about this all week long, but you got to start somewhere. You got to try.
You're exactly right. Just got to start. That's all it is.
That's right. That's so good.
All right, Jane. Well, I'm going to pop out of here and let you get going, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
That sounds good. We just had a little moment there. Everybody just felt it. We all knew. We're like, yes, you just got to try. Everybody should try. Our next presenter, well, she had to try. Aubrey Hartman. She's been trying since she was 5 years old. That's when she started sewing. She has a degree in theatrical costume design, so she kept trying. And now she's an expert at it. She enjoys making her own clothes and especially costumes. She is the area sales manager for Butler Robotics. And now she is mastering long arm quilting and long arm automation with her job at Butler Robotics. And she is loving every minute of it. And we love it when Aubrey is on the show. So everybody, a huge welcome to Aubrey Hartman. Hey, Aubrey.
Hi. Hey, Jane. Hey, SMP Nation. How's everybody today?
Everything's so good. We're just jumping off of like, you got to try it. You have to learn it and try it and just get in there. Right, Aubrey?
You do have to try. I didn't think I could be a long arm quilter, and the robotics made it so easy for me. So you just got to give it a try. That's how you learn everything.
I think so too. And I think it's super cool. You have a degree in costume design and garment making, and now you're showing us long arm because of your job at a quilt store. And you tried it and you love it and you're an expert. Yep. And we learned so much from you.
Yep. You just never know. It never hurts to try.
That's right. I like it. All right, Aubrey, I'm going to let you go. Take it away because I know you have something new to show us today.
I do. We're on a different quilt today. So everybody, today we are on my long arm, which is a King Quilter as well, but this is a King Quilter long arm on a frame instead of a sit down one like you just saw with Belle. And on my King Quilter, we have my Butler Robotics system for my long arm. Now, yesterday, you guys saw me on my Butler Essentials for my home sewing machine, and that's my little tiny setup. But this is my big setup. I have this on an 8-foot frame with my 18-inch King Quilter. And because I am a spoiled girl, I have our top-of-the-line Butler system on it. This here, what you're looking at, is our professional model. But we've got 3 different models to share with you. So depending on what's going to suit your needs for your long arming automation, you can make your choice. We've got your basic Butler system available. That's going to come with an 8-inch display screen. It comes with built-in patterns. You've got 160 on that one, and all of the things you need to do edge-to-edge quilting, block quilting, and all of your editing. If you want a little bit more than that, you can go up to the Deluxe Butler. That is going to come with your 10-inch display screen. It's going to have 260 built-in patterns, and it starts to come with a lot more bells and whistles. You've got things like a cropping feature, a record feature, built-in channel locks. So if you want a little bit more, you go up to that Deluxe, and you can do a lot more custom quilting with that one. And then, like I said, I'm a spoiled girl, so I have my professional model here. This is the 12-inch display, so it's the biggest display Butler Robotics offers. It's got over 500 patterns preloaded on this for you, and every bell and whistle that we've got already set and ready to go. So once you install this on your long arm, you can get quilting right away. And I just love my Butler Robotics because it is so simple to use. It's very intuitive, and I'm going to show you how easy that is. So I've got a brand new quilt that I'm going to be working on this frame while I'm working on the quilt that you guys saw me work on yesterday, and I'm hoping to get both of them at least mostly done this week. We'll see how that goes. So right now I've got set up here on the frame my general area marked out, and I've got some purple cornerstones here. I hope you can see this one over here. I know you can't see it over here on this side of the frame, but where the camera's at, you can see this one. And I'm going to mark this one, and we're going to put a design in it together. On my display, I'm going to just bring this into focus for you guys and turn the camera just a little bit, and hopefully I don't make y'all dizzy before I move everything. I'm in our layout feature right now. That is where we're going to add new layout spaces. So to add layout spaces, I have a little plus sign here on the right-hand side of my display, and that's going to allow me to add a new layout space. And we're going to add a layout space for that little purple cornerstone. So I'm going to hit my plus sign here, and my Butler Robotics system is going to tell me to set the first point of my pattern box. So I'm going to move my machine down to my little cornerstone, and I'm going to turn you guys back down here so you can see, oh, you can see the other purple cornerstone here as well now. So I'm going to set the 4 corners of my square here. I've got a little plus sign on the screen. So I'm going to start in the top left corner of my purple cornerstone square, and I'm going to hit my plus sign. I'm going to move down to the bottom left corner of my purple cornerstone, and I'm going to hit my plus sign. I'm going to slide my machine over to the bottom right corner, and I'm just hovering my needle just over that corner point of that square. I'm going to hit my plus sign, and then when I get up to the top right corner of my purple cornerstone, I'm going to hit the check mark that I have. And now I'm going to bring this over to you guys so that we can get the camera into place and you can really see what I have going on the screen. So I'm sorry if this is a little too much movement for y'all. I'm not trying to make anybody sick, but I really want y'all to see close up what is on my screen. So right here is the little square that I have laid out for that purple cornerstone. And the little orange box that's all the way around here, if you can see that, that just represents my whole quilt area space that I've got set. I'm going to just switcheroo from looking at both of those. to just looking at the purple square that I've laid out. So we want to put a design in here. And to put our design in, we simply skip upward on the side of our screen from layout to patterns. So I'm going to highlight patterns. And when I do that, our pattern library pops up. And our pattern library has everything that's already loaded onto our robotic system, plus anything else that you may have loaded yourself. You can import designs onto your Butler Robotics system. We take formats QLI, QCC, and DXF. And I happen to have loaded a few special patterns for this particular quilt. I'm not going to say hoarding fabric for a long time, but I have been acquiring and curating a collection of special fabrics, and I finally used a few of them on this quilt. So I picked some extra special designs just for this quilt top. So, oops, I'm going to go through my tags here because when I pulled my designs in, I actually loaded them this is very touchy from the side. Let me see if I can get in front of it without knocking the camera over. I loaded some special designs and I put them under the tag Quilt Fest because this is my Quilt Fest quilt. So these are the designs I picked out that I want to use on this quilt top. And the design I picked for our cornerstone is this one up here. So I'm going to touch on that design and highlight it orange. And I'm going to hit the green check mark here over on the right-hand side of my display. And now I have my beautiful design that I picked out for my cornerstone area. And it's hovering over top of the cornerstone that we laid out. But it's way too big, so we need to work with it a little bit. And that's what I love about the Butler Robotics system is it makes it so easy for you to manipulate your designs to work with the space that you've got available. So when we loaded our pattern, you can actually see that it skipped from patterns up to edit here on the left-hand side of our display. So it knows we've got some work to do and we're ready to do that. I need to resize this or work with my scale feature to get that design to fit into my layout box for that cornerstone. And my scale feature is located over here. It's on the display right in here. It's a little square with arrows that come out the corner. And when I touch on that, oops, I get my options for scaling. So like I used yesterday, I've got my little pluses and minuses to change the size of my design. I can also use my touch screen and use the nodes to drag my design in and make it smaller or larger. But because I'm a spoiled girl with my top of the line system, and this is actually on the deluxe model too, we have a very cool feature right here called auto scale. It's a little button that's actually got a graduation cap on it. That's because it's smart. And it's going to auto scale my design perfectly to fit in my box there. So if I touch this, my design automatically scales to the right size to fit within my layout box. So I don't have to fiddle with it or do any of the hard work if I don't want to. And that's why we call them spoiler features. So I love having that auto scale for me. So now that my design is set to the right size for my layout box, I'm ready to stitch this out. There's nothing else that I need to do to this. If I wanted to move it, I have a move feature. If I wanted to rotate it, I have a rotate feature. I've got mirror image features as well. But I don't need to do anything to this one. So we're going to jump from edit here up to our home feature. Looks like a little tiny house, so you can't forget it. And this is our stitch out screen. So we are ready to stitch this out and get it into our cornerstone. We have to remember that our little needle over here on the right-hand side of our display needs to be engaged. If it's not engaged, we're going to be tracing our design, not stitching our design. So I'm going to highlight the needle by touching it. And now that it's highlighted, we are going to be ready to go. So I'm going to hit the green dot at the top corner here. And we get our first message. And our Butler Robotics system is really good about telling us what we need to do and in what order. So this is where I try to slow myself down and pay attention to what the robot's telling me to do. So everything is done in the right sequence. I don't miss any steps and there aren't any problems. So the first message is telling me that the machine is going to move to the start of the pattern block. And the pattern's going to start. So it's going to go to the beginning of the pattern design. And I think that's going to be in the very top corner up here. And then it wants us to verify that the needle is in the up position. We don't ever want to start our robotics if the needle's down in our fabric. We risk tearing our quilt top if we do that. So I'm just going to double check and my needle is up. So I'm going to hit my green check mark here. And it's going to take a second and think, and it is moving on its own. So I'm going to swing the camera back out here so you guys can watch it. It's going to move all the way over there to the little purple box. And the first message that comes up on the display, it says do a single stitch with your quilting machine. So this is where we are pulling our thread up so that we get our bobbin thread up to the surface. So I'm going to use the needle up down button on my handlebars and take a single stitch. When I do that, I'm going to hit the check mark on my display. The next message that comes up says pull up the bobbin thread and press OK. So I can just slide my machine out a little bit, grab my bobbin tail, and make sure that I have both of those threads in my hand. I can hit my check mark here. When I do that, the robotic system is going to recenter over that start point for me. I don't have to get it right back on the place where the needle came up and down. It's going to do that work for me. Now it says cycle the needle to lock the stitches. Now I am someone who likes to lock my stitches. I usually cycle my needle 3 times, but you may be someone who likes to bury your threads in your quilt instead of just snip them off. So you can make your choice here. If you are someone who wants to bury your threads, you can skip this, but I will cycle my needle 3 times and I'm going to hit my check mark. And now we get directions that say turn on the stitching on your long arm and your machine's going to start moving after you press OK. So the stitching for my long arm is on my handlebars. So I'm going to turn that on and then I'm going to hit the check mark on my screen and it's going to start running. And off we go. So it's that simple to set up an area for quilting, put a design in there, fix the size to work with what you want, and get it going. Now we just did one little block there. We set 4 corners and went on our way. But if you were doing a whole quilt on an edge to edge, you could have set your whole quilt top. You could have put in more repeats of your design and filled it in like we did yesterday with the essential. So it's quick and simple to just fill it in and get going. I like doing custom work, but you can see on a quilt like this up here on the wall, I don't know if we're close enough, but this was filled in edge to edge on the wall. You have so much flexibility with these different systems to make your choices and really do what you want and be creative. And that's what I like, is that it's easy to learn these systems, be creative, and do what you want. Now, oh, we have a question. So the question was, can you add several small quilt areas to your quilt top before you start stitching out? So that's a 2-part answer from me. Yes, you absolutely can. So I've got multiple squares on here, and if I wanted to fill in all of my purple squares with the same design, I could set all of them up at the same time. I could put my designs in all at the same time, and I sure could stitch them out one by one, and it'd all be set and ready to go. However, we have to take into account that there's shrinkage with heavy stitching in your designs. with take up from your batting and your quilt top. So you have to be careful with how much you do that and how big your quilt is. So I might set up this corner in this first purple square and do 2 at a time, but I might not do my whole quilt top because depending on how much shrinkage and take up I have, by the time I get down here to my last square, I might be just a little bit off, and I might end up having my design run into the block next to it, or it might be shifted off so far that it's running too far out into the outside edge of the quilt and not far enough into my block. So things like that can happen. So I tend to do my quilt in smaller sections instead of all the way across the quilt top at one time. So we finished stitching out our pattern. I'm being told to turn the stitching off on my long arm, and I'm going to hit the check mark on my display, and I'm going to cycle my needle as directed and hit my check mark. I hope that answers your question about doing multiple at one time. Yes, you can lay multiple out at once. You just need to be careful because the more stitching you put into your quilt top, you'll have more take up, more shrinkage, and then by the time you get to the end of the quilt, things might be a little off. Okay, I'm going to throw my threads out before they get caught in the wheels of my chair. So I will show you this when we get to the end of our time, but I want to set up our next piece. So this piece here is a long piece. So we're going to do the same thing, and then we're going to add multiple repeats of a design in this one. So I'm going to bring this a little bit closer for you guys and turn the camera some so you can see what I'm doing. So we just finished our first block. We need to add another one. So we're going to go to layout. So I'm going to hit layout here on the left-hand side, and you can still see the one we just stitched out. It's time to add another layout area. So I'm going to hit the plus sign here on the right-hand side, and it's ready to take a new layout box. We get our same directions to set the first point in our pattern box. So I'm going to do this fabric here. Oh, we have another question?
Question about the layouts.
Okay, question about the layouts.
Is there a minimum size layout that it makes you make?
I don't know that there's a true minimum, but I haven't done anything smaller than like a 3 by 3. You have to remember that once you shrink your designs down or have really small designs, they're going to be very difficult to fill in. The border that I've got on here that you guys might see, this is a 2-inch. So I can put designs in that. I don't know. I probably wouldn't go much smaller than a 1-inch square. That'd be pretty difficult to get a good design in. You don't want your designs too jumbled up either when they're stitching out. But I'm going to be doing this probably tomorrow, so you'll see what this 2-inch border looks like with something that's 2 inches high. So we're going to set this piece of fabric up here. It's got squirrels in it, so I'm going to call it squirrel fabric. So I'm going to set the first corner here, which is my top left. I'm going to set that with my plus sign. I'm going to come down to my bottom left and hit my plus sign. Now we're going to slide all the way across. So I'm coming closer to you guys at the camera. I'm going to set my bottom right corner and hit that plus sign. And then I'm going to move on up to my top right corner. And again, once I'm at that fourth corner for a rectangle or a square, I'm going to hit my check mark. And you can see, I'm going to slide you all around so you can see my work now. There we go. We've got a nice long rectangle to represent our squirrel fabric. And from here, we go through the same movements. We're just working up the left-hand side of our display. So from here, we go into patterns. And I'm still in my Quilt Fest file for my patterns. So I can choose my design that I intended for this section, which is the one right next to it. This pretty little, they're all kind of feathery designs, y'all. So I've chosen this little feathery design, and I'm going to hit my check mark. And this is pretty big. So we're going to have some work to do on it because I want multiple repeats of this. So when we added our pattern, we automatically moved up to edit. And this time I'm going to go into repeat, and repeat's our top editing feature here. It's kind of a rectangle with some arrows and a plus sign. And if y'all could see me behind the camera, I'm actually making the motions of arrows coming out the side of a rectangle. So I'm going to open up my repeat function, and I'm going to repeat this. Let's see if I can get 5. Now I know they're going way out of my box here, but I am going to go ahead and hit my scale function, because we always have our scale function, and we're going to use our auto scale because we're spoiled, and we're going to hit auto scale, and our 5 pretty little feather motifs are going to scale down to fit our little area here. And the reason why I chose 5 is because down here on the quilt, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks underneath our squirrel fabric. So I kind of wanted 5 different motifs to stitch out up here to kind of mirror those 5 blocks. I do kind of plan things out sometimes. So from here, if I get you back on, we're ready to go. So once again, we're just moving up the left-hand side of our display. We go into home. We make sure our needle's engaged, and we can hit our green for go. We go through the same motions every time. We just pay attention to what our butler is telling us, because it is just so smart. So we check that our needle's not in our fabric. We hit our check mark, and it's going to go to the start point of our pattern, which is all the way over here. There's a little teeny tiny green dot on the pattern. I'm going to swing you guys out a little bit so you can see. And it is ready to go. So it's telling me the same things. This is do a single stitch. So I'm going to use my needle up, needle down button. I'm going to hit the check mark on my display. It says pull up my bobbin thread. I'm going to swing out of the way so I can tug my bobbin thread up to the surface. I'm going to grab both of those. I'm going to hit my check mark so that way it can move back into place. I can cycle my needle, hit my check mark, and then it wants me to turn my stitching on and it will start. But since we are getting to the end of my time frame, I'm going to take you off the tripod so you can see our first design stitched out. And then I promise I will get all of this done so you can see it tomorrow, because I know it's so nice to see all of the patterns kind of come to life on the quilt tops as we go through all of them. So I'm going to be very gentle so I don't make anybody sick, and get y'all off the tripod here and see if I can show you that motif that we already stitched out. All right, so here is our little cornerstone, and there is our pretty little feathered motif to fill in our cornerstone. So I'll be using this on all 4 corners of this quilt. And that way, I've got some cohesiveness on the patterns that I've chosen. I really do try to plan ahead, but sometimes I throw caution to the wind and just do whatever I feel like it. But because I'm doing this with you guys on air, I did think about this a little bit. So I planned out these in here. So we'll have those stitched out for you tomorrow. I might go ahead and do the other corner so you can see what the whole top row looks like. Do we have any other questions, or do we need to go back to Jane?
Can you real quick go over the pattern formats again?
Oh, the pattern formats that you can purchase to go on your Butler Robotics is QLI, DXF, and QCC. So if you want to purchase additional patterns to put on your robotics, you would buy those formats. So now we can go back to Jane, and she is going to tell you how you can choose a Butler Robotics system perfect for your long arm. It's universal, so it doesn't matter what system you have at home, you can put a Butler Robotics on it.
I like it, Aubrey. You're such a great teacher. I mean, Everyone is loving it. I love that you're getting questions throughout. That's so great that you can get those answered. And again, I love that you said that you're spoiled. So you have the biggest and the best.
I am spoiled, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think we all deserve to be a little spoiled.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it either. You said it. I said, put a check mark on that, Aubrey. Let's go. All right, Aubrey, you're awesome. Let's show everybody or tell them how they can get the Butler Robotics system that is right for them. And we love Aubrey Hartman. Thank you so much. We will see her back here again tomorrow. So again, Aubrey talking about Butler Robotics. So what you need to do is you could go ahead and order now. Thank you. You've got your basic Butler robotic unit. You see that's an 8-inch tablet for your home machines. You see the Quilt Fest pricing right there, $3,999. You can order that right now and you're good to go. You're off and you are quilting. This is the Butler long arm quilting robotic. This is the professional editions. You've got that 12-inch display. You see it there. That's $6,240. Again, you can call now, order it right away. There's free shipping on that. And you've got financing as well. And then we've got the deluxe edition for your Butler Robotics. And that is the 10-inch display screen. And you can see the Quilt Fest pricing right there, $5,600. Again, you've got your financing available there. You've got free shipping. If you want to do what Aubrey's doing, you need to get your Butler Robotics in your cart and in home and on your long arm, or on your home sewing machine like she showed us yesterday. I am super inspired. Aubrey makes it look so easy, Blaine. I mean,
she does.
She really does. I mean, and I love that we went through all the options because we ended it with find the one that's right for you.
Well, you know, she is such a good teacher and instructor. And you know, it's like I hadn't really used the Butler Robotics much. And we were at Road to California. You know, she came over there and gave me like a 5-minute tutorial and had me up and running in no time. And you know, it was easy after that, but she just kind of gets you over the hump. And that's the great thing about things that she does with the videos and things that you can go back and look at it and kind of get some training with that. But, you know, Butler has 4 robotic systems that we sell. One of them is that essentials for your home machine, but the one that she showed today is for the long arm machine, and they have 3 different models of that. So we got you covered. If y'all want some robotics on anything, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can help answer your questions.
Yes, call 800-401-8151.
All right.
I had a great time hanging out with them at Road to California, John and Aubrey, and learning how he created it because a woman came over and said, "You're an engineer. How do I do that?" I mean, the story is fantastic, but we'll save that for tomorrow.
All right, Jane. Well, hey, we'll see you back here in 30 minutes and we'll wrap this thing up. All right. We are going to move on, and we have Kelly Latreille coming in from Juki America. Now, Kelly is a trainer for them. We've had Kelly on our show many, many times. She is well-versed in every aspect of sewing, quilting, and embroidery. And today we're going to talk about something a little bit different than that. So welcome to the show.
Thank you,
Kelly
Blaine.
Latreille.
Good to be back on SewingMachinesPlus.com. We're going to have some fun today.
We are, and we're going to talk about something a little different than sewing, aren't we?
Absolutely.
All right, well, take it away.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Hello. I'm so glad to be back today because it's one of my favorite subjects, direct-to-garment printing. Yes, we're going to explore the world of printing with the Rico direct-to-garment printer. I've had this for over 3 years in my sewing studio, and it's become an essential tool to me because now I can blend the media. I can take a print, I can do embroidery, and I can quilt over it if I want to. It's so much fun. So if you take a closer look at this printer, the top part is the printer. The bottom part is the finisher. So this really sits well in my sewing studio because it fits in and I can use it while I'm working on other projects as well. So if you know your inkjet printer at home, you're already qualified to purchase and use this direct-to-garment printer. That's how easy it is. When you load the software, it goes on your computer like any other printer, and you just select that printer. So what does that do? You can use the Rico software, which we're going to explore today, but I also use other programs to print from, and I'll show you a few examples. So when we first got this printer at home, it was T-shirt Central, and we still like making T-shirts. So I'm going to show you a few of them. We're getting ready for the next holiday because in St. Louis, St. Patrick's Day is a big deal. So we got our shirts ready. And then we go on to Easter. And I've got a cute Easter T-shirt we've done. And of course, Halloween, Christmas, everything. We have a T-shirt. My neighborhood kids love these T-shirts for different holidays. Also think about tote bags. Now, the one thing that the printer does is it does 2 different sizes. And today we're going to be focusing on the smaller size, which is 5x7. So you can see this on my tote bag. That is a 5x7 print. And then my gift bags for Christmas is the 8.5x11 size. So you have some variety. And if you think out of the box, you're going to have so much fun. Gifts are another thing I love to do. And I love these little bibs for new moms. They're just great. Can't have enough bibs. Also, you can print on unusual fabrics. You can print on cork. You can print on ultra suede. This is a purse I made. I just took a picture from a rose in my garden, quilted over it, printed it first, of course, and then quilted it and constructed the bag. So that came out really nice. Oh, and I love towels. Love the towels. This is a frame and designed from the illustrator in the program. And then we talked about using other programs. I like to mix it with embroidery and quilting and all that good stuff. But this recipe I had in Word, and I've done those recipes before when you stitch them out on an embroidery machine and those letters get so little. Try a printout. I just printed this straight from Word and then put in the extra embroidery. So fun stuff. Really great out of the box stuff. And today we're going to focus on printing with and taking out a background. This is just a little pillow of my parents' wedding that I love. But this is the big one. And I'm excited because this is my new pillow. My son bought a house this summer. And we've been embroidering towels and all kinds of stuff for that house. So I decided to make something a little more fun. This is their dog, Nala. She's been here before. But what the fun thing was is I took the backgrounds out of these photos and then just printed her picture from when we got her till now. So it's a kind of a, you know, an aging, so to speak, pillow. And I'm excited to give it to them for their new home. So let me show you how I created this. My jacket, by the way, if you know great artists, ask them for art, because this is actually from a friend of mine who's an artist, gave me the print after I designed the jacket. So much you can do with art. And you know my old one, this has been on the show many times. I've worn this to death. But you know what? This has been laundered and it has been worn a lot and it still looks fantastic. And it's a mix of print and embroidery, which is nice. All right, so let's get started designing. So as you know, this is the printer. So I'm going to take out the tray. This is the 5x7 tray we're going to be working on today. So I'm just going to load it. And what I use for my pillow is just 10-inch squares of cotton. So I'm going to fold this in half. And I'm going to finger press in that line. And I'm going to fold it in half again so I get a cross mark. So I can center the fabric very easily. Okay, so now I'm putting it on the tray, on the platen, and matching those up with the center marks. That looks good. So now it's in the tray, okay? So the next thing I can do is I'm going to actually press the fabric. I'm going to open the finisher, And this will take 30 seconds. So I'm just going to put that in there and have that start. And then we'll design and do some printing. So now I'm going over to the computer and I'm going to open the software. It's called Rico Design Software, and you download this straight from their website. Very easy to do. And there's 3 components. There's Easy Designer, which walks you through the whole process and is fantastic. The Advanced Designer gives you a few more options to play with. And then Load Save Data is, of course, your save files. So my fabric is done pressing, so I'm just going to take that out and put it aside so we can start designing. So I'm going to select Advanced Designer. Now in Advanced Designer, I can select the project type. I'm just going to select Other. I can select the thickness. I'm going to say thin. And then I'm going to go to the smaller size. There's 8.5 by 11. And then there's 5 by 7. I can also choose the orientation. And today I'm going to select portrait. Now that I'm in the software, you can see that the template on the screen is the same as the tray. So it's easy to line up things and print. So I could take a picture right now if I wanted. I can import my image. But first, I'm going to show you what's built in. I have all these illustrations that you can play with. And I've used many of these over the years. In fact, you saw my coffee cup on one of the samples. So those are really nice built-in designs. I also have artwork available. They're black and white, but you can select it and then choose a color. So you can make those any color you so choose. Okay, so I'm just going to delete that real quick. And also we have frames built in, and you saw some of these on my samples. It's a really great way to frame some of the artwork and pictures. And I can also add text. So you can choose your font. So I'm going to choose Impact and just type in the word. Okay. Once I have it in, I can change the size. If I don't like that font, I can actually change it. And if the font's not in here that you like, go to Word or another software you have on your computer, because remember, you can print from anywhere. So I did like that Impact. I'm going to take it back there, center it. I can also change the color of this. So let's go to Juki Blue. That looks awesome. So that is what's built in. I can also draw if I so choose. So if you're an artist and like to draw, you can do that as well. So it's very open to whatever designs you would like to do. So what I'm going to do is import an image, and all of these photos were on my phone. So what I did on my phone is I just touched a picture and took out the background. And now I'm going to go up and just hold my camera over the QR code until I get a link. And there it is. So now what I can do is select images, and I'm going to select them from my photo library. And then I'm going to choose Add. Then I'm going to choose Upload. And now I have a code that I can enter in on my computer. And when I click Next, I have the photo available. So easy to take it off a camera. You can take it off your phone, you can take it off a USB or from your computer. So I'm going to select my design and say, okay. So this is a 5 by 7. So I want a little border around the dog. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to resize the photo and recenter it. That looks pretty good. To take it down a little more. All right. She looks great. But let's check her colors, because in the coloring, I've learned that to pick up more detail, you might want to adjust your coloring. So I just did auto adjustment, and that made it a little lighter, which I don't like. So I'm going to turn that off. You can do blurred edges. That is really great for photos that you have a whole scene, and you can make it look a little antique-y or soft with that blurred edge feature. So I'm going to go down here and play with the brightness a little bit and see when I'm going to do it drastically. I'm going to take about here, because what happens here is I'm picking more detail up on her legs and her paws. And I really like that. So I think that looks good to go. So next I am going to print or save. And when I'm doing a project like this, I save the design so that I don't have to go back and make adjustments. So you would just select save and name the file. It's clear which printer I'm on, and the print quality, I can do a quick one, which I usually do when I'm testing. I started out making this dog at 8 by 10 and it was just too big. So we went down to 5 by 7, and now I'm going to print it on fine. But when I was testing it, speed is great because you save a little ink. Vivid goes over twice, and usually when I'm doing big bold letters, I tend to do vivid. So we're going to just simply select print. And now I'm going to go back to the printer. To print. So you can see now that it's pressed the fabric on top. My cross mark is gone. So it's a really easy way to center the fabric before you print. So I'm going to just set the tray. And the screen shows you everything. Right now on the screen, it's saying press start. So to start the printing process, I'm just simply pressing the start button. And it's getting ready. And it's off to print. So right now it's printing the dog. And then what we're going to do is set the ink. So think about the possibilities of this printer. Memory quilts, family quilts. I'm working on right now a family quilt because I saw a perfect example at Road to California where the creator had a path for the family with different activities. That was so beautiful to see. And I'm seeing now printers incorporated in more and more quilts. In fact, our dealer up in Middleton, Wisconsin, prints out labels for quilts. And many of the winners at the Wisconsin Quilt Show came up to me and said, hey, my label was printed on the Rico. So there's so many different ways you can design t-shirts, you can design quilt squares, so many different options. So now you can take a look at this and see that it has printed the dog. And I'm going to take it out. Okay, so you can see that. And next, I am going to set the ink. So I'm going to put it in the finisher. And I'm sliding that guy right in. Okay. And then we're going to set the ink. Now, a little preparation for printing. I think I mentioned this, but I'm just going to say it again because it's important. I pre-wash my fabric because if there's any starch or anything, especially on t-shirts, you want to wash that out and pre-shrink them. I think I showed you this jacket. This has been laundered so many times and worn so many times, but it really held up nicely. So we're adhering that ink to the piece of fabric, and then it'll come out for us. And then over here, if I do want to actually save this, I can go to print one more and select save and print again. So here's the saving process. I'm simply going to select save. and then just name it Dog 3A. I'm going to put an A back there because I'm sure I've already have dog 1, 2, 3. So now that's saved. So if I want to create this again, I don't have to go through the editing. I can just bring this up. It'll remember the color change I made, that contrast change, and it'll also remember the size changes and everything. So now I'm going to take this back to the center and unlock my finisher. And voila, our Nala is printed and ready to go. So I'm just going to take it out of the tray. And you can see that I'm ready to sew it together. Now, a couple of things. You could do this on a long piece and just keep printing, but I chose to do it in blocks to just keep that quilting tradition. And it was fun to make the pillow and to make it for someone who's going to enjoy it in their new home. So the Rico direct-to-garment printer enables you to print on a variety of fabrics with any kind of illustration. So think about that. You know, if you know an artist, if you have photos, anything can be printed. Frankly, I love the towels because I can go to Word. I actually also use PowerPoint a lot because you can edit very well in there. I used to use it for taking out backgrounds, but now I can use it on my phone. So sky's the limit with direct-to-garment printing. It's fun. It's fast. I'm not limited to a type of fabric or size of fabric. I can print on tote bags. I can print on towels, whatever I choose. And I love printing on fabric, as you can see. So if you've been in the mood to get a little more creative with your sewing and embroidery, consider the Rico direct-to-garment printer because it's easy to use. My kids use this all the time for their friends, t-shirts, sweatshirts, all kinds of things. It's easy to use and fun. So if you know how to use your printer, you can use the Rico direct-to-garment printer simply by just starting it. You load the software on their computer, you hook it up. You can see that this is hooked up right to my computer so that it just sends the image to the printer. Very easy, very fun to do. I can't wait to try the next thing I'm going to do because I'm going to work on that family quilt I've been talking about every time I'm on here. So think about the photos, the family photos, the pets, the cousins, the dogs. It's so much fun to print and incorporate it in your sewing. So let's see what time it is. Do I have a little more time? I do have a little more time. So I'm going to talk about the other tray and talk about how long ink lasts, because that's important. I've had this for over 3 years, and I've done a lot of printing. After 500 prints is when I actually changed the ink. So I would encourage you not to think you're going to run out of ink unless you really love to print. The ink lasts a long time. So this tray, you can see it's well used, is the 8.5 by 11. Okay. They even show you on the tray how to load a t-shirt because the tray is actually marked, and you can see it better on my 5 by 7. Where for landscape printing, the print always starts here and goes down. And then for this side, you can go from the top down. So you know how to lay out t-shirts, all kinds of different things, and you're ready to go. So I betcha Blaine has a great deal on the Rico direct-to-garment printer. And if you've been thinking about it, now's your time because SewingMachinesPlus.com will have a great deal for you. And so I'm going to throw it back to Blaine and see if there's any questions or what the special deal is.
All right, Kelly. Well, thanks so much. A great job as usual. And I'm going to tell them how to get this. So we'll see you later on. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Blaine.
Okay. All right, everybody, this is the Ricoh R100 direct-to-garment printer. Now, the great thing about this, we have a couple different bundles. There's a professional bundle, there's a business starter bundle, and different things. Give them a call, and you can probably get one work for you. There's 3 different bundles we have. One is just the printer itself, and then the next one includes the heater under it, the dryer. That's the one I would recommend, and they can get you set up on that one. But the price is $59.50 for the professional bundle. Give them a call right now, a call-in specialist, this direct-to-garment printer. There's 100 things you can do with it. I mean, it is just so many things you can print on. It is really a great printer. We have free shipping nationwide. Naturally, we have some financing available. So give them a call at 800-401-8151. If that's something you've been thinking about, this will be a great time to pick up one. We got a great Quilt Fest special on it. All right, so let's bring Jane back in.
That's so cool. I love, Kelly's like, we're making t-shirts like crazy over here.
I tell you, we've used it too, and it's pretty cool, all the different things you can do. And, you know, you can create your own t-shirt just by importing, you know, a picture and different things. And I tell you, you know, we had one of our customers that won one on the show a while back. She printed some t-shirts for us and sent them in, and some all kinds of things. So you can, I'm telling you, it sets your crafting up to the next level. Yeah.
I mean, don't even start talking to me about that. You know what my mind does, right? It goes bananas. I'm thinking about all the things.
I know.
Well,
okay. You know what, Jane, we're going to let you take it over. I know we got, you know, Grace coming in the house next up. They got some exciting things to show us. So we'll let you get started on that. And I'll see you back here in 30 minutes, and we'll wrap up the show for today.
And then giveaways?
Got some giveaways. And we're going to pick our, you know, day 2 finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway.
That's what I'm talking about. And that's what everybody's chatting about. That's why they're chatting, and that's why they're in the conversation. Thank you, Blaine. I'll see you in 30.
All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Cool. Thanks, friends. This is fun, right? Let's keep it going. More interesting and fun products for you on the way from our friends at Grace. We are talking to Melinda Romero and Jarek Erznosnik. Now, Melinda is SMP's personal account executive at Grace, and she loves going to all the shows where she gets to connect with customers. And she gives education, and she also loves to hear about all the customers' projects and their needs. And I loved hanging with Melinda at Road to California. And in her spare time, she volunteers with a local animal rescue, and she is always willing to lend a helping hand. She is awesome. And Jarek is an account executive for Grace. Jarek has originally started working in the quality check and repair department for the Qnique sewing machine line. And there, Jarek learned amazing, invaluable experience about the inner and outer workings of all the machines, which is amazing because now Jarek uses all of that knowledge to help customers find the best machine to fit their needs. So welcome to the show, our friends from Grace, Melinda and Jarek. Hey there.
Jane. How are you today?
So good. Saving the best for last, like you.
Yes.
Honored.
Awesome. You know, we're thrilled to be here. We're always thrilled to be here with SMP, with you, Jane, with Blaine, the whole team, the whole SMP Nation. It's just awesome. I love all the people, you know, that tune in, and it's just amazing just seeing. You know, we'll catch the video before us. Sometimes we'll catch a little bit of the video after us. And there's so many cool products. So I love it.
The products are amazing. Like, you know, 30 minute after 30 minute, even better and better. I will just say, because you go to so many shows, when you meet people at the shows and they're asking you about your machines, do they say, oh, I've seen you on Sewing Machines Plus?
Yes, you know, and it's funny, and I think Jarek can say this, you know, sometimes people will say, oh, it's like, you know, you're famous, I'm so happy to meet you, and it's like, I'm not famous, but thank you.
Yeah, sometimes people, they give me this look, and I can tell it's like a specific look. They're like,
I've seen you.
And you can tell it's like, oh, I've seen you somewhere, and it's like, yeah, you've seen me probably before, yeah.
But I bet you can.
When people say that to me, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have 2 fans, you and my mom. And then it's how it goes. All right, so I'm super excited. Yesterday you had True Cut. Today we've got machines, I see.
Yes, yes. So we have a few things. So we're talking about the Little Rebel. We're talking about the Mini Quilter, the Cutie Breeze. I often talk about how great things come in small or smaller packages, and this is it. These are great. So I'm super excited to talk about them.
I'm excited to hear about them. So I'm going to let you guys go. We'll see you in about 30 minutes.
All right. Thanks so much, Jane. Hi, everybody.
Like you were talking about, Melinda, I think like they were saying in your bio too, it's so great to go and see people. So it's nice when you meet someone that has seen you before. It's great to connect with them.
Yes.
So.
And they're always like, oh, I know you, or they think that they know you and so much about you, and it's just an awe kind of a moment. So kind of unreal. So, but we have some unreal things to talk about today. 3 of my favorite things here at Grace Company. What do you think, Jarek?
Yeah, they're up there on the. Why I love it, Melinda, is because of how accessible it makes quilting. I feel like the biggest problems I hear for people when they're looking to get a long arm quilting are very understandable. They're the biggest things, and I'm sure if you're looked at long arm quilting, you probably have these problems, all right? So tell me if I'm right and tell me if I'm wrong. But number 1 is the space.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't have a lot of space. It takes a ton of space. And number 2 is the price point, right?
Yes.
It's like, do I really need to spend as much as a car to get into quilting? And it's well, that's how it used to be until we kind of came up with these. These solves those problems. So yeah, let me know if that's your problems when you're thinking about it. I don't have enough space, and I don't want to spend a whole ton on it.
Yes. Yes, and going to shows, talking to people on the phone, I hear that echoed day in, day out, show after show after show. And it's the resounding, I just don't have any room. I can't make room, and my space is small, and somebody said it, we've heard it all, I feel like. So, but the products that we have today, some of the smallest products in our lineup of quilting machines and frames. And, even though they're small, they're excellent products, helping people finish their quilts faster and easier. So let's go ahead and start with the Little Rebel. Jarek, tell me some of your favorite features about the Little Rebel.
That is a good question. I mean, I think the affordability and the size of it is really my main features. And like I was saying too, it's just like sometimes what I hear from a lot of people talking with them is it's kind of like you're looking on the outside of a window and you're like, oh, I'm dreaming about it one day, maybe I'll be able to do that. Or people joke to me all the time, oh, Jarek, when I win the lottery. And then I tell them the price and they're like, oh,
right.
Maybe I don't need to win the lottery after all.
They're like,
but
I could do that.
That's my favorite thing.
Yeah.
The amount of space you get, I mean, look at this thing. Also, this is what I hear from people all the time too, is it is way bigger in person. I think even on the camera shot that we have now, it's kind of hard to see how big of a machine this really is.
But
but it's big.
It really isn't, in comparison, and I kind of wish we had another machine so we could kind of do a side-by-side comparison. It really isn't that much bigger. It really doesn't weigh that much more.
No.
Go ahead, show everybody how
it is
easy
bigger.
it is to
it is bigger,
machine.
but I think it's it's
about
28
20,
pounds.
25 pounds.
20, 25 pounds. I guess 28 is in the box. I always forget. There's some extra weight with the foam and stuff in there. But yeah, that's my favorite thing, Melinda, is that it's such a good amount of machine for someone starting out, because what I always say to people are like, oh, Jarek, it's like one day maybe I'll try that, and it's like maybe I have to be good at it. Oh, I'm not good at it yet because, well, it's like, yeah, you're not good at it. I'm sorry, because you haven't practiced yet. You haven't tried it out. Okay, some people have tried it out. Some they've tried it the long arm quilter, but I'm like, you need something that you can practice on. It's like you can't learn to ride a bike by borrowing your friend's bike every couple of weeks.
Right,
it's maybe you could, but not really. You can't get good at it.
Yeah, definitely. I often talk about 3 C's with quilting. So nobody is great overnight. You have to practice. The more you practice, the more comfortable you get. As you're getting more comfortable, you're getting more confident. As we're building the confidence in our sewing, in our quilting, whatever it may be, Once we have that confidence, it allows us to become more creative. So I love talking about those things, especially when it comes to the Little Rebel. I mean, what other machine out there will give you a 13-inch throat with an 8-inch harp height? You know, it's unheard of. You know, I've seen some machines that have a similar throat size, but again, that harp height is going to come in much lower and shorter than what the Little Rebel is. I love the addition of the throat lights, so you can see just, you know, the additional light on my hand. Those lights shine down beautifully on the project that you're working on. So I've been sewing, you know, probably since I was 11, 12, 13 years old. I've known how to, you know, sew. It previously wasn't, you know, something I was really passionate about. That passion has come out since I've been here at been here with Grace Company. But you know, the sewing machine that I have at home, it didn't have that harp height. It didn't have the throat lights. You know, so it really is a truly unique machine. It's a straight stitch machine. It can stitch up to 1,600 stitches per minute. Now, granted, if you're sewing, you're probably not going to need that much speed. But once you put the machine on a frame, that's where that speed is really going to come in and be a factor for you.
Now, something else I was thinking about too, Melinda, is like, okay, like what does this compare to out there? Because I think that's a great question. I think one that immediately comes to mind that people are familiar with is like a Jazz or a Jazz 2. And it's like, yeah, that has 12 inches of throat space, but then the motor, and you're just talking about the speed, like that's a huge difference. Like you're gonna break needles or run into tension issues on the Jazz or the Jazz 2 which is totally, if you can go slow, you can definitely make it work very easily on the Cutie or this mini quilter frame. But when you go up to the Rebel, it's like stitch regulation, number one, it's built in, and then number two, the motor speed, like it needs to be able to keep up with you. And those are like some pretty big frustrations I hear from people if they've ever like tried out a Jazz 2 or like their domestic machine, because you're moving it around instead of like pushing it around, so you do need some extra speed on there.
Right, definitely. I love the easy thread path of the machine, you know, from the thread mast, you know, through the tensioner disc all the way down to the needle. We have the ability to adjust the stitch length of our speed, I pointed at the wrong one, so the stitch speed as well as the length of our stitches. Once we insert this metal plate over or under the needle, that's going to activate your quilt mode, and you'll be able to see once we activate it, that little light turns on. That's when we know the machine is going to be set up or it's you know, turned on the regulation. So let's go ahead and activate that. And I'm having a little bit of a hard time seeing over, but there it is. See, you know, we can see the little blue light illuminated. That's taking or removing the stitch speed, but allowing us to go ahead and change that stitch length. I love that the machine has a front loading bobbin, so it's very easily accessible right through the side or the front of the machine. It's not a drop-in bobbin.
Oh, that's so much better too, because like you're trying to like replace the bobbin, and I know that's something that's always annoying to do, is like when you run out of bobbin. And so being able to like just pop it right there in the front is like so much better.
Yes.
It really is.
So great features. Again, it's a mechanical machine. It's not a computerized machine. You can stitch through multiple layers of fabric, through vinyl, through leather, through denim. It's just an all-around great machine. Is it a great machine for beginner sewers? I would say yes.
Oh, absolutely.
A great machine for intermediate or experienced sewers? Absolutely yes. It's a great machine for any sewer of any skill level, which I love.
Yeah, and there's like, I know a lot of you, I'm just gonna call you out right now, I know that you have like some quilt tops that you need to finish, and I want you to finish them, and you're either gonna send them out to someone and you're gonna pay $200 to get that quilted, which I feel like that's a little bit rough. Like price-wise, every time you're sending out a quilt, I mean, you could be paying for a machine with that same money. So that's what I tell people, especially like how many tops do you do in a month, right? If we're doing 1, 2, it depends on how avid of a quilter you are, how many you're sending out. But it's like, yeah, weigh that into this. And then also, I guess I lost my train of thought there, but that was the main thing. Yeah, it's like, how many quilts are you doing? Oh, the other thing is like, okay, as like creative people and quilters, it's like, I feel like it kind of sucks a little bit to spend so much time piecing because it's not easy. Like I've tried piecing and I'm still working on my first quilt and it can be a nightmare to like get started piecing. But it's like, okay, then I'm gonna take all that work, I'm gonna send it to somebody else and they're gonna get credit for like 50% of the quilt. Because like if you turn it into a show or something like that, it's like you have to list who quilted it and they do get a credit for part of your work even though you spend like a lot of time, because sometimes they just throw it on automation, right? That doesn't take that long. They just quilt it out. They have a machine that they pay a lot of money for. So it's like, well, okay, we'll take back the ownership of your quilt, and because you're putting the love into it when you're giving it out to someone or doing it for someone, because that's usually what quilts are for, right? So it's like this enables you to be able to do that again and start practicing at an affordable price.
Yes, yes. All right, so Egan, I love the Little Rebel for all of the features. I love it for the ease of sewing. I personally am not a sit down or a push quilter. I did one project. So when we actually did training on the Little Rebel, and we had to make those silly little pot holders. All we had was a 12 by 12 inch square, and we had to push quilt. And Jarek, was it as hard for you as it was for me to push quilt that pot holder?
Okay, I'm gonna get into this. Okay, because I'm gonna get into this. This was like a vivid experience for me. Okay, so it was like I worked in the sewing lab, as they said, and so then I was just so used to using these long arm machines. Like I really didn't have any context for quilting. I just knew the machines. I'd use them to quilt on, and so I could like do some designs quilting wise. And then like one day, it was like maybe 3 years ago, they just wanted us to come test them. I don't know what the reason was, but I guess they were trying to expose us more to like help understand our customers, and I'm so glad they did. Because like I went in there and they had like a couple different ones set up, and I like tried push quilting it, and it's like my arms instantly got sore. So I'm like, if I'm getting sore, like the ladies are getting sore because they're older than me, and
not all
of them, a lot of them. Okay,
Yes.
Let's be real here. Okay, but yeah, it's just like I'm getting sore in like 5 minutes just trying to push this quilt around, and it wasn't even like a big piece of fabric. Like I was talking like this is a test piece of fabric. This isn't big, and I was just like I was having such a hard time doing designs. And it's like when I see people, they come up and like test a long arm. Usually they're a little bit afraid. I understand why you're afraid. It's a little bit intimidating, and it's like we don't want to mess up. We don't want it to be bad. But once they try it, they're like, oh my gosh, like every single time without fail,
easy.
they're like, that's way easier than I expected. Way easier than I expected.
So like I wasn't even moving it, but it moved, so it truly, truly is a night and day difference from, push quilting to putting your machine on a frame. So I equate kind of that motion. I always mess up doing this. Can you do this thing?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of. I always mess it up. That's what I equate push quilting to, because it's like, how do you focus and push and think of the design you're trying to quilt and manage all the fabric that you have? It's like the biggest multitask I can possibly think of. So I am thankful, for the ability to be able to put the Little Rebel or just about any other domestic machine on a frame like the Mini Quilter or the Cutie Breeze. So let's kind of switch gears. Let's talk about these two frames. So here at Grace Company, we offer two different styles of frames. We have our rolling rail frames, but then we have our hoop style frames. In my house, and Jarek kind of touched on this, at the beginning, people, they don't have very much room in their homes. They don't want to have, pay a lot or invest a lot into a new hobby that they may not like, you know. So here at Grace Company, we have the hoop style frames, which are very affordable and really do help you finish your quilts faster and easier. So tell us a little bit about the hoop style frame.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you another story. Okay, I'm full of stories. So I remember just like starting, I was newer to sales and I was like starting to understand what people's problems were before we came out with this. And so I had known that there was like this problem with the space and the price, right? And one day they're like, okay, so we have a new product that we're gonna let everyone test. And this was the original cutie frame. And I went in there and I was just like, oh my gosh, like I just knew this was gonna be a game changer because of how little space people sometimes have. And this just makes it so much more accessible. And so you're also probably wondering, if you haven't seen this before, it's like, okay, Jarek, well, you know, what size quilt can I do? And you can actually do any size quilt because it's like an embroidery frame. You know how you're kind of hooping it, each one, or have you ever seen hand quilting or like, you know, even hand embroidery? You got the small hoops. This is just like the same thing on a bigger scale. So then you're probably also thinking, I mean, like, how many times do you have to move it? And you don't have to move it to finish the quilt, but you have to remember, I always bring people back to this. I'm okay, ideally, if we all had so much space, we'd all get rolling frames. I love rolling frames. Very easy. You just roll it up, but it's like, okay, well, not everyone can have everything. We don't have the space right now, and we still want a solution. So it's like, okay, hooping, because I can just still do any size, or if you just do smaller quilts, it's like such a good space. And this is like the second generation of the cutie frame, so we listened to people. We got a lot of feedback from different people, and they wanted the handles on the top, Melinda, right? They wanted the handles on the top.
I was one of those people.
And we used to have like these little bungee clamps on where these gray plastic things are, and it's like, I can't tell you how many times I sewed the old bungee clamps into the quilt, like just demoing. And so these new clips are like such an upgrade. So you can put your own domestic machine. You don't have to get the Rebel, okay? If you're like, Jarek, I would love you're saying this is more affordable, but affordable is relative, and to me, that's not affordable. It's like,
I already have a machine, or 5 or 7 or 10. Trust me, I know those people are out there. I think I talked to somebody at the last show that I was at last week, and she counted, I think, like 24 machines in her home. I was like, do you need that many machines? Some people will say yes. I know I don't have the room for it. I started with the original cutie frame and my domestic machine at home. I would say probably the number one question most people ask is, will my machine work? And you know, there's hundreds, probably thousands of different machines that are out in the market, have been out on the market, will be coming out, and so forth. So the simplest answer, your domestic machine will work as long as your feed dogs drop and you have a minimum throat space of, I would say, about 8 inches. Anything shorter, you're really limiting the forwards backwards motion to you. You'll always have the width of the frame, but again, it's the forwards backwards, which is going to be limited by the throat space on your machine. So again, the Cutie Breeze, it's slightly over 4 feet wide. All you need is a solid flat surface that's 4 feet wide and 2 feet deep for the bottom of the frame, so the rails and the sides, to sit on. And whether that's a dedicated space in your sewing room, whether it's your kitchen table or counter, that's all you need. 4 feet by 2 feet to be able to use the Cutie frame.
People always ask too, it's like, does it need to be like a super sturdy table? It doesn't need to be a super sturdy table because the bearings and everything,
yes,
a little bit, but I mean, in our showroom, we literally use like $40 foil tables just to show people you can do this, because this is about making it accessible, right? So if you don't have a whole ton of money to spend on another table, you don't have to factor in, maybe later you want to get a more stable table. It's like, it's not going to hurt to have a more stable table. This sounds funny when you say it together, a stable table. But yeah, you don't have to have one. And another really cool thought I heard from someone the other day, they were like, well, I have like this medical condition, and I wish I remember her name, but she's like, I have this medical condition where I've got to like stand up and then sit down, and there's no frame on the market that you can get that like adjusts up and down, like maybe some like really insanely expensive ones. But if you
the
go,
Husky tables might be adjustable.
yeah,
and,
but
you know,
we're
a
talking
few
about
out there.
easily. But like, you know, they
Right.
got those stand-up desks. Okay, those are not insanely priced. There can be a little bit pricey, but you can get one of those like office. I don't know, we got those in the office. They'll raise up and lower down. I'm like, you could put this on there, and you could get a raise up and lower quilting setup.
Yes.
I just was like, whoa, there's some potential there.
Yes, definitely, definitely. And you know, just to add, you know, the frame has some weight to it. So when you consider you're putting the frame on your table, you're putting the bottom carriage, the top carriage, and then your machine on top of that top carriage, you know, just the weight of everything on your solid flat surface additionally helps to, you know, keep things anchored down. You know, by all means, the frame, the machine, they're not going to jump off the table. You know, there's some weight. You know, gravity is in a sense holding everything in place for you, which I absolutely love. Now, Jarek, from time to time at shows, on the phone, you know, I know we get those customers that say, I don't have 4 feet of quilting space. You know, I just don't have the room for it. You know, therefore I can't get the Cutie Breeze.
Yeah, and also, Melinda, too, it's like I don't have $500 or like a little bit more, like $600 to spend on a Cutie frame either.
Right.
I'm like, okay, well, we heard you, so then now we came out with this.
Yes, so I love the mini quilter. You know, it's the same concept, so it's your same hoop style frame. Again, it works very similar, the exact same way as the Cutie Breeze. It consists of the frame, which sits on your table. You have the bottom carriage and a top carriage that your machine sits on. But as you can see, it has a smaller footprint. So whereas the Cutie, it's just over 4 feet wide, the mini quilter, it's coming in at about 2 feet wide. Now on the Cutie Breeze, you can quilt any size quilt. So anything as small as your table runner, crib size, all the way up to a king or larger. On the mini quilter, you know, you can definitely be creative. I would say, yes, you can quilt some of those larger quilts. Due to the size though, you know, you may have to make some adjustments, you know, shifting your quilt and so forth. But I would say comfortably, you can probably quilt a good, you know, twin size quilt on the frame. So Jarek, I know you've been to a few different shows this year since we've launched the mini quilter. What's some of the feedback you've heard from customers?
Well, you know what, Melinda, they like it. But I'll be honest with you, okay? I usually have I sit down with them, I say, okay, you know what? I really want to get you quilting, but do you have a little bit more space?
Yes.
Because you're saying a lot, like I'm like asking, because there's someone who has told me, I do mini quilts. I actually want the small one. I'm like, okay, let's get you the mini quilter. But it's like, I have sold a lot of these frames now because people come in interested. And
they want to see the mini quilter.
Mm-hmm, and then they start to understand, oh, well, for less than double the price, I can actually get something that's bigger. It's like, there was someone that's like, okay, you know, I didn't think I had the space, but now that I understand, it's like, I'm gonna make the space because I have more on the Breeze and you got the handles on the top. And if we were demoing this, the fabric, you know, goes over. On this one, you need to roll up in the front. On this one, you don't need to roll up in the front. So there's just some like nice things to the Cutie frame. Love the mini quilter. It has its place, but for most people, I end up talking through with them what they want and like, what are your objectives? Like, what are you trying to do? And it's like most of the time we end up on the Breeze frame.
Yes, but you know, on that same token, you know, aside from people that just don't have the space, there's the people, they don't want to make a huge investment, you know, into something that they don't know if they'll like it. There's also the quilters that love to, you know, go RV, go camping, go to quilt guilds or sew-ins or, you know, different meetings and whatnot with their community. I've had countless people say this would be the perfect frame to get for those types of situations. At a couple quilt shows ago, not the one I was at last week, but a couple prior to that, I sold a couple times where the customer bought the Cutie Breeze and they bought the mini quilter just for that thing. You know, they go RVing or camping in the summertime. You know, they don't have enough room to take the Cutie Breeze on those types of adventures, but the mini quilter would be, you know, it's the perfect size. You know, so yes, there's kind of a place for all of our products in people's lives, and I love it. And there's a trajectory path that allows you to start with Grace products at point A or point B or point C, and you can grow and gradually, you know, kind of trade up, get a bigger frame, get a bigger machine, because so many of our product is interchangeable with each other. Now, some people, again, they'll ask what machine size will fit on the mini quilter. So the maximum throat space of your machine to fit on the mini quilter, 13 inches. Minimum, I'm still gonna stick with about that 8 inches of throat space. Again, you'll always have that side to side, but it's the forwards, backwards, which is going to be limited or limiting for your quilting space.
I do love how easy it is to move fabric over. And by the way, I love what you're saying, Melinda. I mean, it's just, there is a place for everything. That really drives home, I think, what we believe in at Grace Company is making something for the customer, meeting them where they're at, not forcing them to go anywhere. You know, it's really for the home-based quilter, for their setup. And it's like, sometimes we have so many options, but that's because we want to make something work for you, the customers. The quilters, the people are actually doing things. That's what we try to make these for.
Yes.
But I love how easy it is to move fabric over on this one. You just take off like 4 of the clips and then you can drag over, and it like very nicely lines it up with the next section. So you just take some of these off. And then when the fabric's all attached, it's just like you slide these over at the same time, and it's like now you can quilt this next area super easily, and you just put these other ones on. So I feel like that's like one of my top favorite things, and people are like, oh, okay, like that's easy to do. So if you're doing something that way, that's easy to do.
And I love how you know, you showed taking the clamps off. You know, they're not the same style of clamps between the two frames. They're a little bit different, but you know, people often ask, is it hard to take the clamps off? Is it hard to shift and move my quilts? I always say, hands down, absolutely, it's not. Very simple, very easy. You're going to make your quilt sandwich first, so the backing, batting, and top. Lay it over the rails, clamp the fabric down, smooth the fabric to the front rail, clamp down at the front. If your fabric reaches the sides, again, smooth your fabric and clamp down at the sides. So again, very easy to load fabric, very easy to shift fabric, and really it just makes the whole quilting process faster and easier, and in my opinion, more enjoyable. So, well, I know we're coming pretty close up to the end of our time. Jane, did you see any questions in the chat that maybe we missed?
Tons of questions. So many so that I'm like trying to catch up with all of them.
I know they're just going, and it's like, wait, what was that?
Well, because there's so much to look at and there's so much fun, but you gave us a lot of variations and a lot of ideas and opportunities to buy. So, I mean, a couple of them we're talking about different kinds of machines that you could use. So I'll try to get some of those. I'll circle back with you guys, or if you see them tomorrow. But I think for the most part, you covered everything. And I think the biggest question is, how do we get any and all of this into our homes?
Yes. And I love that it's affordable. I love coming to do, you know, Quilt Fest and all the events with SMP, because we're giving you guys like the best pricing, you know, to be able to help the SMP Nation make their purchases. So
and also something that's great too, it's like I would love to be able to go answer every single person's questions, but everyone is unique and has their own unique situation. So that's like, well, that's why we have, that's why we have SMP. You give them a call and someone will definitely walk through with you your specific questions, and that's kind of where you can get those answered.
Yes.
Jarek, I couldn't have said that better myself. Everybody is unique and everybody is different. Everybody has different wants and needs. And you do such an amazing job covering all of the information for us. If there are questions, you just call SMP 800-401-8151. And I'm going to tell everybody how to get these. So thank you, Melinda. And thank you, Jarek, for all of your time, inspiration, and talent today. Everybody say thank you to our friends from Grace.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's good. Have a good night. Okay, everybody. Wow, what a great presentation from Jarek and Melinda. Now, you've seen them talk about all of these things. So here, let's talk about the Grace Little Rebel. You see it right there. Great Quilt Fest pricing, $26.99. Call in special because it is Quilt Fest. And again, there is free shipping. Simple and easy to get this to your house, but you got to call 800-401-8151. That's a fantastic price on that machine. Now you see the mini quilter tabletop fabric frame. I love this. I love the tabletop fabric frame. An amazing price on that, $299.95. But guess what? There's a call-in special. 800-401-8151. Again, free shipping with that as well and financing. And now you're seeing the Cutie Breeze tabletop fabric frame, a little bit bigger. Great pricing on that too. Look at the MSRP pricing. It's almost like half. So this is $549. Call in special on this one too. Yes, thank you. Free shipping as well. 800-401-8151 for any and all of the items that you saw today from Grace, or that you saw today from the entire day, or maybe you didn't see it. You can still look on SewingMachinesPlus.com and find a product. Call. Maybe there is a Quilt Fest special. 800-401-8151. I am so excited. I cannot believe that that was the last presentation of the day, Blaine. It went so fast.
It did go by pretty fast. I tell you, this whole week's going to go by fast. That's what's so crazy. It's like already Tuesday. We started yesterday, and I'm telling you, we're going to be sitting here Friday going, wow, how did it go by so fast?
We do it every time. We sure do. But today especially, I don't know what happened. I'm ready for more. I'm not even tired yet. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? Man, what a great day today. 2 great educational sessions, a lot of great products. And again, everybody, if you're wanting to inquire about any of the products, give us a call. The call center is going to stay open till 6 p.m. Pacific time tonight. So you can get over there and get them a call. If you haven't been able to get through on the phone, sometimes it gets a little busy. Just keep trying back and you'll get them. And if it gets too busy, we'll start putting the Google's link up there this week in the chat where you can just click it and all you have to do is just leave your name and number and they'll call you back. But right now they're telling me they're handling the calls pretty good. So just make sure you keep trying.
Keep trying, keep calling, get those specials. And I especially love, like I said, you see it, maybe you didn't see it, you see it online, call in.
Yes, 100%. All right, Jane, you ready to give some stuff away?
Well, Blaine, I never thought you'd ask.
Well, hey, let's do it. We're going to start out with a $25 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. So Andrew, spin that.
Spin that wheel. I like the music.
Oh, we got to have some spinning music.
I know, you have to have spinning music. I hear this in my sleep. Maybe I'll dream about this tonight.
I'm going to let you do that one.
All right, Lynn, the Salmon Tinger, congratulations. Hanging with us on YouTube. We are so happy you're here with us, Lynn. You just won that $25 gift card. That's amazing. You can use it on all of your purchases this week. What you need to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page. There's a little form that you're going to fill out all the information, but especially, Lynn, give us your email address because our friends at SMP and Blaine, they're going to email you that $25 gift card. So go there now, smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom and give us all the information and you'll get that gift card and you can spend it.
There we go.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's simple. All right, next up, we are going to give away one of our world famous sewing mats. And we have the new double XL, 2XL sizes in the blue, gold, and red to fit those big new machines that all the manufacturers came out with. So these will fit, but we're going to let you have your choice of 13 different colors and 4 different sizes and 5 sizes of the blue, gold, and red. So Andrew, spin that wheel. Now, Jane, if you don't have a sew mat under your machine, you're doing your machine a disservice. I'm just saying.
Bad news. Totally bad. I actually I have a serger over there. Oh, Janet Quarter, congratulations. Watching us on YouTube today, Janet. We're so happy that you are here with us. And you won the sew mat. Wow.
You sure did. So Janet, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. And most importantly, in the little notes section there, just put what color of sew mat you want, what size you want, and we'll get that shipped out to you.
What's next?
Right, next up, we're going to give away a Brother P-Touch label maker. And Jane, these are really cool because they Bluetooth to your smartphone, and you do all the work in the P-Touch app, and then you just hit print, and it prints it to the little label maker. We're going to give some lucky viewer one of these, $130 value, plus we're going to give $100 worth of free tape to go in it. So it's a $230 value total. So Andrew, spin that wheel.
We all need a P-Touch label maker in our lives.
Oh yeah, things are awesome.
Oh, so many great toys.
Hey, Sewing is our winner watching today from YouTube. So Jane, tell her how to claim that prize.
Okay, Case Sewing, you got to go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll to the bottom of the page, fill out all the information, and the guys will get it right out to you. And you have 30 days to claim your prize in that P-Touch labeler with the extra tape. Congrats. Yeah.
All right, next up, we are going to give away a Bernina Sew and Go sewing machine. There it is right there. So Andrew, spin that wheel.
The suspense. Dory
Messer.
Go ahead, Blaine.
Dory is watching today from YouTube. So Jane, how can she claim that sewing machine?
Oh, Dory, congratulations. We love having you here. Go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, fill out all the information, make sure you give us your address so we know where to send it. And you have 30 days to claim your prize. smplive.tv. I know everyone can say that in their sleep. smplive.tv.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to dream about tonight.
I'm sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, guess what? It is time.
No, it's not.
Draw. It is time to draw our second finalist for the $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway. So y'all ready out there? Is everybody ready?
Is everybody ready? Yes. I see clap.
Okay.
I see clapping hands.
Clapping hands. Okay, Andrew, spin that wheel.
This is a big deal. This is huge.
It is
like
huge.
a drum roll or so. Oh, you have the drum roll for the end of the week.
Here we go. Hope Bird. So Hope Bird is our second finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. So Hope, you need to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page, fill out all that information, tell us you were the finalist, and hit submit, and we'll get your name put in. And guess what, Jane? We're going to pick our third winner tomorrow.
That's amazing. And her name, Hope Bird. I mean, I am hopeful for Hope. That is when her name came up. I'm like, yeah, of course it's Hope Bird. Why not? Why wouldn't it be Hope Bird?
Yeah, there you go. Well, hey, another great day today.
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody for tuning in and watching today. Great crowd all day today. And we hope that y'all join us tomorrow. We're going to be here at the same time. Jane and I will come on early in the morning Pacific time. It'll be about 7:45. We'll start the stream a.m. And it'll be 9:45 a.m. Central. And we'll be on here and we'll start the stream or start the first presentation at 8 a.m. Pacific and 10 a.m. Central.
I will be here, and I will be very excited, even more excited than I am today. I love being here with everybody. It's such a fun day. And again, all the comments, I just feel like we're hanging out together. Blaine, if I can just, if we were talking about sustainability and what I was doing over there, all my sustainability, sending out an e-blast, sign up for it. I would love if you did that. JaneClouse.com. Super easy. I don't bother you. I don't overflow it.
There you go. And you can always catch Jane one Tuesday a month.
So
on the
yeah.
Takeover Tuesday show.
I am in 2 weeks from today is my show. So now is the time we start planning for it. It's always, it's fun. I love hanging out with everybody. It's fun to come up with new ideas. I'm between 2 that I want to do. And I showed you a little sneak peek today. So you'll see.
All right. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed today. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Hopefully we'll get to see you tomorrow. Y'all take care.
Mwah!